back in it. Put your back in it, yeah. Put your back in it. Put your back in it. Swear you know how a brother works. She came up in the gospel church, yeah. Then I found out you were the naughty kind. You had everybody fooled. You were the spy type of lover. Some things never change. You know every kind of game you couldn't see. See, you never could reveal until now, girl. Now, girl. Put your back in. Put it, girl. Where it belongs. Put your back in. Put your back, yeah, get it, girl. Put your back. I want it all. Oh, yeah. Put your back in it, yeah. Why must you play so hard to get these days? Girl, deep inside you know you wanna stay. Why must you play so hard to get these days? Deep in your heart you know you wanna stay. Why must you play so hard to get these days? Deep in your heart you know you wanna stay. Why must you play so hard to get these days? Deep in your heart you know you wanna stay. Yeah, backing it up, back it.
All right, 60 seconds. I'm just gonna top off my water now.
I go on and on, can't understand how I last so long. I must have superpowers, rap 225,000 hours. Get it calculated, do the math. I made 1,000 songs that make you move your ass. And for the last 300 months, I made 16 albums with me on the front, and they bump. Where you get your beats, I heard 93 rappers say bitch like me. 2 singers and 10 comedians, and I'm still gonna yell it every time you see me in. What's my favorite word? Why they gotta say it like short? You know they can't play on my court, can't hang with the big dogs, stay on the court. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Where you get that from? Where the mic still one? Let me get that fun. MC 8 Ball and MJG. Keep spitting that T to the IMP. Fun B, that's Texas, baby. Ballin' G, that's Memphis, baby. Short dog, that's Oakland, baby. Ain't nothing but pimpin' these days, G. My nigga C got locked up, but these real.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the official start of the ESDA 2024 season here on our new home on YouTube. In the booth with me, we got Keenan Kusin, as always. I'm Joe Piro on the ones and twos. Our judges today are Doug Armstead, Carlos Fuji, Harold McKinney, and then our drone cam, as always, is brought to you by Spawns FPV, who is out here ripping, and we are getting drivers in the server. We're getting ready. So, Arrow.
Yes, sir.
Are you so excited for today's amazing amount of drifting?
You could tell by my silence that I am so excited. Yeah, a lot of new stuff today. Obviously, we are at a brand new location, a brand new spot for us at Barbagallo. Again, I looked it up. There's like 5 different names for this track. It's got like a website name now because it's sponsored. Apparently, it's known as Wanneroo Raceway because that's where it is. It's in Perth in Western Australia. Been a big part of the V8 supercars or the supercars schedule for a long time. And we have the best of the best from the Asia Pacific region. We have drivers from Japan, New Zealand, Indonesia, Taipei, China, all over the region here to compete and try to be able to be one of those few people who make it to the world final at the end of the year.
So speaking of region, so last time we all talked, we were in Dallas, and they hit me and Keenan into a box with a stick and told us, you're going on a flight. So let's take a look at our flight. We flew all the way from Dallas, and now we find ourselves in Australia. This is actually a track I'm not familiar with, but it looks awesome. Genuinely, as this track map gets on up here.
Yeah, again, very popular track in the west of Australia. And Wanneroo, again, it's one of the 3 names I found for it on Wikipedia about 10 minutes before we started. So if there's any Australians like, oh, I might, that's not how you say it. We're American and stupid. Please bear with us. But this track is very deceptive. I did a couple practice runs still, like I normally do.
Yes.
And it looked very, very easy at first. I'm like, oh, okay, this isn't that bad. It looks faster than it is. No. The key zones to look out for, obviously anything with a wall, so outer zone 3 is going to be tricky. That is the last outer zone before the end of the run. Even the run to the finish line can get a little bit shallow if you're not on the right line. But the lead up to outer zone number 2 was something that I personally was having a lot of trouble with, because if you do not get your, you see the line on our track map. You see if you do not get the line right coming out of outer zone number 1 and stay to the left to kind of like extend to outer zone number 2, you're going to get there way too early, way too shallow, and it's going to screw up the rest of your run. And it's not something that you can make look easy or kind of recover from, because there are no decel points other than the initial initiation. And yeah, very fast track, a lot of elevation change for what it is as well, and something that we're going to have to pay attention to throughout the course of these 4 groups in this brand new style for us of bracket.
Yeah, so let's take a look at that really quick. So we're moving over to Swiss rounds for this season, which really does allow every driver to get more than one battle, because I know I've competed before. It really is not fun to just get round one. You get one battle and then you're out and you get to watch. So now we're going to move over to a different style where the drivers will go against each other and their record will be recorded, as records tend to be. And we will then take the top 2 drivers with their record from each group of the 4 groups, and they will go on to a top 8. So in this group today, we got Ryan Plangitten, Makoto Ito, Gali, Rick Spencer, Diozaki Sempino. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have a fun time.
Today's going to be a rough day, pal.
Kazuma Akura and Nokai Endo. So our first battle is actually a buy run, and we won't even run it because as just doesn't make sense to do it. We'll save some time. It's great. So our first driver actually would have been Ryan Plangitten, but he is getting a bye, so he automatically gets a 1-0 record going into the next round. So we're going to start out here with Makoto Ito with the one of the longer team names here, Zenkai Racing Team Revival Guggen, I think.
It's very, very Japanese. The longer the name, the more Japanese I think your team is.
Up against Gali, who I'm not seeing in the server right now.
No, that would make too much sense. But Ryan, obviously, let's just quick. Ryan's somebody that we're familiar with here at ESDA, somebody who's participated in former seasons. Cool to see him back, obviously, and representing his region. This is why we wanted to do a slightly different format. I know some of the drivers were kind of bummed that they weren't having a traditional season, but this is a way to show off some different drivers from different parts of the world, all doing their best to represent their regions, their countries, their teams, their comps, and everything. So not only is this a way to be like, hey, we want the best of the best for our world final, we want to see who can do what, we're trying some different stuff, but at the same time, for those who are watching, in countries like Thailand, Indonesia, Japan, you're like, well, I want to get into sim drifting and I have no idea where to start. Well, heck, that's kind of the idea of what we're doing here, and kind of just want to promote and shout out these regions a little bit more and let you guys know that there is a ton of amazing drifting going on in the sim world all across the world. Wherever you live, there is somewhere for you to sharpen your skills and make some friends, because that's kind of what it's all about.
Oh, for sure. That's one of my favorite parts about ESDA. I've been learning and meeting so many different people, and it's just awesome, especially now that we get to see different people from different parts of the world and allow everyone to compete on a mostly even playing field, because we were having that issue of where do you put a server where everyone in the world has equal ping, and unfortunately it's an unsolvable problem. So this allows us to give drivers from, say, Asia Pacific all a chance to compete on their servers and on an even playing field, which is awesome. So I think we're getting ready here for our first battle as they are in the server. And again, just to go over that, as Ryan will be getting a buy run, we're going to have Rick Spencer up against... No, wait, that's wrong. Sorry about that. No. There we go. Makoto Ito up against Gali. Excellent. So we'll get him up to the line and ready to go here.
So Makoto Ito, again, as you said, representing Zenkai Racing Team Revival, good gun, as opposed to bad knife, I guess. Right. Driving out of Japan in the RX-7. Apparently a V12 behind the hood of that thing, and some big meaty rear tires with 285s, but it's basically spec 285s. Just up to the drivers of what front tire they want. That's going to be interesting, kind of looking into that as the event progresses. Going up against Gali, representing Zero Style out of Taiwan in a classic tried and true S14 2JZ. So going to see how these two drivers compare against each other. We immediately have two different countries being represented out of the gate, from Taiwan and Japan. Shout out to everybody watching. This is the first time we've done like an evening round. So wherever you're from the region, we are broadcasting at APAC, or you're out here I saw a couple people I know that are from North America. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for spending your Saturday night with us. And hopefully we'll be treated some good drifting, as our first battle of our season of 2024 is on the line and ready to go.
And
just kidding.
We're getting there.
I fooled you. I tricked you all.
Sorry about that, folks. My Stream Deck decided it's going to hit every button at once.
It's okay. I will blame you personally.
That is totally fine. I'm very much used to that. As we are getting them up on the line, we do have a signal from the judges that they are ready to go as well. So again, we got Makoto Ito up on the line, leading Gali for their first battle Oh, I am so excited for this. As our lights are on, extinguished, no one moved. Very intriguing.
So something I want to touch about really quick, if we have a minute. Keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we're all based in North America, and all these drivers are based out of their specific regions in APAC. So if the stream looks a little laggy, or we're a little bit behind, or seeing lights that shouldn't be, 9 times out of 10, that is probably what we're seeing here. All right, here we go.
Makoto Ito in the lead, Galley in the chase, definitely putting a bit of a gap on him. Let's see if Galley can do anything to catch up to Makoto. As we're going on through here, through that first inside clip, looking very good in the lead. And the chase, honestly, there's just so much distance. Honestly, personally, I might have taken a rerun if I was in the chase and into the wall again. I fear, nope, that is not lag. He did have to throw that away. So I believe we will be going into the second battle here, as we are going to take a look at that replay really quick. And again, Galley just really giving himself a disadvantage not calling that reset. So he's going to have to really throw something crazy in to get a really solid run in as the lead. Otherwise, I don't see how this will go in his direction.
No, and unfortunately, I think this is just a welcome to ESDA moment, as you see the contact with the wall there, and then understeering obviously not being in drift. That's why it's hitting the wall the second time, just catching those tires. So going to be the hotspot of the day. But one of our rules, ESD, you guys see that red line there that Galley just drove across in the replay? You have up until that point as the chase driver to go, no, I didn't get a good run in. I didn't get a good jump, or something happened with the lights. And obviously there was something with the lights that time, at least what we saw on our end, where you can stop, rerun, and restart. Once you cross that red line, the run is official, barring some sort of major catastrophe.
I am getting official word. We are getting, there are no restarts this season. I have a feeling, having run on many of my own events, people started gaming that system, and unfortunately for everyone, oof.
Okay.
As we are getting them back up to the line now. So Galley, a lot of work to do in the lead. Makoto feeling good. Hopefully he'll just take it easy and not send us into a OMT. As we are getting ready for this second run here. If I'm Ito, I'm feeling really strong going into this battle.
Yeah, I mean, all you're really going to have to do now, from Makoto's perspective, is just put down a solid run. They're in the chase. They kind of have the ball in their court. If the lead driver makes a mistake, it's game over. All they really need to do is just put down something solid. Doesn't need to be incredibly impressive, and not risk contact, because that is something that will absolutely end your day.
Yes, for sure. As again, we were hearing there might be some issues with the server connection and the start light, so we'll see what happens. As soon as they start moving, we'll know that this run is on here. Again, two gorgeous cars. All of the liveries this round look amazing. I'm hearing engines. Seems like they are ready to go. I think everyone's ready to go. And they are off.
There we go, run number 2. All we need is just a solid run from the chase driver, Makoto Ito. Big angle there from Galley coming off the zone just a little bit, but Makoto Ito in the chase does a really good job of adjusting his line, coming all the way to the right for this big smooth swing, and you are not coming off the power, just hoping the car gets flicked. Ito making a big mistake in chase. Again, we're going to talk, big job on the wall from Galley. That's what caught him out in his chase position, ended up making it work in the lead, and I don't think that's going to be enough to even swing it towards a OMT or any sort of I think we know which way this is going, as long and short of it, show. But again, on that inner clip, if you have some sort of, if your line's not perfect, you're going to miss the outside zone. And lucky for Ito that he has that 0 from Galley in the chase, but you'll see it right here in his replay.
For sure. Again, I think that I can't see a world where this will go in any other way, unfortunately, due to that contact. And again, Galley did exactly what he had to do here. And let's take a look over on our drone cam really quick here. Again, Galley, big angle, and then just threw it in. And just judging by the trajectory, I think he unwound the car because he was going to go straight into that wall otherwise. On the side, too, which would have just stopped him dead in his tracks. So I think that is what ended up happening here. As we are going to take a look again here one more time on the replays. I think the judges are just double, triple checking, making sure that it is in fact what they saw and not some weird server connection that we didn't see on our end. Again, this is our first time trying to host a competition on Asia Pacific servers, and that is and will be a big thing for us, as we are, I think we might be getting a judging call trickling in. They are having a discussion about it. Again,
there was some, sorry to cut you off, there was some mistakes in chase there. And obviously with anything, you want to double check and make sure the lead driver didn't lead the chase driver into anything. I don't see that being the case just because of the separation. All I could see is enough mistakes being done in the chase, and from what I saw, I didn't really see anything. And we do have our first judging call of the season.
That is correct, and I think that we all know about how that's going to go here. All three will be sliding to Makoto Ito, who will be getting a win on his record. So good for him. Great showing from both drivers. And again, Galley not feeling too bad because he can still get back into the big show. You are allowed one loss. One driver will get one loss here, as we are going to get ready now straight into our next battle here.
Yeah, so the more I'm looking at it, Joe, again, I'm not familiar with Swiss bracket. Again, we have Rick Spencer going up against Ryozaki Sompeno. I'm going to try that again in 5 minutes. But I think for those who are unfamiliar with the Swiss bracket, if you follow, this is the most Canadian thing I could possibly say right now, youth hockey, like under 18 hockey, when they do the World Juniors, it's kind of like a round robin system, and then those 8 drivers will make it out of the round robin system to what effectively would be the medal rounds. So
Yes.
everybody in this round robin gets at least 2 battles, and the best records out of those battles will move on into the single elim top 8. It's one of those things where I looked at it. Again, I've never heard of the Swiss system before. It's used to a little bit more like grassroots stuff, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
final bout and whatnot.
Exactly.
So that's, I'm not cultured, so I was like, okay, well, I don't really get it, but I'm sure I'll get it as I watch it. So yeah, it's very similar to a round robin style in pro sports, but just not everybody gets to go against everybody. You have basically, it's like a double elim mixed with a round robin.
That is correct. So we are going to get them up to the line here. I'm just doing a little bit of production back on my end real quick here, making sure everything looks right. There we go. We are up at the line. We are, I think, ready to go. So
We should be good to go,
yep, Rio in the lead. That's wrong on the chase. It's Rick Spencer.
Rio driving out of Jakarta, Indonesia for Team OK Drive, and Rick Spencer, I know this is going to come to shock to you, our first Australian driver driving for nobody but himself out of Melbourne. So
That's better.
Still in international driving here. We have one driver from Indonesia, one driver from Australia. Home track event for Rick Spencer. Let's see what he can do, even though, Melbourne is nowhere near Wanneroo. I hope, or I'm going to sound really silly. I'm pretty sure Melbourne's in South Australia, right? Somebody please correct me. Scorp, please. Please
Yeah,
validate me.
I'm an American. I have American education. I don't know.
Listen, I'm Canadian. Anywhere that doesn't snow scares me. I get physical convulsions. It's a real thing.
Oh, I totally get it. As again, we are up on the line. A gorgeous S14, a gorgeous GR. I don't think I've seen this kit on a GR86 yet. I gotta say, it's good in boxy in my favorite way.
I was right. It's in Victoria. That's in southeastern Australia. Then we're basically in Perth, which is on the western coast of Australia.
Okay, so now I know, and I will do my best to remember that. I'm sorry, everyone from Australia.
Reese Gardner is so proud of me, and he doesn't know why. He's sitting somewhere going like, I don't know why I feel really good right now, but I do.
I'm hearing some engines. I'm hearing some rumblings from the judges, making sure everything's good here. Again, after a long off season, sometimes we got a little rust to get out of the gears here, as that is going on here.
There's also issues, again, because we're based in North America, of them being able to see the start light. That's kind of why we had issues that first time. So I think they're in the process of just trying to iron that out. Thank you, everybody who is watching, for staying patient.
Yes.
The words I was looking for. In this first group, presented by one of our brand new partnerships over at Koruworks. We'll get to that in a little bit, but here's our second battle of our first group.
And here we go. Rio in the lead. Rick kind of throwing off. There might have been some contact there. We'll have to take a look at it in the drone cam, but everyone doing exactly what they got to do. So now, let's see, we are off the track. It's okay, though, as Spencer is now just trying to keep it together. Again, trying to go as close as they can, but unfortunately, there was a little bit of a kerfuffle in that first outside zone. We're going to have to take another look at that for sure. Let's take a look at that while they are getting
It's going to be
here.
tough for the judges on this one, not to cut you off, because it is in that initial part of the course where there is a decel zone. So now the judges have to look at this and go, okay, so was it after the decel zone? Was it over decelling? Is there anything that Rick could have done in the lead position to initiate that contact? Because if not, it's all just on the chase car being too aggressive. That's basically what the judges are looking for. Not whose fault is it, but is there any... It sounds like very biased. It's not. It's like, obviously with your eyes, you know what happened. So they're just trying to go through all the possible scenarios of what... Is there anything the lead car could have done differently to avoid that contact? If the answer is no, it makes their job really easy.
Yeah, to me, it kind of looks like, and again, we can take a discussion about it. It looks like the lead driver did slow up a bunch. And again, that might be an issue. And whenever there's contact like that, it can go both ways. Did the lead driver slow up too much? Did the chase driver try to carry too much speed? Again, only one way to find out here as we are getting ready to go here or run it. No, you here.
Yeah, I get second battle in a row where it's basically going to come down to contact and who initiated the contact. Thank you, everybody watching. Like I said earlier, Shadow Realm Drift to see you guys in there. I saw Inspector Tiny had a beer with that guy in FD, New Jersey. That was cool. Not a whole lot of commentators in the Sim Drift world, so the fact we had two of them in the same place drinking light beer, that I shouldn't have. Yeah, I know, that's crazy. And speaking of which, speaking of a Shadow Realm again, as I said earlier, this is Group 1 presented by Koruworks. If the lights go now, as I'm trying to do the Koruworks shout-out, they do again. Third time will be lucky, but we have to get through this battle first. Rick Spencer, the local man in the chase position. You can see very clearly he's giving the lead driver of Rio lots of room to make any sort of mistakes he needs to make. He's going to slowly start to work his way in here on the chase position. He's confident that he has an advantage in this battle. We won't know until we look over all the replays of the judges giving this one. Oh, Rick's in the wall! Man, I've done that 100 times, and it's so easy to do. It's almost more pressure when you know you are in a advantage, especially in the chase, because what happened there, from what I could see, Joe, is he just didn't want to pull a lot of angle, put down a solid run, which means he was off his game and off his rhythm, and ended up just tagging that wall, which is going to be such a hot spot today.
Oh, that wall will be all of it, as we do have a drone cam. Let's take a look at that really quick here. Again, so flicking it in here, big angle, and then just washing out, trying to cut as much angle as possible, just trying to get as close as possible, because that's kind of what you got to do there.
Yeah, again, I think he had every right, at least from my eyes, to play this safe. He's just getting into the zones, and then right here, he doesn't pull a whole lot of angle, and he's a little shallow, and you can even see it in the cockpit. He kind of has the idea of, I should probably get a little bit more towards the wall. But because doesn't have the angle that he would normally have in practice, because he's doing a safe run, the car is not where he expects it to be. The muscle memory's not there, and then into the fence.
As we do have a call here, I think that this is a good call just from what we saw. With the contact in... That's the wrong people. With the contact in the first run, and then the contact in the second run. It goes both ways here, so both drivers zeroed out one of their runs, so... Let's run it back.
Our first OMT of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going one more time. For those who are not familiar with how one more times work in the world of competitive drifting, those two runs that you just saw, wipe them from your memory. They mean nothing. We are going all over again. This also gives both of these drivers a chance to clean it up, and they know a little bit more about themselves now, and it gives me the third opportunity, for the love of God, to give a big shout out to one of our brand new supporters for the season. That's Koruworks.
Yes.
Actually, for once, people that I know Greg over at Koruworks, from going down to Atlanta all the time, from hanging out in the Team Rowdy booth. So as soon as I heard about this, I was like, that's stoked. They're an awesome bunch of guys, and one of the only people that we have currently that are supporting us, for those who are out driving in the real world. You want any sort of parts, body kits, anything at all, check Koruworks out. They're a wonderful bunch of dudes. And I'm very excited to be able to go back to FD Atlanta next year and be able to give Greg a high five. Check out their Instagram as well. They do Formula Drift wrap-up videos that are just nonsense, but I mean that in a really good way. My genuinely favorite part of the Mondays after FD.
Okay, so we're going to have... Yeah, that's right, I think. Yep, there we go. Rick Spencer in the lead. Rio in the chase. And let's see what happens here. So, again, lined up. Blast runs don't count anymore. Again, so both drivers now have their mental notes of what they're going to want to change to show the judges that they deserve to get this win. We are up the line, ready to go here.
I still think Rio's at a little bit of a disadvantage. He didn't really get a chase run. We're going to see if it has any help as they go down now for the first OMT battle. Here Rio in the chase. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, you're good. So Spencer getting through it this time. Both drivers giving each other a little bit more space on that initiation. But let's see here as Rio not really matching the angle and Rick Spencer really throwing down a heater of a lead run, cutting out that angle to really get across the line. And there we go.
Yeah, much better job from both drivers. Obviously, Rick didn't have somebody barreling into him this time. So he's able to get a full run at full tilt, a little bit shaking off the cobwebs. And Rio now, you see a little bit intimidated there in the initiation, making sure they don't make the same mistake again. And then, all right, we're good, and tries to get the power on. Not the best proximity I've ever seen in the world. You see going a little bit shallow there on the second to last outer zone. But what both these guys needed were just solid runs to kind of clear their heads and go, okay, you know, we both had zeros on the board. Now we both don't. So this is like just a little bit more comfortable. Rick, good, solid lead run. I think a little bit of an advantage here, if I had to say, Joe. Not much, just because of that proximity.
And again, so we're back up to the line, ready to go here. Again, gorgeous liveries on all the cars this round. I gotta say it. I've never been caught off guard by how pretty all the cars are. Sorry to just keep going on and on about it, but my gosh.
I mean, the beautiful part is, too, like a lot of these drivers are the ones building their cars, at least the 3D models, the liveries, everything. We do have a lot of awesome livery makers and 3D modelers and back-end people in the scene as well. So to see all of their work kind of come together in a project, which is just a competition drift car, it's like real life, right? Where you'll have someone like someone do the livery, someone to help build the car, and you get to see it all kind of unfold live in real time in competition.
Here we go for run number 2.
Rick giving a big advantage to Rio, but Rio kind of not getting the best initiation, having to go really shallow to not drop a tire off the course, keeps all 4 on the tarmac though. Rick going a little bit shallow on the line to try and gate up, but here's the problem now, is he's offline. He's off kilter. He's going to have to try and adjust without making too much of a sacrifice. Not going to matter. Rio Zapino in the wall. Rio tags that concrete wall, and ladies and gentlemen, that check has been cashed once again, and they don't bounce.
They do not. So unfortunately, Rio flew a little bit too close to the sun. I was feeling really good about that, actually.
He's going to be kicking himself when he watches this replay. That sucks.
That really does suck. As again, going through a really great lead run here, throwing it in super hard and just clipping the wall. And then just, and that's all she wrote there.
Just the pace advantage, man. Like,
exactly. We do have a call here, and I think we all know which way it's going to go, unfortunately. 1, 2, and 3 for Rick Spencer. Getting that point. Really good for him, but don't worry. We will see Rio again.
That's heartbreaking for Rio, but now, again, this double elimination format gives drivers an opportunity to kind of come back and drive angry. Man, this is the wackiest combination of car and driver I think we've seen in a long time. Kazuma Okura driving out, if I could find his name on my sheet that I forgot to alphabetize like a fool. driving out of Japan in the name that Humchans, and then I don't speak Japanese, so I hope that's all it says. In a, by God, wide body, what looks like a GT3 wide body from 2009 Camaro.
Oh, it looks so cool.
My favorite cars of this second right now, just because it's so odd. And then Naoki Endo from Team Zen's, and again, probably one of the cleanest 180s that we have on the grid, at least that I've seen so far, or at least in the past. Not a big fan of red on black, but it looks so good. It looks very appropriate. Like I could see that on a D1 grid right now and be like, yep, like it looks so cool. As you were saying too, just shout outs to everybody involved in like car making and livery making. I would say names, but I don't want to forget anybody. Obviously, both of these drivers are now driving out of Japan. It is an all-Japan battle here on the streets of Barbagallo in Perth. So excited to see how they can handle this super, super, super fast track that has already caught out every battle that we've had so far.
It is looking really, really good here. Again, we're going to get them all lined up and ready to go.
For those following along at home, just so we're aware, I believe we will have Ryan Plantagen. I'm sure the judges are listening. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I was writing it down backwards. Ryan Plantagen, who moved on in the bye run, going up against Rick Spencer. And then Makoto Ito will be going against the winner of this battle. And then Rio Sompeno is going to go up against Gali. That'll be your first battle in the lower half of the losers bracket here in the Swiss style. Group number 1, presented by Koruworks.
Very, very good here as we're getting them ready to go. Oh, get them up to the line. I am so ready. Honestly, that Camaro to me, this is going to be a weird one, and those who have done this will also get it. It looks like an RC car, like a 10th scale touring car.
You know what it looks like to me? It looks like they pulled it right out of Race Driver Grid.
Yeah, I'd
you know what I mean? Like just the wide body, like.
Oh, I'd totally buy that. Let's get them up to the line, ready to go here.
Oh, that 180's doing things to me with the meaty tire on it too.
It's just cool.
That is my favorite car in the grid so far. I am an S13 and S14 man at heart, and it's like picking between my two children. It's very hard to choose on the day. But today is, yeah.
Oh, we're getting them ready, man. How wide is that Camaro?
Yep.
That's all I can think to myself.
Sure is.
Yep. As we are getting them up to the line, ready to go. I'm hearing engines. Good sign, right?
Oh, that Corvette is a Corvette. I'm going to call it a Corvette probably 100 times by accident. I apologize. That Camaro is screaming. Haven't seen a Camaro in drift competition in what feels like a million years, but we're about to now as this first run starts.
And here we go. We got Kazuma in the lead, Nikoi in the chase. Looking very, very good. I am getting a weird graphic artifact off of that car, but we'll deal with that later as we are going on through here. Looking great through the transitions. Again, filling all of the zones beautifully. But Nikoi in the chase. Uh-oh!
There it goes again!
Oh, the wall. The wall giveth, the wall taketh away. And again, I'm sure that both drivers will have an opinion on how that went.
As my dark sarcasm in the classroom.
Yeah, right. Let's go
Teacher
here.
leave the kids alone.
Come on, replay. Why are you not happy? I don't know. We'll take a look at that later as our drivers are getting ready. Let's take a look at the drone. If the drone might have a shot of it.
Heck yeah! Again, all V8 battle as well. Both running the similar engine setup of a Dart 427 V8.
And there we go. Let's take a look at this really quick while they're making their way back to the line here. Again, really, really great lead run. I don't have anything to say about that lead, as unfortunately in the chase, I think there wasn't really enough angle overall. So up until we get to the wall, I think that it is all good. And then just out of the, I think advantage to Kazuma.
You think so?
I think so. I don't know. It's hard to tell on like a heads up call usually.
Oh, 100%. I just thought maybe that wouldn't be the first time we've seen a lead car just tag that tire wall, that little tire barrier going into the wall, which is kind of a risk if you want to run that wall all nice and smooth, and you're a little bit too deep, that tire barrier will get you before the wall does.
Oh, it's going to get you.
So it's something they have to be careful of. As again, all V8 battle, 2 Japanese drivers going up again. I think this is still, it's going to just come down to whether the judges thought the lead driver hit the wall or the chase driver had gotten into them. I saw earlier on Instagram today, it's a very Drift Masters kind of call. That's something that happened over in Finland this afternoon. But here we go. Second half of this battle, we got Okura in the chase in the Camaro. Yes, you heard that right. And leading is Naoki Endo in the 180 SX S13, a little bit shallow, and he's going to use that to his advantage and try and pull away. But Okura, hand around the throat of Naoki Endo, not letting him get anywhere, but a big mistake there in transition, and Endo's making him pay. Really solid line, big angle. Oh, he bleeds a little bit, taps the wall, keeps it going. But as I was singing their praises, a couple of mistakes from both drivers. So even if that first run is a wash, there is some stuff to talk about here on run number 2.
Oh, there definitely is some stuff to talk about on run number 2. And I do like to see a battle where both drivers actually get to the end here. And again, that Camaro, it's so wide, I don't even get how he transitions it. And I'm noticing a lot of Chase just really cutting angle, trying anything to keep on up. Because let's be real here, Nikoi really did put down a great lead run overall, trying to do anything he can to be part of the discussion. So let's take a look over here at the drone. Again, this kind of shows it all.
Is the little boop of the wall there. We'll see if we get it in the drone cam, Joe. But something that we haven't mentioned yet is the different styles from different regions. I know the more American style is maintain angle and line, and if you drop back a little bit in proximity, it's better than trying to cut those to keep to the door. But something that's a little bit more prevalent in European drifting, especially in Japanese drifting, you see him just catch the wall a little bit there, right? I think that was really the only mistake, and it kind of hawked to them like a couple feet forward. But yeah, it's going to be a different style of driving, and like seeing what chase drivers do, whether they try to sacrifice some angle and line to get that proximity back, or kind of more of a North American style of hey, just take the 2-3 car lengths back and run the same line, same angle. That'll look a lot better. Really interesting to see is because we're going to 4 different regions, how all these drivers, try.
Yeah, especially in a judge sport like drifting, there's a lot of different ways to approach the problem. And of course, the judges did go through in the driver's briefing exactly what they want, but muscle memory is hard, especially in something as touchy as drifting, because like I've been doing a lot of racing. There's not a lot of ways to do that, but in drifting, there are a lot of ways, and they all work great. And it's just a question of which one are the judges most excited to see here. As the judges are deliberating here, it does seem like there are a few things that they have to chew on, especially when there is contact like that, and especially when our judges are all US based on a Asia Pacific server. There is a certain level of lag going on when there is contact, and it might be a little bit hard to pull on that string and get that knot apart to see who is actually at fault here. And we are getting a question of if we can get a drone cam of run number 1 here. So
yeah,
there
so I
we
think
go.
they're seeing what I saw. What does the Camaro get into the wall, that little tire barrier, before it gets hit from the chase car, or is it contact from the chase car? So what they're going to be looking at here is kind of just the attitude of the lead car. Does it look like it gets hit and then pushed into the wall? Obviously, there is going to be a little bit of lag from North American eyes to an Asian server. However, a lot of these judges have trained eye in the Assetto Corsa and kind of know what they're looking for. It's at first call, Joe, I thought maybe the Camaro got it into the wall and kind of caused
I think
this
that's
whole
what's
thing.
happening looking at it.
Second look here.
Because look, he bounces off the wall and then into the 180 is what it looks like. And again, with internet games, it's very hard to really pick apart. Is that what actually happened, or is that what the server resolved happened?
I wouldn't be surprised if we see a judge jump out and check this with their own replay cameras as well, because that's very tough.
Yeah, that's a hard one, as we're taking a look at it more. And this is what the judges wanted to see. So I think that the call will be coming down to this contact, which, in my opinion, makes a lot of sense. Because otherwise, I think a lot of the runs overall were very even. And again, look at how deep that bumper is and the wall comes up. I think that's what happened.
God, that's tough to call.
Yeah, that's right on the line either way. I don't know. And again, big shout out to our judges, Doug Armstead, Harold McKinney, and Carlos Fuji. Again, just really, really knowledgeable drifters. But again, they have the job that no one envies whatsoever, because you have to make a call at some point. Even if it's an OMT, every driver has their opinion on what happened. And of course, that's not necessarily what the judges see.
Yeah, and again, it's just an unfortunate side product of running events over the internet. Hopefully, we'll have with the new release, there'll be some more, I don't know what you'd call it, better smoothing or net code or whatever. The cars aren't jumping around as much, but I don't know, there's other sim releases that have it a little bit more figured out. Not all the way figured out, but a little bit more figured out, so we can only hope, but this is what we're dealing with for now. Again, arigato to all of our Japanese viewers as well. It's been so cool to see our Twitch chat, which is hardly English for the first time.
Awesome.
Or Portuguese. The Brazilians do play hard. But
and again, it's so cool to see people from all around the world just having fun doing one thing online, because I know personally I feel so blessed to just be able to meet people from all over the world. Like, I'll be talking to my friends at work, and they're like, wait, you were talking to all these people? Yeah, it's really, really cool. So something like this, it's amazing to see everyone coming together. Again, big thank you to all of our sponsors. Big thank you to everyone who's watching right now. Don't forget to smash that like button. It helps our stream immensely, and it costs you nothing. So please, thank you so much, as our judges are still chewing on this battle. I don't envy them at all.
Yeah, again, this one's a tough one, because you can see the attitude of the Camaro. There's like a frame where it kind of goes like, you know what I mean? Like it stutter steps a bit, which could be contact with the wall, or, you know, that's just a little lag spike. But we do have a call. The judges have determined fault for that issue, and it is going to go as a mistake to Kazuma Okura. That is going to be Naoki Endo moving on in your winner side of the Swiss bracket, with Kazuma moving into the bottom half of the losers bracket. Again, this is not over for either of these two drivers. Obviously, the ones taking this first round loss have made it a little bit more difficult on themselves, but they are not down and not out at all, as that is the end, I believe, of our
first round.
Our 0-0 battles. Now we're going to move on to our 1-0 and our 0-1s. So again, this is very similar to a round robin or a double elimination style bracket, just until we are down to 8, as you can see there. So we had one bye, so our bottom 3 drivers all with one loss. If they lose again, they are knocked out. But they are only going up against each other, so somebody's going to get a quick run to the 1-1s. And then all those undefeated drivers are not going against each other. So we will have those for you in just a minute. Again,
correct.
Not to cut you off there again, Joe, but coming down from the judging stand, came down to run 1, last turn, lead car too much decel, looked like he hit the wall, and that is what we saw as well. Just very tough to call, considering there was like a little jitter, and then the contact happened. So that's what the judges determined, and we will be moving on.
Yeah, as we're getting ready here. So
I think we should be seeing Ryan Plantagen. I think you said his name properly, Plangitten, but I think that's kind of a bit. I don't know if that's a bit or actually how you say his name.
You are asking the worst person about that.
Well, he calls himself Mini Von Gitten as the joke, but I don't know if that's actually how you say his name. But I'm sure I'll get a DM in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Be
right.
like, no, you were right, or no, you were wrong. So this is Ryan's first battle of the day. This is Rick's second. And something that kind of comes down to buy runs, we've seen it in real life, we've seen it in esports, is once you get that first win under your belt, it kind of takes a lot of the weight off, because you don't want to put all this work in and get top 32 or whatever equivalent of top 32 is. Once you have moved on even once, you're like, okay, I'm good, cobwebs are off, I'm settled, I'm focused. This is Ryan's first battle of the day.
Yep.
He doesn't have that luxury, so he's going to have to do this with a little bit of extra pressure. And Rick, not only is it his home round, but he is comfortable. He's got an OMT and a regular battle under his belt. He's ready to go.
Yeah, I think we are ready here to get those 2 undefeated drivers up to the line. Again, one of them will remain undefeated. So we are getting ready here.
So I think if the bracket is correct, by the way, Rio will have a bye due to seeding.
Not a bad problem at all.
And then Kazuma Okuda will be going up against Gali. Two guys that I am sure want to redeem themselves after a bit of a rocky start.
So we are up the line. We are.
And Rick Spencer in the chase in that white and purple S14 and leading for the first time today in the R35 GTR, Ryan Plantagen. And here we go.
And we are off. Ryan in the lead. Rick in the chase. R&R going through outside zone number 1. Rick really trying to keep up Ryan with a wicked fast R35, it seems, as we're going through. Oh no! There was a little bit of contact as the cameras change, but it does not seem like Ryan is phased at all. Rick again putting his head down, getting back to work and across the line.
So something I just noticed, Joe, and I think it may play dividends. Again, these sheets, they give us like some tech sheets, but a lot of drivers will make changes last minute, so I don't know how accurate this is. Rick's running 265 fronts and 285 rears, and it does look like the front tire is trying to step out on him a lot. You'll see it right here in the replay, where we're in the same corner as before, where it looks like it's just trying to run away from him a little bit. I'm wondering if all that front grip is coming back to bite him, because Ryan had a super, super solid lead run. There's a reason why he was your number 1 seed here and got the luxury of having the bye run in this group number 1 presented by Koruworks. But Rick's going to have another mountain to climb. We know he can put down a lead run, but those chase runs looks like to be where he's struggling a little bit.
Oh, it definitely does look that way.
Ryan also running a big front tire, but he's got a lot more car there, a lot more wheelbase, a lot more weight to throw around, so it's not going to snap just quite as hard. Yeah, first time we see him today driving out of Indonesia. Again, ESDA staple. Awesome to see him here. Representing a different team for the first time, which is, I believe, 7 Speed Motorsport. So cool to see Ryan, unfortunately not, are switching over teams. But still the same hard driving that we're used to seeing. V8 in that GTR as well. I don't know how I feel about that. Very bagsy, I guess, I think.
Right? It's cool. Overall, very cool in my opinion. I just like watching the cars go by.
Listen, man, they give me an info sheet. I want to read the info sheet. I want you to make it sound like I'm smart. I'm not. I'm lying to all these people.
Yeah, I am generally not necessarily. I got so many screens in front of me right now, and we are off.
Here we go again. Ryan in the chase position. Just needs to put down. Oh, almost gets into the back. Rick there. Really nice job keeping it off the rear bumper of that S14. Rick Spencer needs to put down a 100-point lead run. Try and force Ryan into a mistake. Try to run away from that chase car. Just not happening. Ryan needs to just keep what he's doing. He's getting into the wall. Ryan had to really check up. Maybe a little bit of contact there. But pulling over and across the line. Really big slowdown from the lead vehicle, trying not to get into the wall. Ryan, you can see, pulled on the brake, pulled on the handbrake, maybe just a kiss, but both of them getting over the line.
We are going to take a look at that replay closely, because again, it's just that wall, man. Everyone else is just doing great, and then you get to that wall and just it's just a gamble at that point. It really does feel that way. As again, just I think Ryan might have hooked it in there a little too hot. But let's take a look at our drone cam, because that will really tell us. Here we go.
So what you're looking for here is to see if the GTR went shallow and then had to kill speed, or whether that lead vehicle just had a big slowdown to not get in the wall. So obviously really good. Look at Rick right on the edge of the track there. Can't really run it much wider than that. Nice line.
Great lead run. Slows down. And I think Ryan cut the track and just might have had a little bit too much speed afterwards.
Yeah, because Rick does left foot brake, but he looks like by the time he gets hit, he's off the brakes.
As we do have a call in. Oh. So, slide him left for Ryan, slide him right for Rick. 1, 2, and 3. I think they believe that, unfortunately, Rick might have overslowed going into that zone, which, reasonable call.
Yeah, that's something that I saw initially. I just wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if they were going to explore the possibility of Ryan maybe coming in a bit deep, but Ryan, you're not supposed to slow down there. You're supposed to maintain speed, and it looked like Ryan had to really check up to only get minimal contact. And what I saw initially, and on the drone footage, was that Rick got in deep, but again, maybe it didn't have the same amount of angle he was planning, and then had to really check up, and it was only on throttle maybe after the first 30% or so of that outer zone. So I guess judges also saw what I saw, and that will be Ryan, our first driver to move on in the undefeated side of the bracket.
Here we go. So up next, we got Makoto Ito up against Nikoi Endo. Two other undefeated drivers. Get them up to the line here.
Again, Ito and Endo both having issues in their first battle, hoping they can both clean it up. And some of these issues, no fault of their own. But I mean, same thing as we said with Ryan is you don't get a good chase run or a good lead run because the other driver makes a mistake or what have you. That is a disadvantage going into your second battle of the day.
As we are getting them up the line here, both these cars belong in D1 GP. Like,
right?
it just looks awesome. So they are lined up. I think we're ready here. Again, big Wang Gang up on that RX-7. Reminds me of Rob Dom's rear wing.
A bit, yeah. I see what you're saying here.
Shout out Rob Dom.
All Japanese battle, and here they, maybe a bit of a jump from Endo. You're allowed to do that.
I think that's
as
a little too
chase
much.
car. But he went, and the lead driver went. Absolutely not, Bucko. You're gonna have to try that one again. But keep an eye on Endo. Keep an eye on that first initiation zone because he looks like he's hot and wants to make sure he does not get anywhere. Here we go, first run.
And here we go. Makoto in the lead. Nikoi in the chase. Great initiation from Makoto. And Nikoi trying to keep up, cutting a little bit of angle, getting as much proximity as he can through the transition part of the track here. Looking great. I love this section of the track. Filling out that outside zone beautifully. Coming on through. Let's see, will the wall bite anybody? And Makoto says, nope. I'm just going to paint my bumper right on that wall and across the line. A very clean run from both drivers there.
Naoki in the chase position. Again, I thought he was going to be way more on the door of that lead driver. Gave him a little bit of berth and then was playing catch-up the entire time. You see it right there going a little bit shallow in the first outer zone. And your lead driver of Makoto Ito learning the lessons from his former battles. Nice and solid in the FDRX-7. All that outer zone. So hard to get all of that and be on the right line. Again, a little bit shallow. Maybe just a little bit too much grip in that 180 we saw. It was, or that S13. It was so fast in its previous battle. So maybe gearing it or setting it up for more of a lead run strategy, but a little bit of points left on the board in the chase. Still solid, probably one of the more solid battles that we've seen today.
For sure.
So we're gonna have to see what Naoki Endo in the team. I have it right here.
Yeah.
In the team Zen's S13. What they could do in the lead position. Again, Dart 427 V8 power going up against Makoto Ito in the FDRX-7 for Zenkai Racing Team Revival Good Gun.
And they are on the line. Let's see. I think that 180 might not have as much speed, so let's see what he can do in the lead, and they are off.
Here they go. Ito in the chase position. Trying to get to the door of Endo. Endo not really getting the best initiation. Going to pour some angle on in the second half of that first outer zone. Going to keep it nice and wide. See the big angle come from the lead position. Maybe cutting a little bit of that inner clip there. I think I saw one tire a little bit too far inward. Ito's going to try to adjust the line and stay on the door, but it's not really going to matter. Nice and solid proximity. Not a whole lot of crazy, but this is a very, very, very fast track. I think we're going to have to wait till we're towards the finals to see door-to-door, super door-to-door action, but nice and consistent from Ito. I wonder, Joe, if he knew he had a little bit of an advantage going into this one.
Oh, I don't know, but that 180 just... He'd switch some gear because that lead was crazy. Amazing amount of angle, really putting some sunlight between him and the chase driver. And again, but looking at him side by side, I could see this call going either way, honestly.
Very similar chases, yeah.
Yeah, very, very similar chases. I do think that Nikoi did have a slightly better lead, but again, I'm not a judge. This is just what I'm seeing. And let's take a look at our drone cam while we're at it here for run number 2. very, very good through that first outside zone. Could be a little bit deeper, but the angle really makes up for it.
Yeah, watch right here.
Yeah,
This is sick.
Oh, yeah. Just right on
Maybe
it.
a little bit of a cut of that inner clip, but it looked cool.
Yeah, right. It looked really, really good. And again, not to talk down on Mikado at all. Really, really solid lead from him as well in run number 1. Very, very solid chase as well. And here, let's take a look at run 1 from the drones as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to mistakes in chase. Obviously, you want to compare lead for leads as well, but at both of them, ooh, yeah, again, similar mistake from Ito in the lead position, just kind of a little bit early and then backed it back into the zone. Maybe not as much angle in his lead there, but not potentially dropping a tire off. Again, big deal if you end up dropping tires here in ESDA. Real life, they're a little bit more lenient depending on the series, but in the sim, a lot more strict on track limits.
As we
Not,
do have a call. We do have a call, and it will be the first split decision of the day. So we got, let me make sure I get this right. 1 for Makoto. 1 OMT. And the tiebreaker, Makoto will be taking that win. Looking really great. Not to talk down on McCoy in any way, shape, or form. An amazing run from both drivers, but that's just how the cookie crumbled. So Makoto going on and will be taking on Ryan in his next battle. But
yeah, I'm
before
going
we
to see
get
if we
there-
can get a... I'm going to see if... Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, before we get there, we will have a buy run. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. So Rio taking that buy run. Moving on. Good for him. And then
10-4.
up next, we're going to have Kazuma up against Gali. Fighting through in their 0 and 1 side of the bracket.
So I'm going to see if we can get some clarification because that was a split decision. Obviously, I think I know why they went with Ito. I think the chase was just a little bit better in terms of proximity, and they had very similar mistakes on the line. So there wasn't a whole lot to come down to it. Again, even their leads were very similar. And we've got one of our judges and the CEO of ESDA, Harold McKinney, initial die in here. Die, that was a split decision, first one of the year. What were you guys talking about up there?
It was more what made my decision came down to the first run. Both were a little bit, it was a little bit of mistakes from both drivers on their leads. It came down to the chase on the last turn. If you've seen the 240 or 180, had a really big correction, and that kind of solidified it for me and also for Carlos as well. Not Carlos, but Doug. And Carlos went for OMT as he seen that they both could have cleaned it up a little bit more. So yeah, it was a split decision.
Yeah, I think it was a pretty tough call, but it looked like their leads, they even had similar mistakes in the leads. But like as you said, it kind of just came down to who made less mistakes in their chases, correct? Or am I
Alrighty.
Yep.
I'm loving this right now so far. I'm absolutely happy to see a lot of these top 8 Australian, Indonesia, China, and Japan guys duke it out here tonight, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, and hopefully we won't have to talk to you again, but I'm sure we probably will.
I probably will. We got some bangers coming up.
And again, speaking of bangers coming up, we got Kazuma up against Gali. That will be our final battle of this as we move on and slowly. So, unfortunately, the loser of this battle will be done for the day. So there is a little bit more on this line, and I'm sure both drivers do not want to lose it in any way, shape, or form. So let's get them up to the line and ready to go here.
Yeah, these are both drivers, again, that had very, I don't want to say silly mistakes because it could happen to anybody, but definitely uncharacteristic mistakes at this level. Again, Gali, I think the only reason Gali lost is just getting jumped on the start. So now I'm sure they're going to have that in the back of their head now going, whatever, by hook or by crook, I will not get gapped again. And then Okura in that big, wide Camaro, just going to be like, okay, I need to make sure I don't hit the wall. Everybody's been hitting the wall today. Honestly, Joe, if I'm in anybody in these other 3 groups watching this Koruworks grid number 1, I am looking at that wall and going, should I be going a little bit shallower into there? It's a big zone. You could still fill it, but is it worth getting all the way to the concrete when that wall has already been such a factor in battles today?
I would have to agree with that. I'd be playing it super, super safe. But again, I'm always one of the people to finish first. First, you must finish. And I think that when you're pushing this hard, sometimes that goes out of the window a little bit, especially in drifting where it is such a nerves game. Genuinely, I think most of it is just a nerves game, because I'm hearing engines getting ready to go here. The world's widest Camaro making its way up to the line here.
It's the widest Camaro with like AstroTurf rear window. Like there's texture on the rear window. I don't know what he's doing in there, but he doesn't want us to see it.
Yeah, there's the secret sauce is back there. As we are.
I actually have 12 nitrous bottles all strapped together into one.
My gosh, I wish I could do that. Wouldn't that be fun? So we are up to the line here.
You sound like my dad taking me to the water park. Yeah. You didn't sound interested at all.
As we're getting ready to go here. We got Kazuma in the lead, Galley in the chase. The widest car versus the narrowest car. And we are off. Here we go. Kazuma in the lead, Galley in the chase. What will they have up their sleeve here? Great initiation from Kazuma in the lead. Galley trying to play some catch up, but not cutting angle to do it. Looking very, very solid from both drivers. Going through the inside clip, looking awesome. Again, really painting it on the track limits. And let's see, through the wall now. Will both drivers survive? There we go. Really, really great angle, even in the chase and across the line. And I know the judges, they were very clear. They want you to hold angle across that line. So I think that it's such an extension. The drivers might have.
It's so tough.
Yeah, that's a really, really long place to do that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, nice and smooth from the lead vehicle of Okuda this time. And because it's a big car, every movement looks so much more fluid. The angle looks a little bit more. The line looks a little bit more. But as we talked about before they ran, in this time he didn't go for running the wall the whole way around. I'm sure the drone will show it, where he's a little bit shallow and then goes, okay, I didn't hit anything. And then maybe just backs into the wall the extra 2 or 3 feet and then comes across the end of that outer zone where they want to be. So smart driving, and you can actively see these drivers learning from their mistakes and trying to improve and move on in this sudden death part of our Swiss bracket.
We are getting back up to the line here. That Camaro is the coolest thing I've seen in a long time. I'm sorry.
Someone needs to hit my man. I think I've had some people type in chat something about banana, so maybe it's just no livery, all yellow on purpose. Again, we're learning about a lot of people here for the first time.
I'm just shook by everybody's car. It's just so cool. It's just so cool.
So again, flipping them around, got Gali from Zero Style in the lead, and Kazuma Okuda for Humchens in the chase in the Camaro. As we are ready to send the second half of this battle. Who will be moving on? Who will be going home? We're about to find out. Kazuma Okuda in the chase position, and Gali, just like Prince, one name only in the purple and multicolored S14. Nice job, but he's leaving the door wide open for Kazuma Okuda to be able to put some pressure on the chase. Very smart, kind of backs off through this high-speed rhythmic section, but a little bit messing up on his line. You see the huge separation that's going to happen there. And Gali, really good job on the outside line, really trying to show off what they couldn't in that first battle. Is that enough to push the weight, push that scale in his direction? Because Okuda, you can see it, that inner clip looks so deceiving, Joe, but if you mess your lineup, you push a little bit early, a little bit late, you are screwed for the back half of the course.
Looking at it side by side, I think Okuda is feeling really, really good right now. Because again, in the lead, it was a very fantastic lead, as textbook as textbook could be, at least from my opinion. And then in the chase, really just showing that he can maintain angle of the leader as well as proximity very strongly. Let's take a look at that first run in the drone cam to really just get an idea of what's going on here. Because again, shout out to Spawns. Really, I know we don't say it enough. An amazing and an invaluable asset to this.
I wouldn't want to do this without Spawns anymore.
Yeah, it's amazing.
This is so cool.
Yeah, and you actually see what's going on. Track cams are great, don't get me wrong, but the drone really shows what's going on. And again, look at the gap he puts in, even while maintaining angle. And in the chase, like what can you do there? And let's take a look at the second run as well.
You'll see it right here. The Camaro just has so much speed, at least in the early part of this run. I don't know what their tire wear is looking at. Gali filling all the outer zone here. His lead run was locked in. But watch the Camaro here. I wonder if it looks as bad on the drone as it does from the chase cam. But kind of just puts a lot of pressure on late, and then has to go, oh God, oh no. And then you see the little correction there. Tire in the dirt. Not enough to really be like a tire off. Great recovery. Has to kill a little bit of angle, but still has big proximity at the end. So what are judges going to reward here, you think? Because I think the leads are fairly comparable. Are they going to reward the lower proximity but consistent chase of Gali, or the better proximity with the error in line of Okuda?
That is a very, very good question that we don't really have an answer to. Because again, with all of these different competing driving styles entering in, especially from different countries, because every country, the judges will judge different as well. I'm sure that they did have a discussion at the drivers' meeting. Unfortunately, I was busy getting a little bit more of stream setup, so I couldn't be a fly on the wall in there. But I'm assuming, okay. We do have a call, so I'm just going to take back everything I said. As, here we go here. As again. Let's line them back up and do
Good
it
call.
again. Yeah, I
Call.
support
Again,
that.
I was wondering if they were going to lean one way or the other just on preference. Of rewarding, Gali didn't have that proximity in his chase, but it was consistent. Hit all the zones, was on the proper line, maybe cut a little bit of angle, but nothing crazy. But Okuda had that. I'm going to say it was a big mistake, but obviously kept all four on the pavement, no spin, no huge deduction, but had to open the gap up and then immediately close it. Really good job of recovering, because another less experienced driver would have left that gap open, and I'm sure this battle will be going one way over the other. But judges going, you know what? They had very both of them had mistakes in their chase, just different kinds of mistakes. Why don't we just run them again?
As we are getting them back up to the line. So, we get to see it all again. Again, Okura in the lead, Gali in the chase. And I really do like OMTs in this competition because, again, now they know exactly where they messed up. So everything we saw is going to be just 10 times more aggressive in the most exciting way to watch. And I don't know about you, Keenan, but I feel like I'm in the best seat because I get to watch it right up front. And let's go. Kazuma in the lead, Gali in the chase, and they are off. I clicked the wrong button. There we go. Again, an amazing initiation from both drivers. Really just textbook. And now Gali really making sure that he is on the door of that banana boat Camaro as we're going through the wall.
Oh my God, how did he do that?
No contact whatsoever. We are across the line.
my-
Great run from both drivers.
Gali's a cat, man. He's cashing in one of his 9 lives every single time he goes into that last outside zone. I thought that was blouses for sure. Another solid run from Okuda in the Camaro, but Gali trying to do his best. You see him really trying not to lose that lead car, but again, what got him into this OMT situation in the first place, Joe, just nice and consistent, running his line, but right there, you see the wing kind of poking over the wall. I'm watching this in rear chase camera, and the bumper was in the wall. Best initiation to that last outer zone we've seen all day, but it could be what cost him in the long run. We'll see when they switch positions going to run number 2.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What a battle from both drivers. And again, I know I'm sitting on 250 ping right now. So there might
277.
Yeah, right. There might be a little bit of funny business in where the cars are positioning as we're going to get them up to the line here. Again, Gali in the lead in that gorgeous S14. Kazuma Okura in the widest car known to man, the banana bus.
Just to clarify, there is a little bit of leeway with these rear collisions on these cars. Obviously, there's no soft body physics in Assetto Corsa, so to make up for that, a lot of the collisions on the colliders on the back of this car will have a little bit of give, per se. So if you saw that rear bumper clip through the wall, that's totally by design. That's not cheating. That is part of the rule book, and it's pretty standard in competition cars across the platform.
And so I'm hearing engines, and they are off.
All right, here we go. Second half of this OMT battle. Kazuma Okura in the chase. Going to need to keep the pressure on Gali, who looks locked in. Oh, big angle from Gali. Is he even going to make it up the hill? No, you see him standing on the brakes, trying to get that car to straighten out a little bit to be able to maintain up the hill. Obviously, that is not a decel zone, so big mistake from the lead. Didn't look like it, but lots of... Oh, my God, he does it again. Whoa. Big angle, and that's going to be him going around. The rear tire said no. And Kazuma Okura is there in the Camaro to pick up the pieces.
Let's take a look at it side by side here really quick. Actually, no. I got a drone shot ready to go. So let's take a look at that, because that I think will be far more telling. And again, Because, oh my gosh.
You see him here, he
Kazuma's
just almost
so
like dips a
aggressive.
tire off, and he just stands on the brakes to go, oh God, oh no. But
Yep.
I wonder if he just ran out of tire or something, because it just gives up on him in the last.
Let's see here. He might have caught
Little
the
bit of dirt.
wall as we're going through.
No.
Great angle. Over, I think lead over angled.
Yeah, just pitches it in. That's
Just
what I'm
a
wondering.
little
If
too much.
the right rear just said no thanks, and the grip wasn't there anymore.
Yeah, just a little bit too much. Overcooked it. Sometimes that'll happen, as we do have a call. Unfortunately, regardless of the reason, that is what happened. 1, 2, and 3. The Banana Boat's cruise will continue here.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Gali, that's not at all representative of their skill level. They had a little bit of a bad jump in that first run, and then one little mistake costed them in their second. So that will be Gali, unfortunately, knocked out your first official eliminated driver here in the first group, presented by Koruworks here for ESDA APAC Regional. But that will be Kazuma Okuda clinging on to life as he moves on into the third part of our competition. Unfortunately for Gali, drove the hell out of it. Probably some of the best lead runs of the day, but just having good lead runs will not get you on in the competition. So if that's our first driver knocked out,
Yep.
then I am so excited to see how the rest of this shakes up.
Yep, we're just getting, and of course, as it always is, the battles will just get crazier and crazier as it goes on here. So, line them up. We're going to have our 2 undefeated drivers going up against each other one more time.
So Ryan Plantagen in the R35, or Plangitten. I'm sure he giggles every time I say that.
Oh,
7-speed motorsport out of Indonesia. I thought he was Thai for some reason. Turns out I don't know how to read. And Makoto Ito, one of the many Japanese drivers from Zenkai Racing Team Rival Good Gun in that FD. Both of these drivers have not lost yet in this group and are trying to continue that streak, because if they make 3-0, they are locked up into that finale top 8, Joe.
I am so excited to see as this goes. And again, with this new format, what's really cool to me is we're seeing everybody, and we're seeing everybody multiple times, which to me as a viewer is awesome. It might be a little bit harder to follow at home, but I do have to say, I think it does show, as far as a competitor is concerned, you're not just one and done. You get to keep competing, which to me, with how much practice these guys are putting in, that's huge. So again, big shouts outs to trying something new. And let's see what happens here as our 2 undefeated drivers are lined up. Ryan Plantagen in that R35, Makoto Ito in that RX-7. And let's see what they got up their sleeves here. And again, I know both drivers here have something to prove, because I do believe the winner of this is locked in for the top 8, which is excellent. And they are
That's
off.
what it says on my bracket.
Yep, they are off. Ryan Plantagen in the lead, Makoto Ito in the chase. Big initiation from Plantagen. Ito trying to suck right up to that door. Both drivers looking great. If that was a lead in the chase, it would be amazing as well. Coming on through, getting great proximity through the transition. You can't get too close.
Oh my!
Get that bumper going as we go into the wall of death. Looking great. Putting their spoilers right over the line. And again, a little bit of a shake from Ito and across the line. Talk about a good run.
Proximity-wise, best run of the day so far. We've got a lot of competition left for you, But proximity-wise, by far and away, that was the best run of the day so far. However, theme of Ito's evening is that just sacrificing a little bit of angle and a little bit of deepness in the zone. See, coming off that first outer zone a little bit early, not getting quite all of that inner zone. But then right here, right to the door of Ryan Plantagen, who's not dropped a foot wrong until about here. Senses the car's going to get into the wall, so you see him not pulling as much angle as Ito. Ito has the angle and then goes, well, he's not doing it, and then has to cut that angle out at the end of the run to not get gapped. Really heads-up driving by Makoto Ito, and that's very impressive to be able to make that decision mid-zone, let alone mid-run.
That shows a true competitor right there. Because again, in drifting, a lead run's a parlor trick on some level. Like, you practice it over and over, and eventually you'll just have it. But a chase, being able to adapt to what the lead driver's doing, that's some heads-up driving, and I think Makoto really showed that in that decision that he made on the fly. So now, the turntables are turned. Makoto in the lead, Ryan in the chase. And let's see what they have up their sleeves here. If that first run was anything to show, I think that this second run is going to be amazing. As we are up to the line, we are ready to go here. Drivers just waiting for that start light, and they will be off.
Again, big connotation here. The winner of this battle will be moving into the single elimination top 8, where all is to play for. Who is going to move on? Is it Makoto Ito in the lead? Is it Ryan Plantagen in the chase? Japan versus Indonesia. Good proximity from Ryan Plantagen. We haven't really seen a lot of that today. Matching the angle. See a little bit of left foot braking. Give Ito the room for this big section. Not really a place you want to get close on chase. Does not match the proximity that Ito did in his chase, but much more consistent in his line. Doesn't really quite match the angle Ito, but Ito has a similar mistake to what Ryan did in his chase, or his lead as well. Kind of had to kill a little bit of angle on the third half of that wall and then pulled it back in. Joe, I think this is the first battle of the day. The judges are going to have a tough time, not necessarily because there's 2 major mistakes, but very similar little ones.
I could definitely see this. Watching them side by side, I could see it going to an OMT, but I do have to point out, throughout Ryan's chase, it looks like Ito's, but just like 5% closer the entire time, which might be enough to overlook those 2 mistakes, because even if both have a mistake, if someone did better, plus they both have the same mistake, that still is doing better. As let's take a look on the drone cam as well from run number 1. Ryan in the lead, Ito in the chase. Again, both drivers really driving like they have something to prove here. Look at that just perfect line from Ryan. I don't even know if it might have been.
And there's a bit of a gutter. There's a bit of a gutter there. So if you drive a little bit too far, you get that tire off onto that gutter. That's a change in elevation on the track. It's hard to recover from that, and he's risking that in that big R35.
Yeah, that is a big commitment move, and again, just looks perfect from the drone cam as well. That usually will like really show exactly where the issues are, but this does not look like there are many major ones at all. Ryan, again, on that initiation, looking a little bit shaky, but settles in very quickly as Ito trying to do everything he can, throw as much angle in it as he can, and this section of the track really promotes that. You just throw it so hard through each transition and then into the wall, putting it really close, and Ryan having to choke up a little bit and then settle back down once he realizes that he does have the speed to take that wide line. So let's take a look at it side by side one more time.
Yeah, I think, again, it reminds me of, I believe it was Naoki and Rick's battle, where they both had different styles of chases, where it looks like Ito puts on a lot more pressure in certain areas, but can't stay as close. Similar mistakes in terms of, oh, well, we've got a call here.
Oh, yeah, we do, as it
Shut
is
me
going
up.
to be. Yeah, it's going to be quick, and here we go. Ryan does take the win. Just looking up super strong. We will be getting word from the judges as to exactly why here in a moment. That just takes them a second to type. We don't have professional typists on staff. Shout
Oh, no, we don't.
If you can
No,
type
we sure
above 120 words per minute, hit me up, please. As we are going to be moving on here. You are tied battles.
I mean, we'll get a judge in here, but I do think it is just like the more consistent chase proximity-wise of Ryan Plantagen. Ito had moments, but wasn't able to match it. Ryan obviously had that like very minor mistake in his lead as well, where he had to left foot brake and not get into the wall. But I think it was just the consistency of chases. Both of them had very solid lead runs. Not a whole lot to pick apart in between both of them, but yeah, I think it's going to come down to chases. And we'll see if I'm right. I love when the judges come in here and basically repeat what I said. It makes me feel so smart. My brain's huge.
See, I never have that feeling ever in my life.
That's not true. You're making that up. You're telling fibs. Speak of the devil, welcome back, Harold, into the booth. We have our first driver moving on into that top 8, Ryan Plantagen. And what was the difference maker there for you?
The big difference maker was it came down to the first run and inside clip. Both runs looked just about the same until that little area right there that where I called it and where we all called it as well. Makoto had a very late chaseable transition and kind of fell off the inside clip, where if you've seen Ryan's chase run, it was a proper transition and was able to hit the inside clip just as perfect as the lead car it did.
Okay, well, there we go. So let's just move on to that next battle. There you go. There we go. Oh, that's incorrect. That's correct. Kazuma Okura up against Nikoi Endo. I feel like we've seen this battle before.
I also feel like we've seen this battle before.
I'm so fine with that. I will totally
Let me check
watch
my notes.
Yeah, I'll watch it again. We did see it in round 1. So
Yep. So they
get to do it
get
again.
a chance of redemption here.
Yep.
And they believe they went OMT as well, so it's same as it ever was for 2 of these drivers. An all Japanese battle, all V8 battle.
Yeah, looking great. Yes, we will get them up to the line, ready to go here.
Hoping we can get these guys up to the line.
And slowly getting there for sure. And so after this, we'll see another tied battle. And then Ito we will be seeing him again, I believe. My understanding.
I mean, none of these. Ito, yeah, he will be going up against the losers of the.
No, he will be going
of this.
Yes, correct.
Or the winner of this. Sorry. Again, this is my first time ever seeing a Swiss bracket. So if I say some stuff that's just straight out wrong, that's just me being an idiot. I apologize. But here we go. Kazuma Okura for Hum Chance in the lead, and Team Zen's very own Naoki Endo in the 180SX V8 powered in the chase position. Who's going to be moving on and who is going to be going home? We're about to find out again. This is a win or go home battle.
We are up at the line again. Banana Boat in the lead. Nikoi in the chase. Let's do it all again. See what happens. Will it go different? As they are revving up and ready to go here. Let's see, I'm hearing engines, and they are off. There we go. Kazuma in the lead, Nikoi in the chase. Big initiation for both drivers. And again, Kazuma, he really has this lead run nailed down, and Nikoi doing everything he can to keep on up. And I've noticed Nikoi's whole driving style has already changed, as he might have just choked himself out there in that transition, but doesn't seem to be phased whatsoever through the final transition, getting up to the wall. Kazuma seems locked in now, but Nikoi right on that door and across the line. Jeez, guys.
Really well done. Maybe one outer zone, not skipping it, but good call, because that Camaro seems to have something in the speed department that nobody's been able to match today. You can take a look at the replay. The Big Banana Boat, my favorite brand of sunscreen that does not sponsor us, but could. Email us at this is a real email at ESDA.com. But right there, again, this high-speed section, you don't really want to get too close, because the margin of error is so wide. You see him skip that outer zone there. He gets a little bit of it, but then uses that and keeps the pressure on. Matches the angle as well as you can, and right on the door. That's the best Endo, and the Naoki Endo has looked in chase all day.
Oh, that was a super, super, super strong chase run. Not just from him, but from anybody. And then just to see how he's evolved in the last few rounds, this is one of the biggest things to me about Swiss rounds, is everyone gets a chance to learn and do better as well, and claw back from where they are. So we're getting them back up to the line. I think we're ready to just dive back in here. So, flip him around. Nikoi Endo in the lead. Kazuma Okura in the chase. I think we're ready to go for run number 2.
We'll see what he can do in the chase. That car is so fast in that Camaro, but so much to control. There's so much just car that's so wide, so you got to be really careful of where you are. Let's see if he can make it work. Endo, bit of a jump on the lead here, but Okura in the chase, not too far behind. Maybe a car and a half, car length in between them. Left foot braking coming off that outer zone. You see the big angle out of nowhere for that S13 180SX in the lead of Naoki Endo. Okura making the same mistake. Oh, he's on the wall. Yeah, that's over.
Yeah.
Again, just transitioned a little bit early, hit that tire wall, and it reminds me of Mark Martin a million years ago, hitting on the driver's side.
Oh, gosh.
Right behind. Yeah. Just unfortunate mistake for Naoki Endo, and it sucks because that was the best looking chase he's had all day. Really solid lead. But the wall takes no prisoners, no quarter.
Yeah, that wall really does it, as we will take a look at this really quick just to confirm with our own eyes what we saw again through the transition. And you can tell he was just trying to send it as hard as he knew how to, and just into the wall. Yeah,
not even close, unfortunately.
Let's take a look at the drone cam of run number 1.
I'm going to watch him just disappear here. But yeah, again, just really solid chase from Endo. At least this is something that he can hang his hat on. maybe a little bit deeper in the zone here, and then has to almost be it to keep up with Okuda. But from one of the fastest cars that we've seen, just no gap there. And again, already going to the judge call. This one's not going to take long.
I think we all unfortunately know which way this is going to go. That's incorrect. That's correct. As here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Kazuma moving on. And we will be seeing him in a few battles. And so we move on now to our next tied battle. That's more accurate. There we go. As we are going to be going on here.
And that will be Naoki Endo, your second driver of this group, knocked out. And all of these remaining drivers now are all fighting to stay in the competition. Ryo Ozaki Sompeno, driving for Team OK Drive in the GR86, going up against Rick Spencer in the S14. Your first of the local boys that we're going to see in this bracket, or in this tournament. Again, winner gets to move on. Loser will be going home.
We will get them up to the line here. Oh, man. I'm just... More driving. I want more. Again, this is group number 1 of 4, so we will be working through it and then having our top 8. So this won't be the last time we see most of these drivers.
No, they're going to have a lot of downtime, too, because we have 3 more groups left to go. That's something that you're going to have to think about, especially going into the top 8, is you kind of have to either stay warm, doing practice on the side or whatever needs to be done, or try and knock those cobwebs up in the very, very limited amount of warm-up time that you have.
Yes. So here we go, getting them up to the line here. I really do like seeing the cars come back even after a loss earlier on, which really, I'm already a big fan of this format. So,
all right,
GR86 up against an S14. Rio up against Rick. Their names are only 1 letter different.
Rick Spencer on the home team here, playing out of Melbourne, Australia, South Australia. This is just I'm sure a short drive, that's sarcastic, over to the western area of Perth. And we're at Barbagallo Raceway in Wanneroo, right off the ocean coast. Here we go. First run. Winner moves on. Loser's going home.
Okay, Rio in the lead. Rick in the chase. Big initiation. Rick playing it real safe, giving him some space as here we go. Right up to the line. And again, this is not the first time we have seen this battle, which is excellent. So both drivers have each other's number going through. Rick doing everything he can not to run into the back of that GR86, going through the final outside zone. And again, Rio playing it easy, giving himself a little space. Rick sending it in deep, but losing proximity due to it. And across the line.
I mean, we'll look at it on the replay, but it looks like Rick's just struggling with grip issues in that car. I don't know if it's just too hooked up, too much side bite, but he's really having issues in that inner clip. In his chase. In his leads, he seems okay, but in his chases, it's just almost too, like you see, he's riding the brake there, and it's just going to come away from him a bit. I'm not sure if he totally loses drift, but definitely a lack of angle. And then same thing here again, the front end just kind of washes out on him. I don't know, I'm not the best with setups, but I'm not sure if the anti-roll bar at the front's just too stiff or just too much grip at the front end of that car.
Getting them back up to the line. They are ready to go already. Big appreciation for that. So, flip them around, do it again. Let's see what happens here. I'm sure Rick feels like he has a deficit to overcome. Rio feeling pretty good, so let's see how aggressive he is in that chase. Giving himself a big run-up over Rick as well, just looking at how they're lined up. Let's see what happens here. As once the lights go out, the talking stops, and they just have something to prove.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to be moving on? Who's going home? Who will be joining Naoki Endo on the bench? Rick in the lead. Not really getting the angle he's looking for. Just keeping that car sideways. But great job by Rio. Really inside on that inner clip was Rick Spencer. Rick kind of he's pulling away, but he almost had no angle the first half of that run. Rio Sampeno doing a really good job of adjusting mid-run for that, but yeah, something the judges are going to look at. It just looks like there's so much grip in that car, Joe.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's the case. As we look at it side by side, and then we'll take a look at the drone from that run number 2 here. Again, both drivers looking really good. I think Rick's just fighting the car a little bit. That GR just looks so much more comfortable. It looks like he can really put it where he wants his Rick. It looks like that car is fast. Don't get me wrong, especially in the lead, but then in the chase when he has to hold it back and just try to keep it behind someone, he's really fighting it, at least from my perspective. And again, not a good driver, self-admitted over here. Let's take a look at the drone cam.
There's a reason they put us up here.
Yeah, right.
So again, just watch Rick's lead here. Again, not a zero amount of angle, but we've definitely seen a lot more today. That's going to cause Rio to be like, uh-oh, I can't let him pull away. So you see a low angle there. Maybe grabbing a little bit more of that inner clip than he should have. Nice job on that outer zone. Very hard to get that. Great angle here from Rick. Maybe just, again, it just looks like the car wants to grip up and get away from him at every opportunity. Maybe just a little bit too fast of a track for that setup.
Yeah, looking good. So we do have a call here. So slide him left for Rio, right for Rick. 2 and 3. There we go. Rio will be moving on. So I believe I gotta get my head around this math really quick.
So that will be Naoki Ento and Rick Spencer knocked out in the 1-2, joining Gali in the paddock. So that is 3 of our first 8 drivers eliminated. We are only taking 2. Who will be joined? And Ryan Plantagen has already earned his way into that top 8. So everything that you're seeing now is the last handful of drivers fighting to stay in this fight.
As let's take a look at how this all went out. That's wrong. Akura's on there twice.
Yeah, so
Give me a second.
yeah, Akura's taken the place of Ryan Plantagen. So Ryan Plantagen is the only driver now with 3-0. He is moving on into the top 8. So we're trying to determine who will be joining him. Will it be one of the 3 drivers remaining? Will it be Rio Zaki Zampeno? Will it be Mikoto Ito? Or be Kazuma Okuda? Obviously, Ito was 2-0 and took that 1 loss, and the other 2 drivers have been going through this losers bracket. So what's going to be more advantageous? What is on paper the better driver, or the drivers that have been winning and have that winning momentum behind them? We are about to find out as we move into the final stages up here of this Group 1 presented by Koruworks of ESDA's APAC Regional in this Swiss Group number 1.
Oh. Just so we're on the same page about it. Oh my gosh, so many overlays.
You're doing great.
We're getting there.
Welcome back.
We're getting there. There we go. Kazuma Okura up against Rio. And there we go. Looking very, very good here.
So every battle you see now, ladies and gentlemen, is win or go home. This would be basically what you'd consider the finals of the group. Ryan Plantagen already moving on into that single elimination top 8. And who will be joining him? It will have to be one of these drivers. And there are 3 left. So first up, Kazuma Okuda in the big banana Camaro going up against an equally big boy in Ryozaki Sampeno. I would say on average, Okuda has been putting down the cleaner runs than Rio, but Rio has been driving a lot less. Definitely one on Rick's mistakes, but to win on mistakes, you have to be nice and consistent in the lead position. Not sure who's going to be leading here. It looks like Rio is going to line up for the lead position. Does not necessarily mean he's leading.
Yeah, we'll do it. By seeding, Rio should be leading. That is correct.
Okay, that is correct then. Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't have my nice automated thing to resolve that for me.
Heck.
Ah, heck, it'll be okay. We'll get through it. So Rio in the lead in that gorgeous 8-6. Kazuma in the banana boat behind him. I think he has real tree camo on his back windows. I think that's what's going on.
That's what it looks like,
True
man.
American car right there. And we are off. Rio in the lead. Kazuma in the chase. looking great, throwing it on in there. Kazuma putting a lot of gap in there, but Rio dropping a tire, and that allows Kazuma to get some proximity back as we are going on through here. Looking great through the transitions. Okay, both drivers starting to settle in. The nerves have settled down as we go through the final outside zone. Looking very, very strong. And again, across the line, that was just a little bit scruffy overall.
Yeah, from both. You'll see here in the lead run, if it wasn't for this, Okuda would have been up creek without paddle, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
So you'll see Rio here, get a good line, maybe a bit too deep. He drops one tire off. We talked about that a little bit earlier. There is a bit of a bank there, so it has to kill some speed. Door open for Okuda now in the chase, but kind of already was committed to a line, committed to an angle, so wasn't able to gain a ton of time. Ends up getting there towards the end, but Rio, nice job on that outer zone as well. So definitely some stuff to talk about. I am going to go out on a limb and say they're pretty even after that, actually.
I would agree with that statement.
Okuda was kind of nowhere until the mistake. Obviously, a tire off is pretty bad, but really expected him to take more advantage of it than he did.
As we are back to the line here and ready to go here. So now we have Rio in the chase. Kazuma in the lead. Let's see what happens here. Two very wide cars, and we are off.
Here we go. Rio Sampeno in the chase position in the GR86. Leading is the banana boat of Okuda. Nice big angle from that Camaro. Something he was doing well all day. Rio trying to get in the mix. Give him a little, hey, how you doing? Gets him a little tap at the door, then backs off for this high-speed uphill section. No, and then right on the door once again. Really, again, he gets in on the door and pulls off. We've seen that lose battles already today. Again, sacrificing a little bit of angle, but so is Okuda. Same idea that we've seen, big angle in the first half, then going, I'm about to hit the wall and kind of killing a little bit of angle. Rio had very exciting moments there in the chase, but nothing consistent.
I would agree with that take on it. As again, I don't know. I could see this going either way. There were some fairly major, not major, but there were definitely mistakes from both drivers in both positions. A little bit of scruff behind the ears on both. As again, when they both go into that last wall, I think the wall is the most telling. And Rio just looked so confident going into there. And let's take a look on the drone cam real quick. See what happens here. Again, looking very, very good, very confident. But here's what happens. Rio does drop a tire for sure. That does allow Kazuma to catch on up here, because I think he was just fighting for speed in the chase, because I don't know how else to describe, because that Camaro has been fast historically and right on the door, but today, I don't know. I really don't know which way our judges will go on this one, especially if we can see run number, the other run. There we go. Let's see, the winner of this will go on against Ito to get that second one, and then we will take a short break and get ready for group number 2. Looking very, very good, very solid. Kazuma's leads, I don't know how to say anything, but they are textbook today. They really just look textbook. Not a lot of left foot braking overall, not a lot of handbrake, just putting the car where it needs to be with as much speed as he can get away with.
Definitely the strong suit. I muted my mic to cough and then forgot to unmute it. I need one of those pushy buttons.
Oh, I know how that goes. Again, side by side, I could really see this call going either way. I could see an OMT even. We'll see.
I don't know. I'm thinking, Mike, it's like, do you view the chase of Rio to be enough to make up for the mistake? Because obviously it's a tire off. And again, that's not really a big deal in real life. Sometimes it is, sometimes it is. But in the sim, the tire or the track limits are a lot stricter.
Yeah, for sure. And again, take a look back at the drone cam of that run.
So it's going to come down to the chase. You know, did Kazuma make any individual mistakes? It doesn't really look like it, but Rio, again, getting really close and then backing off. And then getting really close and then backing off. You see push right here. Yeah, and then immediately it gets pulled on. And then he pushes right here.
And back off.
Well, it would have pushed right there, and then immediately backs off.
As we do have a call here. Split decision. 1 OMT. 1 for Kazuma. And Kazuma will be going up against Ito now in the next battle here.
Yeah, I think it all came down to that tire off. Again, it doesn't look like it's a big deal, but track limits very, very strict here in ESDA. They always have been. They always will be. The amount of battles that we've seen that have come down to, you know, a 3/4 of a tire going over the line. That was obviously very off. Big mistake. And now it is all to play for. One of these drivers will be moving on. One will be going home. Only one can make the top 8. This is Makoto Ito from Japan, from Zenkai Racing Team Revival Good Gun, against his Japanese compatriot of Kazuma Okura for Humchans. Only one of them can join Ryan Plantagen in the top 8, and we are about to find out who your final winner of this Koruworks Swiss Group number 1 will be.
As we get them up to the line, they should be ready to go here.
Just to confirm, because Ito, I went the longest without losing and had the higher seed going into the event, they did not have to do an extra battle here. That is all
correct.
by design. That is all the way it was supposed to be.
And after this battle, we will take a look at how that all unfolded on the score sheet. It might give us a better picture overall. Seeing it after it's all done and together might really, really help us out here as we are up to the line and ready.
So Kuda will be chasing once again, the lower seed, Makoto Ito, who has definitely looked like one of the stronger drivers of this Koruworks Group number 1, will be leading. Only one of them can make it through, and the other one will be going home. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your final battle of your Koruworks Swiss Group number 1.
Okay, up to the line and ready to go here. 2 drivers who have been doing nothing but driving awesome all day. Honestly, everybody has been overall. And of course, that wall just eats you. We're getting ready. So, Ito in the lead, Okura in the chase. 2 very, very different cars. As we are going to send them off here in just a moment. And they are off. Makoto Ito in the lead. Kazuma Okura in the chase. Big initiation from Ito. Kazuma taking it super, super easy, trying to get right up to the door of that RX-7, and he successfully does, looking very, very strong through outside zone 1 for both drivers, through the transitions. Ito throwing all the angle he can. Kazuma just trying to stay out of that RX-7's bumper. And again, Ito, great angle going into that final outside zone. Kazuma, no slouch, though, putting it right on the door of that RX-7, and across the line they go.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching Ito that whole time, and he's one of the best lead runs I think we've seen all day. Maybe not necessarily on the angle front, but just how quick the transitions were, how fluid the line looked. You know, not kind of coming on and off zones, nice and smooth, looks comfortable, and that's scary for everybody else out there. No, obviously Kazuma Okura, no slouch having made it this far, but Ito, if he can line up a solid chase, has given Okura a handful and more.
We are getting him back up to the line here. I was a little too hot to trot on my buttons.
All right, Spawns. All right. Relax. He's doing flips. Okay.
He's doing a
all right
for sure. As again, both drivers getting up
Man's over
to
here
the line.
playing
Star Fox.
I had a name of a game. Ace Combat was the one I was going for, but I had a moment.
I no-lifed that for a few months ago.
Yeah, it's up your street. That doesn't surprise me.
It's a good one. As we are ready to go here, Kazuma Okura in the lead. Ito in the chase. Let's see what they got. Both drivers definitely have something to prove. We will get them ready to go here. I think both drivers really do want to get into that top 8. And they are off.
And here we go. Again, Makoto Ito in the chase. Kazuma Okura. Oh, really aggressive initiation. That's probably the most proximity we've seen all day. He actually backs it off, Makoto Ito. You see him doing left foot brake, and he's pumping it. Keeping him a little bit of gap. Very smart. This is not really an area of the track you want to chase. He pulls big angle in the chase position. It's going to cost him. He drops back. It does a really good job of gaining proximity. Again, Okura having to kill a little bit of angle on the back half of that last outer zone. A solid lead from Kazuma Okura, which we've seen all day. Ito looked like he was matching it in chase and then chose to throw big angle on that second to last outer zone, and it costed him so much.
Yeah, sometimes you make that call and sometimes it pays off, but this time it does not seem to have done so. Again, looking very, very solid in the lead as he has all day. And then in the chase, unfortunately, Ito might just not have the speed, but he does catch up. But let's take a look here at the drone of run number 1.
And we're just looking for consistency, I think, of proximity from Kazuma Okuda here, and not really getting all the first outside zone. He's in it, but not filling all of it. Gets there towards the end. Coming up the hill, and so dangerous to push proximity here. Both these drivers know that. They're close, but not on the door. Look at the flick from the FDR X7, and maybe a little bit shallow, then backs it in. Consistent angle over the line. And then switching him up. Second drone run. And I don't think anybody's gotten that close so far today. Big angle from that Camaro. Same sort of idea, though, not filling the whole zone. Then watch Ito here. He's right there, and then he's going to match angle with the Camaro. And then just, like, it's not that as bad as it looked initially, but a couple of car lengths. Does a great job of, like, V'ing the corner here. A little bit shallow, still in the zone. Again, Ito with the second time, seeing him going, well, I'm a little bit of a gap and adjusting. That is, obviously, if you don't want to have to make those mid-run adjustments, but that is a sign of a very, very intelligent driver in Makoto Ito, being able to recognize that, oh, I'm getting gapped a little bit here. You know, watch right here. Sorry to keep talking here. This is really
great,
cool.
yeah.
Matches the angle and goes, oh, crap, I lost about a car length. And then goes a little bit earlier, a little bit shallower, still in the zone, mind you, and then gets right to the door of Kazuma at the end of the run. Still a mistake, but made it look very smooth in terms of recovery. Nothing crazy, didn't like completely miss the zone, didn't panic. Just went, I know what to do, I know how to do it, and I'll do it.
Yeah, both drivers looking very, very good. As we do have a call. Ooh, what an interesting call this is. Well, are you ready?
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Sliding left for Makoto Ito, sliding right for Kazuma Okuda. Doug's going to go with Makoto Ito. Carlos going with Kazuma Okuda, and Harold with the deciding vote. We are at a full split decision. We are going one more time. Ladies and gentlemen, they could not determine a winner, and we are going at it again. I think the only reason Ito didn't walk away with that one was having to kill a little bit of angle and going very shallow in that last outer zone. Because I don't really think Okuda made what I would call a mistake in comparison. So they're going to go at it one more time, prolonging the inevitable. Again, one of these drivers will move on into that finale top 8, and one will be going home. They're already at home. They're going to play Minecraft. I don't know what they do with their spring.
Do stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, and we are getting them up to the line. I hear those engines going.
And they've learned to pick up on the mistakes of their other driver. Going, I know what I have to do here. No more excuses. And here they go.
And we are off. Ito in the lead, Kazuma in the chase. Big initiation, way more aggressive from Kazuma in the chase this time. And again, Ito doing everything he can to really wring everything out of the car for a perfect lead run. And Kazuma saying, not so fast. I'm not going to let you get away from this banana boat. As we're going through into the final outside zone, Ito, great initiation as close to the wall as he can probably get there. Kazuma looking solid. I honestly think that was a little bit of a middle of the road chase run.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take another look at it. And Ito, I know the same mistake again, just pulling big angle in the last outer zone and then slowly walking it off towards the end of the zone.
Yeah, really.
You don't want to see that. You want to see it consistent, yeah.
Unfortunately, might come back to bite him in the butt a little bit.
Yeah, you see Okuma really having to pick his line carefully. And then right here, just stays in proximity a little bit too long. So something you'll learn as a driver, the more you chase, depending on the track, is there's basically like, you have to have it in your head of, I can't stay close here. I need to start backing off and giving that lead car room. If we get another chance to watch the total replay, if we have the time, you'll see it again. Where he's like, it's a 1T battle. If I don't win, I'm going home. Kills a little bit of angle there, and he puts on all the pressure coming out of this outer zone, but just stays to the door a little bit too long. Really has to check up and give Ito the room. And unfortunately, Ito, really good proximity on the wall. So he kind of kills a little bit of angle towards the end of that. Not much, just a little bit. But that we've seen bigger or smaller things with the difference between wins and losses.
Oh, definitely. Especially even in just this round. This round has been surprisingly close battles, even with the accidents and whatnot. It does seem if someone makes one accident, their competitor will immediately go through and make another one. So now we're back up to the line and ready to go for run number 2. And we are off.
All Japanese final here in your group number 1, presented by Koruworks. Kazuma Okuda in the Camaro. Makoto Ito, again, nice job, a little bit better on his deepness of the zone. But Okuda, again, doing what he's done the best all day. Really, really solid chase runs. Nice and smooth, or lead run, sorry. Nice and smooth up the hill. Ito, first big mistake we've seen from him all day, missing that outer zone, coming off a little bit early. But the result of that is all the proximity. And then we have Okuda in the wall, staying in it, getting over the line. We are getting rowdy here towards the end of our first group, presented by Koruworks in the ESDA APAC Regional, first round of the year.
Again, run number 2. The drivers really just showing up and doing everything they can. They just, again, both drivers, nothing but respect towards them. Again, going through it. And I think Kazuma, so far to me, he's had nothing but clean lead runs, except for that one where he got into the wall on the first battle. I would attribute that to nerves. But let's take a look at this on the drone.
This is going to be their toughest call of the day, because I really think that first run might have been slight advantage, maybe, to Ito. But look right here. Big angle from that Camaro. All of that outer zone. He cannot push that outer zone any more than he is. Ito right there, but not being able to get quite as deep. Not the end of the world. Coming into this big flick of that outer zone. You see Ito maybe just kisses it, but definitely not in there. Big backfire from that FDR7. You see a little correction. I really thought it was Okuma's battle to lose, and then got into the wall, going across the line. So that is going to be a point of contention for the judges. So I said Okuma. He's not a Street Fighter character. Okuda, I really think it was his to lose up until that last outer zone. Again, take another look here.
Again, throwing it in really good. Great angle through that middle section of the track. And again, throwing it in, big angle, getting off the gas on that RX-7, getting really, really close. And yeah, just a little bit of a wall tap, and it kicked him back into the chase driver, is what it looked like happened there. As we do have a call.
Again, the loser of this is going home. The winner will be joining Ryan Plantagen in the final top 8.
And are you ready? 1, 2, and 3. Ito moving on to that top 8.
That is a heartbreaker for Kazuma Okuda, because I genuinely think once Ito did not get all of that second to last outer zone, it was game over. If all he had to do was finish the run out, and then contact with the wall. Unfortunately, that will be the end of Kazuma Okuda's run here in the Koruworks Group number 1 for the ESDA APAC Regional. He will be your final driver eliminated, but that means Makoto Ito and Ryan Plantagen will be your first 2 drivers making it into your final 8 drivers. And I think with that is our first group presented by Koruworks done and dusted.
That is correct. So we will take a short break to get ourselves set on the server, set on the broadcast side, and we'll see you guys back here after a very, very short break over here on ESDA. Welcome back, everybody, to ESDA, the first round of our World Championship. Up in the booth with me, of course, we got Keenan. Hello. Then we got we got Doug Armston, Carlos Fuji, and Harold McKinney as our judges. Our drone cam, as always, is Spawns FPV. We find ourselves out here in Australia, Wanneroo, Barbagallo Raceway. What a track, really, especially outside Zone 3. I will bring it to everyone's attention, has been the do or die position on the track, really. It's either you get through it or it is just death and destruction. So let's take a look at our first battle. Like, let's get ready to go. So we have a buy run up front. So now Fool will just get to go on. So good for him. So our first battle will be R Takahashi up against Nino Hayasaka. Let's take a look at all of our drivers really quick. And here we go.
You might recognize Udenar's name. Used to be competing in ESDA, so awesome to see them again. I remember them because their livery on their vehicle was gorgeous. One of my favorite cars of the year. So awesome to see their name back. Then a bunch of new names too. Obviously, currently, Ryo Okabe is MIA, so that might end up going down to 6 drivers. We'll let you know when we know, but that is the current word, unless Ryo just appears out of thin air.
Yeah, we'll see.
I don't know how. I want to see the driver's license with the name Sweet Cheese on it, personally.
Oh, that's what mine looks like. I don't know what you're on about.
But we got Nino Hayasaka from Zero Style, one of 2 Zero Style drivers, going up against. He's just signed up as R Takatsuki.
Yep. So he's getting called Takasui. I'm gonna try to say that right.
No,
I'm trying.
I think it is. I think it is Takatsuki. I think I've watched enough.
Takatsuki.
And I watched enough Iron Chef in the last 2 weeks to be able to at least take a stab at some of these Japanese names. But S15 against FDRX7. Again, some chassis that we're already pretty familiar with today. And Nino Hayasaka will be leading or chasing first. I'm not stupid, I promise. And R Takatsuki will be leading in the FDRX7. Again, from the Team Revival, very similar looking car to who just made it too short, Makoto Ito. Not quite the same, but representing Zenkai Racing Team Revival, good gun as well. One of 3 that Takatsuki, I think Takatsuki, I think just registered with the Revival name, not with the whole name. So thank you. But same livery and everything. I'm like, wait a gosh darn minute.
I know that livery. As we are getting them up to the line, and we're ready to send them here as they are lined up and ready to go here. And they are off. There we go. Tatsukashi in the lead. We got Nino in the chase, trying to catch on up to that RX-7. And man, I'm going to say it wrong. The RX-7 is looking very, very strong going on through the transition. Nino cutting a little bit of the line to gain proximity as we look great into that final outside zone. And again, Takatsuki, yeah. Takatsuki, yeah. Looking very, very strong in that lead run coming out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, just already you see it out of the gate, the separation. Almost look like Takatsuki gives him a little bit of like a gentlemanly burp on the throttle, but the gap's already there, and I could hear Nino switch up to 4th gear here, and it just did not do anything. The jets were on, and that FDRX7 even has time to do a little bit of a decel there to make sure they hit the line properly. Ends up getting that proximity towards the end, but even then, you see him just start pulling away almost at will. So lots of grip, lots of speed in that RX-7. We've seen it before where very fast lead runs make for very difficult chase runs. So we'll see if Takatsuki can put it on the door of Nino Hayasaka here.
As we are back up to the line and ready to go. 2 gorgeous liveries again, on par for how this round has been, just as far as how the cars look. We are hearing engines. Super stoked to see how this goes.
Again, Takatsuki in the chase position, and the FDRX7 definitely has the advantage coming into this group number 2, presented by Moza Racing.
Okay, I'm getting word that we are getting a rerun because of the language barrier on run number 1. They did not know when to go. Unfortunately, we're having issues with the start light. I'm not sure what exactly that is, so...
I think there's just a big desync. I'm at 280 ping, so I
we're
think that's probably what the issue is.
wildly off.
Did the same thing in the first round. So that is a gift for Nino, being able to take another stab at that run. Neo Hayasaka gonna have another chance at a good chase. Not quite sure what Nino's going to be able to do here in the chase position with the second attempt at this, because it didn't look like it was mistakes. It looked like the gap was growing throughout the run. So hopefully they've got something in their back pocket, but we'll see. And they haven't. There they go. It's like they haven't reset to take tires yet. So, but there you go. Goodbye, Anders, as well. I love this. This is great.
We are going to get him back up to the line.
Welcome back, Anders. There he is. Okay. So again, we're going to rerun that first run. It's something similar to what happened to, I believe, Golly in the first run. Just expected everyone to see the lights. Nobody saw the lights. So we'll try it one more time. Nino Hayasaka in the chase position in the S15, and leading once again is our Takatsuki.
As we are lined up, ready to go.
That was a pun.
Haha! Okay. They are both so ready. Unfortunately, the language barrier does make a technical difficulty way harder to work through. And they are off. There we go. Takatsuki in the lead. We got Nino in the chase. Big initiation. There we go. Way more proximity. And again, Takatsuki's RX-7, once it's at angle, it just takes off. A lot of side bite in that car as we're going through into the final wall. This has been the do or die moment. And again, Takatsuki looks like it is just a Control-C, Control-V run for him. Just doing the same thing every time. Looking really, really solid there.
Very rare that we have a rerun for some technical issue or whatnot, and then we end up having basically the same situation that we've already had. You see that Nino tries to jump the start here, which they're allowed to do as a chase driver. But almost a little bit too much, gives Takatsuki the run, and then immediately the same thing that happened before happens again. I have like their pedals and their gear and their speed up on my screen. It's not 100% accurate, mind you, but he was full throttle, and it really didn't make too much of a difference. He's going really shallow here, just getting a little bit of the zone. I'd say probably a better job overall from Nino, but definitely the same issues, and definitely the same thing that we're going to have to think about in the second half of this run. Is Takatsuki going to be able to control that speed behind what we've determined now is a slower car in Nino Hayasaka?
Yep, as we are lined back up now. Nino in the lead, Takatsuki in the chase, and they are off.
So here we go. Takatsuki's going to have to control all that speed, and Nino Hayasaka is going to have the best lead run of their life. Good start. One tire maybe on the little yellow line, but you see Takatsuki is going to be able to put all the pressure on, but it's not the hard part. Right here's the hard part. Almost a straighten from Takatsuki in the chase. As we said, that might happen. We've kind of fallen apart. Nino almost getting the wall. What is going on in the second half of this battle? Takatsuki gonna have to. I keep getting confused. Hayasaka gonna have to left foot brake over the line. But that second to last outer zone, as you said when we came back in from our break, Joe, has been the area of contention all day, and it looks like it continues to do so.
Yes, very much so. And again, this is the first time I think we've seen a driver get caught out in the middle of the track, and it's kind of like a flowy section, but definitely in the chase, it's all up to the chase driver to dance around that lead driver's rear bumper that's swinging around, and he did a very good job. But yes, I have to agree, he did have to pull some angle to keep it all above board and working. Let's take a look at the drone cam while we're at it.
Yeah, luckily Spawns is hanging out in Asia somewhere, because his runs look a lot cleaner than what I'm seeing on the live feed. But really good proximity here. We knew he was going to get it here. Here's where it becomes a problem. Again, Hayasaka in the lead just needs to do what they know how to do. But watch right here. I don't know if they were out of drift before, but that was a whole lot of like 5 degrees of angle in that chase run. Obviously, it was a much more pronounced and involved chase run, but I expected the mistake to come right there, and that is exactly what happened.
Yeah, and let's take another look at it a little bit closer just to make sure we understand. And again, Takatsuki, really, that car is just fast. And again, the downside of having a fast car is in the chase, all of a sudden you're fighting the car more than you're actually trying to drive. I don't think he came out of drift, but that definitely was a major loss of angle.
There's something that I heard Chelsea DeNova talk about recently, and I never heard it described this way, and now that he said it, it makes sense. It's float.
Yes.
So I think it's just like a style choice. Nino probably going for hey, I'm not going to put a ton of grip. Like, it's something that I think they were talking about a lot of Pro-Am drivers who would move up from like street cars to more serious bespoke race cars. They just put a ton of grip in it, and then it's very, very hard to drive. Obviously, Takatsuki has a ton of grip in that car, and you can see from the lead run, knows what they're doing. But I think Hayasaka just, you know what, I could do that, or I could just set the car up with some float in it, make sure I'm consistent in my leads, and I'm smooth and I'm comfortable. Because trying to put a bunch of grip in this car might, again, I'm extrapolating, might force some errors.
Yes, I would agree with that.
It again, if I'm correct, that may have paid off for Hayasaka. You see, that's doing everything they could do in the chase run, but there's such a difference in setup here. All these cars are on the same rear tires, 285, so it's not like one's got a significantly bigger tire than the other.
No.
Obviously, may have some weight differences, but it is all. I think it is all down to setup here.
As we
really interesting to watch.
do have a call here. It is a unanimous. Will be an OMT, so we'll get to see them run again.
Yeah, I think Takatsuki is so lucky they kept like 2 degrees of angle on that car. It really looked like they had straightened out, but now the issue is they have a bit of a sight lap behind Hayasaka. So Hayasaka needs to do their best to try and stay in the picture now in chase to be able to put down that lead. Takatsuki is going to be able to put down the lead they know how to do, and now has a bit more of a reference of, okay, they're going to slow down here. I need to adjust here. I need to give some extra room here. So, are they going to clean it up? We're about to find out.
I have a feeling they will, but I also have a feeling that they're both going to be driving so much harder, just pushing in as hard as they can, and that will breed mistakes. So, I think we're about to see a do-or-die run from both drivers as we're waiting for Nino to take his deep breath, get back up to the line. First battle means nothing, as is normal in drifting, and we will see a whole new one. And again, I think this is one of those battles where it will just get turned up to 11 and crank that knob off. We're moving on.
Me when I crank my knob off?
Hey man, you said it, not me. No. Here we go. Rakowski in the lead, Nino Hayasaka in the chase, and I think we are ready to go here. Both drivers are off, and we are away. Rakowski in the lead, Nino in the chase. Big angle, there we go. So Nino fighting everything he can to stay close, but over
that's not gonna help.
Oh no.
That's not gonna help.
Yeah, unfortunately zeroing out that run. So Rakowski just taking basically a victory lap right now, but he still will have to complete that second run. I'm expecting that we will see a very, very mellow chase run. Or will he pull a James Dean and just say, I don't care that I have it in the bag?
It depends. You never know, right? Drifters be drifters. Even if there's a guaranteed win on the line, they still want to put a show and have some fun. But
oh, for sure.
Hayasaka, I think that's basically just confirmed all of our speculation on how that car set up. Got on the power and it just kind of came around the lazy spin. It's gonna work. It's unfortunate, but they're not done.
No.
Keep forgetting that there is this Swiss bracket format. They do have time to make setup adjustments to their car if they would so choose. Obviously, you can't change things like data or whatnot, but there might be some work going on in the Hayasaka pit before their next battle. That is, depending on if they get through on this one. You know, there could still be an active chase. There could be an overly aggressive chase. We're about to find out as the second half of this OMT battle between Nino Hayasaka and R. Takatsuki begins.
They are lined up, ready to go. I'm hearing them engines, and they are off.
Here we go. Tatsuki in the chase. Obviously, Hayasaka sitting on a 0. Let's see what happens here. Already, you see, really aggressive, but you're going to watch the FDR7 coming up the hill. This is where they got to know they have the speed advantage. So left foot braking coming from that S15. Still staying in drift. Going to see a big handbrake pull here from Takatsuki. But, that almost looked like Hayasaka pulled big angle there, and Takatsuki just was ready to charge and then had nowhere to go. That's going to be a point of contention for the judges. I don't think it's going to be enough to undo for a 0, but something they're going to have to take a look at as we get the side-by-side, or the side
right now. Yeah, there.
Obviously, not a big deal. We pretty well saw what happened there in run number 1.
And it's just so unfortunate because we've all been there drifting where you just throw it in too hard and the car just...
Oh, they even had a tire off. Oh, yeah, that's blouses. That's game over.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement. And let's just take a look at the drone replay from run number 1 just to confirm our suspicions really quick.
You're going to watch the rear tires on that S15. Maybe even going a little bit shallow. I thought maybe going a little bit wide, catching that part of that berm. You see that berm now, that it will affect the car if it goes a little bit over the yellow line before it even gets to the dirt. Then obviously here's your second run.
We do have a call though already.
Yeah, it's pretty well over.
Yeah, pretty much. So slide it left for Takatsuki, slide it right for Nino. I think we all know. Unfortunately, it is incredibly hard to overcome a 0 if your opponent does not 0.
Yeah, and I mean, I thought maybe they would look at it again to see if Takatsuki get really aggressive in chase as our next battle of Muhammad Doffin and Sweet Cheese.
Sweet Cheese. I don't know if I like sweet cheese.
Sweet cheese is made of these. That's my joke for the night. I'm going to stop now.
You owe me $50 for that one.
Canadian or American?
I'm going American this time.
Damn it. That's like $300, man.
Hey, don't blame me.
I blame my one true enemy, the economy.
Whoa.
But yeah, I thought they were going to look at it again to see if it was a mistake from the lead or mistake from the chase. But as soon as we saw it in that replay, you could see that Nino went over, which caused the slowdown. Obviously, if you're not using both tires to go, you're losing some speed. And then Takatsuki went, oh God, oh no, and had kind of nowhere to go. So that one's an easy one.
Very, very
After
easy.
NOMT, obviously, but that one's an easy one.
So, Muhammad up against Sweet Cheese. Is that like a brie? What would you consider a sweet cheese? Chat, what would you consider a sweet cheese?
No, mozzarella salty. Provolone?
Yeah, provolone's not sweet. A dessert
No, I think
cheese.
all Italian cheeses are pretty... Yeah, maybe like a cottage cheese. Or not a cream cheese. I got them confused.
Yeah, yeah, my
I'm
initial
lactose
thought
intolerant. This battle's making my stomach hurt.
Yeah, I don't know, but it scares me.
Me talking to girls.
Hey, I feel attacked.
But Sweet Cheese, Zero Style, out of Taiwan, living in Taipei. Another Taiwanese driver. Great to see all the diversity, even though we're only using one or only supporting one region. And then out of Indonesia is Muhammad Doffin from Sideways Garage, S14 V8 LSX under the hood of that machine. Sweet Cheese also in an S15, but 2JZ, a bit more of a traditional setup in terms of competition drifting.
Big fan of a 2JZ Internas chassis. It's hard to go. There are just some things that go well, and that's one of them. That being said, I'd like to see a lot more of the newer engine formats in real life. In sim, it doesn't matter.
So tell me you're a James Dean fan without telling me you're a James Dean fan. 2JZ S15.
Yeah, right.
One going for the big GT wing, one just going for a, I don't know the brand, so I'm not that educated. But just like a low, an Origin maybe?
Yeah, I'm the worst person.
Some nerd in the chat's going to correct me, I guarantee it.
Right. As we are getting ready here, Muhammad in the lead, Sweet Cheese in the chase. Lots of sounds, and we are off. There we go. Muhammad in the lead, Sweet Cheese in the chase. Gorgeous S15, I must say. Big initiation. As we go through,
Sweet Cheese
putting it right on in there. He's got a tail on my car. I got some graphics thing going on. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. As we're going through here, through the transition, looking very, very good.
Oh, there we go.
Very, very good. Through the final outside zone. Looking great. Honestly, both drivers trying not to leave it up. A little bit of contact. It's okay. We can get
I
through
kept talking over you there. That was the best.
No, that was a great run.
By far the best chase of the day. We still have lots of day and or night, depending where you live, to go. But Sweet Cheese, right
Some
on the
nerd
door,
in the
kind
chat
of never
is telling me
left.
it's a Kazama kit, just so you know.
Yeah, the kit, but I wasn't sure if the wing was Kazama or not. Can't believe YouTube user Some Nerd came out of the woodwork for that.
Oh, trust me, I didn't even get in chat. I got in DMs, man.
Yeah, maybe again the mistakes are coming right there at the end. When the radius of that corner opens up, you saw Mohammed Doffin come off the zone a little bit, straighten out just a little bit, and come in a little like tight, which caused a little bit of contact. But Sweet Cheese obviously not. Solid chase, very solid chase, really consistent proximity. But maybe would like to see a bit deeper on the zones. Really good jump on the start as well.
As we are ready now for run number 2. I'm expecting a wildly aggressive run from both drivers. Now that they have each other's number and they both know that they're really trying to send it. Let's see what happens.
Mohammed's going to have to answer for that chase. Gets a really big jump. They may actually restart this.
I think they are.
Mohammed just when they say go when you're ready, that's not necessarily what they mean.
And again, getting word from the judges, the language barrier is always fun. And that is no dig on anybody. That's no dig on anything. Just everyone knows how hard it is sometimes when you're trying to communicate and you don't have a common language. So we're working through it. Big shout out to everybody's patience.
English.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone's patience. And
So
there we
see
go.
Mohammed. Oh, Mohammed, not the best jump out of the gate. Sweet Cheese taken off in that S15. What can Mohammed do? Exactly what they should have. Go a little bit shallow in the first half of the zone and then ease back into that zone. Now they're there on the dart. Almost no points against them. Contact, understeering just a little bit on the front end. Looked like the front end just snapped. So easy to do there. This is such a fast course. Gonna try and finish it out. Mohammed goes to push in a little bit, then makes a mistake. Really inconsistent on the angle there from the chase vehicle. But Sweet Cheese are made of these. Who am I to disagree?
I've already gotten DMs that you owe everyone money for what happened. They
don't want my money. It's fine. I'll give
to-
everybody one single Canadian dollar.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was a good recovery from Mohammed up until that point. You see right there, it didn't look as bad on the replay camera. Ended up keeping it going, but right here as well, a little bit shallow, having to correct. You see the big correction in angle.
Take it over to the drone cam really quick while I figure out my replay system. There we go.
326 power wing on the S14. I thank you. If I could trust JW Hart in the Twitch.tv, not Twitch.tv, the YouTube.com chat. But here's like you said, drone from the first run. Solid job from both. Really good. Up until about here. This is where you're going to see some talking points. You see Mohammed come off the zone. A little bit still in the zone. Just started on the wall and kind of backed off. Very minimal talking points for either driver. And then here comes the big one. And Sweet Cheese. This is the first run again. I have eyes, I swear. Sweet Cheese again, maybe not getting as much angle in that first outer zone. But making up for it. Again, maybe a little bit shallow there, but very smart. Making sure that Mohammed Dafar does not pull or Doffins, I know how to read, doesn't pull too far ahead.
As here we go, we do have a judging call in here. That's the wrong people. That's the right people. There we go. Slide them left for Mohammed. Slide them right for Sweet Cheese. 1, 2, and 3. Sweet Cheese will be moving on to the next battle. So,
Again,
unfortunately for this next battle, it's not going to be a battle. Rio did not appear. So, Anders getting the easiest battle ever, a buy run. Good for him. We're going to take just a moment. Watch some glorious drone racing while I do some typing as fast as I know how to.
That means we have our top 4, our 1-0 drivers here in the Swiss bracket are all set. That is Nafal Udanar, who we knew was going to have a bye going into this, as well as Artikotsky, and Sweet Cheese, and Anders, who doesn't have a name on my sheet.
Anders Q.
Anders
I have a
Q,
Q.
from Hong Kong, China. So again, another country represented here today. But yeah, Rio not showing up. I put him in the losers bracket just in case he does make it here to go for his 0-1 battle. But that is your top 4 and your bottom 2. We're only going to see one 0-1 battle. So one of these drivers, I don't know if we're going to go to the winners or losers first, but in the losers, one of them will be moving on, one of them will be going home. Keeps it real simple.
As we are getting ready to go here. So, our first battle. We got Nafal Yadnar up against Sweet Cheese.
Again, Udinar, somebody that we've seen in ESDA competition before. We obviously just saw Sweet Cheese compete. We talked it a little bit about in our Koruworks group number 1 now, in our Moza Racing group number 2, is that Udinar has not had the one battle to shake off the cobwebs and kind of go, all right, I've got my win. I've moved on. Obviously had the buy run that they didn't take, but that's not a one-on-one battle. I'm sure if you get any of these guys to go, oh, hey, go do a lead run. It's not all that, maybe in a qualifying format, but they could all put down 90-point runs. But chasing for the first time for the day and all that kind of stuff really messes with the mental. I think that is one of the biggest things in drifting over traditional motorsports. Even in like track racing or even short races, you'll have 5 minutes, 10 minutes to kind of like take your first lap, get settled, and knock those cobwebs off. Drifting, you do not get that luxury. If you do not perform immediately while being asked, you are on the trailer going home. Or in this case, moving on into the loser's side of this Swiss bracket. So obviously both these drivers currently undefeated, 1-0, but only one can move on into the 2-0 area of the bracket, and the other one will be in the danger zone.
All lined up, ready to go here. And again, it looks like Sweet Cheese giving himself a run up, but judging by his last battle, I don't know how much of that he needs it. That car seems quick, but we have no clue what Nafal's GR is going to look like as he goes for his first actual competition run. And we are off. Nafal in the lead, Sweet Cheese in the chase, looking very strong. Big initiation, throwing it on in there, looking great. But Sweet Cheese, big correction, trying to gain proximity, but it didn't pay off as Nafal, not looking in the rearview mirror, doesn't care at all what's happening behind him with a very solid lead run. Sweet Cheese doing everything he can to salvage this run. Definitely didn't zero it, and giving him even a little tap across the line. Very good recovery, but unfortunately, I think he is setting himself up to have a very serious battle.
Yeah, again, Nafal, or I know how to read, Udinar out of Indonesia. We've used to seeing them in ESDA before, so very expected that they're going to be solid driving. Sweet Cheese went for the jump and then didn't take the jump, so I wonder if that's, again, some sort of issue with language barrier, because it looks like they were going to jump the start and then just didn't. And then, as you said there too, I was watching his throttle input, or their throttle input. You saw them kind of come off to gain some proximity just by having the rear tires grip up, and unfortunately, the whole car gripped up. So, not a zero or anything like that, but I think all that Nafal Udinar is going to have to do here, Joe, is just put down a solid chase run, and they will be moving on into the 2-0 area of the Swiss bracket.
I would have to agree with that, but again, Sweet Cheese, even if he's down, he's not out. He can always fight his way back here in the next round of said Swiss rounds, but that car looks really solid. So Nafal, honestly, he's just got to finish a run with some form of proximity, and he'll be good to go. So let's see how he plays it. Again, so far, drivers have not taken it easy at all when they are going, and they are off.
Yeah, Nafal Udinar in the chase position in the grip groove, GR86 leading in the S15 from Zero Style. Sweet Cheese, need to see a good lead run from Sweet Cheese here. Udinar just has to be in the conversation right across the bumper of Sweet Cheese. Taking his lunch money. We've got Sweet Cheese, one tire in the grass. Really big checkup. Good job from Udinar not to run them over, but that is going to be another mistake on Sweet Cheese's plate, as ending the run with an exclamation point across the line. I think this one for Udinar is all but wrapped up.
I would have to agree with that statement, as I totally forgot to hit the button to capture that replay. So we'll take a look over here in our drone cam. So we'll start with run number 1. And again, let's kind of dissect what happened here in outside zone number 1. Again, Sweet Cheese, very aggressive, trying to get in there, but cutting angle to catch up and keep it on the track at the same time. So kind of a 2-for-1, but that is definitely, I would count that as a major deduction. Catching up and finally finishing the run very, very strong, but Nafal not caring at all. And here we go again across the line, a little bit of jitters. And again,
Yeah,
I don't know.
all you can really do, depending on where Sweet Cheese's mind is just put down the best lead run you can and try and force Udinar into panicking and making some sort of mistake. But again, ESDA vet, definitely seen them here before. Look at that transition. That no one's gotten that close today. This is going to be the trickiest area for the chase vehicle, but one tire off in the dirt there from Sweet Cheese. Good job gathering it back up, but that's still going to cause the checkup. And then Udinar again stepping on the brake, but still grabbing some door from Sweet Cheese. Going to be the exclamation point of the run.
We do have a call here. There we go. Slide him left for Nafal, slide him right for Sweet Cheese. And I think it does come down to that outside zone 1, run 1 kerfuffle that Sweet Cheese found himself in. So he will be taking that win. Up next, we got Takasuki up against Anders Q.
All right, so obviously we've seen Takatsuki before. Anders got that bye run, unfortunately, because Rio Kava is MIA right now. Hopefully everything's all right on their end. But Anders driving out of China, Hong Kong. I believe our first Chinese driver of the day. I'm scanning with my eyes. Our only Chinese driver of the day. So awesome to see that country represented here today. But they have a lot of weight on their shoulders in the R33 from CSDC. Going up against probably one of the most well put together and fastest cars, at least of this group, in R. Takatsuki.
Oh, here we go. Anders coming in a little bit cold because he didn't get that first run. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite him. We are lined up and ready to go here. Again, if Tatsukutsu... gosh, why is that throwing me for a loop?
A lot of vowels.
I know, right? Takasuki, I'm just... yeah. really drove aggressive in his first battle, so I think Anders has something to go for him here. Let's see, as we are.
Thunawat trying to get me to swear. I know that's curse words. You're not tricking me.
Yeah, we're not
fooling
that
me, Thunawat.
I'm not as dumb as I think I am.
Think I'm big stupid? Don't answer that.
I know I'm big stupid. We're waiting for, I'm sure, again, a little bit of a language barrier.
Not even that. There's an extra one now. A lot of the drivers today are Japanese.
Yes.
This being our only Chinese driver. I'm not sure, again, of their background, of the languages they know. But just double checking probably to make sure the lights work, that they can see the lights, which is exactly what happened there. And I'm going to assume that because of the desync, the answer is probably going to be no, which means they'll be going off of, oh, maybe not. Nope. Yeah, so they're checking it right now. That's smart.
Yep.
Instead of having another rerun and stuff that we've done already today. Again, we've never run a strictly Asian region server and Asian region with drivers, even though we have people from Australia, again, Japan, Indonesia, Taiwan, China. I'm sure I said Australia already, but I'm going to say it again because it is their home. We have one New Zealand driver as well from Team Swarm. Cool to see them. Their car pack getting very popular on in just servers that you can go in. Very fun to drive as well.
Love to see that. Honestly, more car packs is more better for everyone. Speaking of car packs, ESDA has a car pack right now. You can download it on Vosan, one of our amazing sponsors. So go check that out. Drive the cars. We are having fun driving them down at DreamHack Dallas. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I
did a little bit of driving today because I just wanted to be familiar with the course. They are very fun to drive, and what's awesome is if you are in the ESDA Discord, there are basically baseline setups that are provided for each car. So if you don't know how to set any drift cars up, it's not perfect. And obviously a setup that's tuned for you and your driving style will still be better, but it is a good place to get started. So that is an awesome thing that the ESDA staff have done. So if you want information to our public servers and our setups, you can join our Discord, and there is a tab that I believe that says public server info. So all the downloads you need, the server links will be in there. If there's any issues with the server as well, there's a ticket system where one of the staff members will jump in and assist if there is anything to assist. Pretty cool. Super stoked that we finally have our own car pack.
Okay, as again, just chilling.
Oh, that means door to door in Indonesian, pin to pin. I mean, you guys got to go out there and do it, man. I'm not just going to say it for fun. What do I look like, Jared Deanda?
Okay, we are off. There we go. Takatsuki. Someone said in chat, and I'm getting it wrong already. Anders in the chase. Looking very strong in the chase. But that RX-7 really just, again, an amazing lead run. Anders cutting a little bit of angle, trying to keep proximity. Oh, I think he might have lost drift there in the chase. So, Takatsuki, oh my gosh, I'm trying to read it. I'm bad at this. As we're going on through and across the line, I fear Anders lost drift.
Either way, that was very scrappy. Reminds me of Rick Spencer. Again, just a ton of grip in that car and not a whole lot of place to go, which is funny because Takatsuki was so fast and basically had the same issue in his first run. So I wonder if he took grip out of the car. Obviously they could do small stuff like tire pressure and like small toe adjustments in between battles. So I wonder if he went, oh my God, this is too fast and I need to back it off now so I can actually put down a chase. Or was Anders just like, I can't let him get away and was trying to overcompensate? Either way, it definitely, the drone cam will be the telltale replay when we get to see it. But Anders really, really struggling to keep up with that FDR7.
As here we go. Now the turntables are turned, and let's see if that RX-7 is too fast for Chase. As here we go. Anders in the lead. Takatsuki. I'm trying.
Taka ski. Taka's going skiing. Takaski.
That doesn't help.
Don't read it, just think.
Takaski. I have to try it, and we are off. There we go.
There we go. Art Takatsuki in the chase position. Anders in the lead. Anders is going to need a small miracle, and that's not a great start. Already understeering. Gets a little bit of a, hey, how you doing from Takatsuki. Almost helping him out there in the lead position, giving him angle, trying to run away. Big angle and a place on the track. You don't really want to do it. Yeah, I don't want to be the one to, not the best showing here now from Anders. Going to be able to get the run in. No zeros, but maybe some nerves. I'm not sure, but I think Takatsuki is licking his chops right now, waiting for this judge call.
If I was him, I would be.
Yeah, again, just in an acceleration zone. Again, the drone will be a much better description of that. Looking a little bit better, but it does what everyone's done all day. Dropped one tire over, kind of nowhere to go for the chase car. It's such a big decel when you have that tire off in the grass. Being able to get that run in and complete it, but with his chase already had a lot of character. Unfortunately, I don't think the lead was what he was looking for. You see, he just doesn't get the angle and then kind of goes, oh crap, what do I do? What you normally do is like clutch kick or handbrake, but obviously that slows the car down. You have a chance of getting a run over from the chase driver. So, and where a lot of drivers have been very good at like making a mistake and then immediately correcting it, I think that just that second a hesitation. And in pro cars in Assetto Corsa, you can't think. Once you're thinking, you're already on the back foot. So hard to say, but I think that's just kind of what happened there.
So unfortunately, we do have two buys in this next, so we will skip right over them and go straight to the 2-0 battles. Let's take a look at how our standings are going across here, because we did get a call. I'm sorry about that. I'm trying to juggle 5 things.
You're all good. So that is going to be Rio Okaba officially knocked out. Again, not sure what happened to them, but they are now officially out of the competition. And that will be Art Takatsuki taking down Anders Q. Again, Anders is not done, but definitely has some work to do over in the CSDC pits to get that R33 to a level where he feels comfortable. So you have your first 2 drivers that are 2-0. Nafal Udinar out of Indonesia and our Takatsuki out of Japan will be moving on undefeated. And now you have the remaining 6 drivers, all with 1 win apiece.
Yep, as we are. Trying to get all my brackets squared away here. There we go.
We're doing the same thing. I'm just doing mine like it's advice I got from Jacob Gettens from Formula Drift. I ended up talking to him when I was in New Jersey. He's like, "Oh yeah, I have everything printed out in front of me. Normally I have it on the monitor, so I'm filling the bracket in like with pen and paper as we go.
Old school, if you will.
My back hurts. I'm an old man."
And there we go. So our first battle. What a battle will this be? If I do say so myself here.
It's going to be 2 very, very evenly matched in terms of how they've been driving so far. Obviously, we've seen more of Takatsuki today than we've seen the Yudenar, but we've seen more of Yudenar overall in ESDA. It's been so cool for the first 2 groups to see drivers that like we've seen in previous years represent their region. I think that's super, super neat.
Yeah, no, I'm just enthralled right now. I don't know how else to put it, as we are getting them lined up. Nafal in the lead, Takatsuki in the chase. There we go. Okay, so Nafal, really good initiation, but Takatsuki no chill whatsoever. Right on that door, through all of outside zone 1, both drivers really giving it their all. And again, through the transition, Takatsuki into the dirt, and I think that might be the nail in the coffin for this run. But we never know what will happen in run number 2. That definitely was a major mistake from Takatsuki. Again, haven't seen one from him so far today. So is this the unraveling?
I had the thought of, if this guy goes rounds, he's going to be scary, literally as he dropped the tire off. It's so easy to do that there just from how the line is coming up the hill. It's very easy to undershoot that outer zone. So a lot of times, again, you're a little bit offline, especially in the chase. Your muscle memory is not there. It's so easy to drop a tire. Again, great job recovering, keeping the car in drift, but that is a major mistake from Takatsuki. And they're not done. They still have a path to this top 8, even if they take the L here. But Yudenar, again, just needs to put in a solid chase run.
And Takatsuki really fast back to the line, and I don't want to like metagame about it, but you can tell when a competitor is upset with what just happened and is ready to go, because I have not seen someone get back to the line that quick. And Nafal taking it easy, cool as a cucumber. So I think we're about to see a tale of 2 drivers here as they set off.
All right, here we go. Again, both these drivers currently undefeated, and Takatsuki going for a bit of a victory lap, burning the tires down. I'm not sure how the judges are going to think about that initiation, but Yudenar giving him the room, giving him the space. That's all he really needs to do. The current proximity he has is perfect. You might see him push just a little bit more in the last corner. Great job from that outer zone from Takatsuki, but unfortunately, it's not quite going to matter as Yudenar, again, presses in the door on the safest part of the course, that last outer zone. And did perfectly what he needed to do, was in the conversation, gave him tons of room to maneuver, all the room to make those aggressive moves in his lead, and then right at the end of the run, just put the pressure on.
Yeah, exactly what he had to do there. Because again, we'll go over to the drones really quick.
You know, right before the winner of this battle will be automatically moving into our final single elimination top 8. So nothing to play for here.
Oh, definitely not, no.
And this is your first run. It was going so well for Takatsuki. You see him right on the door. It was like maybe a degree or 2 of angle down from Yudenar, but doing the great job. And then just right here, just a little bit offline, drops that 1 tire, maybe even 2 onto the grass. Keeps the car in drift. Good recovery, didn't panic. But it tried to cut some angle. Enough. Yeah, it just was not enough.
I think we know which way this call will probably go here. I am getting my votes in. And yep, Nafal moving on, locking himself in for that top 8. But Takatsuki could still claw his way back. So it's not over yet.
That was the only mistake he's made in the first 3 battles he did. And it was so easy to make. And I guarantee you they were thinking about that because they nailed it in their lead. So they're not done yet. They will be moving on into if you physically look at the bracket, if you go 2-0, you get a great seeding for the 2-0 battles.
That is true.
So we'll see who will be joining Taka down there. It'll be at least 3 of these gentlemen. Sweet Cheese now going to go up against Muhammad Dauphin Muhammad, driving out of Indonesia for Sideways Garage, and Sweet Cheese for Zero Style out of Taiwan.
What a name. Up to the line.
That may influence my choice for dinner. And the more I keep reading cheese. Augusto, shout out to Augusto. How's it going? We'll hopefully see Augusto at the South America Regional.
Very
But
much like
a
it.
lot of the lag is they're all from Asia, and our broadcast, our judges, everything are not. So it's clear and good for them. But it's not for us. So that's kind of like the more important thing. Obviously, if we want to show you guys exactly what they're seeing, but until we have a broadcaster in every region, that's just unfortunately not possible. So yeah, it's not as jittery and laggy for them. Some cars and some drivers are absolutely worse than others, but it should be all smooth on their end.
One would imagine, as we are getting them up to the line here. Sweet Cheese, quick to the line, ready to fight Muhammad, taking a deep breath, taking a sip of whatever drink he's drinking, getting ready to go.
Yeah, again, just responding, and this is a lot new, right? We've never done a regional format before, the world format, so there's going to be some growing pains. And it is a Swiss bracket, so the way you explained it, when we can show one on screen, I think it'll make a ton of sense. One that's done, like fully completed. 2 drivers move on from the groups into a final top 8 single elimination, but to get there, it's basically like a round robin for traditional sports or double elimination for traditional esports. There are some differences. If you guys have questions, that's why we're here. Joe, I don't want to say it was your idea, but you were a proponent for the Swiss bracket, so especially
Yes.
you. I feel like halfway through the second one, I get it now. It definitely was a little bit jarring at first, but now that I'm like following along with pen and paper, it makes total sense.
So generally what happens is everyone has a record as opposed to they're immediately eliminated. As soon as you lose 2, you are eliminated, basically.
Yeah.
And as it goes on, the people with the best record will be battling each other. So if you get a win, you get a harder battle as it goes on. So generally the cream rises to the top, and it does make for an excellent competition as far as the driving at the end of the rounds, but also as a competitor, you're not eliminated after one battle. You put in so many hours. So we have a 5-minute rule called on this. We will be moving on to the next battle already.
I mean, gives us a great time to talk about one of our sponsors. Again, we gave them a shout out when it was when Koruworks a shout out. Nice to have them on board. But here's one that's coming back: Moza Racing. I'm gonna go with Moza because it reminds me of mozzarella, and we got Sweet Cheese out
we
there.
got a lot of cheese
But
going on.
now I didn't really have anything to say about Moza Racing, Joe, because I've never used their products before. Obviously, I have my own deal, my own stuff going on, my own stuff at home. But having gone to DreamHack twice now and used their gear, I think it was the R9s that we had in our display.
Yes.
With Vermin Power Equipment, having used the R9s for both drifting and racing, they're a heck of a kit, especially the brakes. I never understood why people loved very heavy load cell brakes, and it makes all the sense in the world now. And their stuff's very affordable.
It's very great.
It's very easy to acquire. It's not like, depending on where you live in the world, but in America, you can go out to a store and buy Moza stuff and go home with it that day, which to me, like, it's huge. I hate ordering stuff online that's expensive, especially if something goes wrong. It's nice to be able to just walk back in the store with a receipt and be like, hey, something happened. But we had hundreds of people beat the absolute hell out of the shifter, the handbrake, the pedals, and the R9 base. And they never skipped a beat, just regular maintenance stuff, tightening stuff down. It was awesome. So shout out to Moza Racing and all their products, and you can check them out, I believe, at mozaracing.com.
Yep. And here we go. So we'll just move on to the next battle while that is the 5-minute is going on. So Anders Q leading Nino Hayasaka. Very good battle. Both drivers, I think, judging by who they've driven against, these cars will be very evenly matched. So
also 2 drivers in need of a good run right now.
Exactly.
Both
So
of them.
we are off. There we go. Anders definitely needing a good run. Nino as well needing a good run. Anders getting a good gap off the line. But let's see if Nino can do something about it. Definitely making up space on that R33. coming on through the transition. Let's see. This is the place where if he really wants to make up space, he can. Going through and he...
Oh, no!
Again! Zeroing out
No.
that run. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Really fighting that car. But Anders probably smiling ear to ear now. If I was him, I would be.
Exactly the comeback that Anders needed. Much smoother. That looked like a lead run of a driver that belongs here. Really good recovery. I guess just knocking the nerves off. And then, unfortunately for Nino, just got gapped again on the start. Did a half-decent job of closing. And it's so easy to do this here, Joe, because you're uphill. Right there, bam. You kind of like the elevation changes pretty like a dip. In practice, I did about 15 minutes of practice just to get like a half-decent run in. And the amount of times the front end would walk away from me there was crazy, crazy, crazy. So very easy mistake to make. But now, Nino Hayasaka on the back foot. But we saw Anders really struggle in his chase in the last battle. So I don't think this one's over.
Yes. So let's see here. If I'm Anders, I'm taking it easy. Again, nerves get to you. You never know what's going to happen, but
yeah,
definitely has a very good step up right now over Nino. Nino's going to have to just do the craziest lead run ever and try to force an error, and they are off.
Here we go again. Anders Cube out of Hong Kong, driving behind the Japanese driver, Nino Hayasaka, and giving a bit of group distance this time. Much better start to the chase run from Anders Cube compared to his last battle. Nino is just going to need to do what he knows how to do. See some big angle here, and of course we do for the zero-style driver. But Anders Q really making good on this second chance. Much smoother, much better. Whatever they did in the pit to that R33 seems to have worked because it looks like a different driver behind the wheel of that car right now.
Really, really, really solid run from both drivers here. Again, let's just take them side by side really quick. And again, I think, unfortunately, Nino did everything he could in that lead run, and it's so unfortunate to see a driver in that position where you just can't do anything besides drive as best as you can and just pray for a mistake in the chase as we are working it out here. Again, I think we all know which way that this call is going. So.
Yeah, again, just need to go through the formalities here. Judges doing their due diligence. But I'm so stoked at Anders' recovery, because that is so hard to mentally battle back from that, as he will be getting the win and will be moving on. So unfortunately, that is another, I think, our first official driver getting knocked out of Nino Hayasaka for zero style. Not the way they wanted to go. But unfortunately, that will be them bowing out of competition. As our next battle up, Sweet Cheese against Mohamed Dafin. Going to get these two up to the line and see if we can make good on the one that we tried to do already.
And we are getting them here. I'm ready. Okay, get him up to the line. I want to see more drifting.
So Anders will be joining Takatsuki in the final part of the bracket, and who will be going along. Again, this is another win or go home battle. Mohamed Dafin from Sideways Garage going to be going up against Sweet Cheese from Zero Style, trying to keep the Zero Style momentum alive here in the Moza Racing Group number 2. Again, Mohamed Dafin driving out of Indonesia, and Sweet Cheese out of Taiwan.
As we're getting them up to the line here. Really gorgeous cars from everyone. Like, again, I know I keep saying it, but this round has been a notable step up in just style.
Mm-hmm.
If this was final bout, they would all be getting a 10 out of my book in the car show.
Yeah, no kidding, especially with the underglow too. Some of the cars have been a little bit more subdued. But again, shout outs to, I don't want to name names because I'm sure I'll get some wrong, but all the livery makers, the people making models and engine modelers, everybody who's a part of this community on the back end, who doesn't drive and puts these cars together. You guys are the unsung heroes of what we do here.
For sure. Mohamed in the lead. Sweet Cheese in the chase. No chill in the chase on the initiation. But Muhammad, very, very solid. Sweet Cheese definitely leaving a little bit of space, just making sure nothing weird happens, as we've seen happen earlier in the competition. But going through the outside zone into the final transition, looking great, keeping it right on the track, painting that tire mark right on the outside line. Both drivers. This could be a
Really
finals battle almost with how well both drivers are going. Again, amazing driving from both drivers. So far, I think they're pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, pretty close. Mohammed, really solid job in the lead. I don't think really put a foot wrong. Maybe just a little bit more consistency on the angle. You see there in the first outer zone, had angle and then put on just a little bit more. Sweet Cheese was cooking. Sweet Cheese had an idea here. Just unfortunately, we've seen this chase line catch people out all day. They want to, I think the smart move to do at Barbagallo here at this track is to get close in the first part of the track and then really put your pressure on in that last outer zone because it's so long, because it's such a wide radius. So you see Sweet Cheese, I think that was part of the plan. Just back off, be in there, and then end the run with an exclamation point. But because of that, just that hiccup in line and chase, wasn't able to really push when they were able to. So I think you're right, Joe. Maybe slight advantage to Muhammad, but it is no way over.
Oh, for sure. But now they're lined up. They're ready to go. They're already revving. They're chomping at the bit, and they're off.
All right, Mohammed to Finn in the chase position. Sweet Cheese in the lead, and already a little bit of a gap forming. Mohammed's going to have to go a little bit shallow, and he does, putting the pressure on the S15. Little bit of contact. Everybody keeps it going forward. But Mohammed now really going to have to mentally reset. Going to miss that second to last outer zone. Are we going to see a big charge from Mohammed to Finn in the chase position from sideways garage? Not quite, and then maybe pulling a little bit more angle and having to bring the car back. Unfortunately, Joe, I think Mohammed just made that error. They'll have to judge whether that was Mohammed being too aggressive or maybe a slowdown from Sweet Cheese. But after that, just was not really hard to mentally recover.
Now let's take a look at run number 2 from the track cameras one more time, and then let's take a look from the drone camera, because I think that will be our tell-all for sure. Because, again, I think that there might have been a little contact. I think,
oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think Mohammed might have had a little bit too much speed in that S14. Sweet Cheese, again, doing a great lead run. I don't see how he could have done anything different. Big angle, decent, consistent speed. And we'll have to see what happens here in the drone cam. So let's take a look at that, because that'll be our tell-all here. So again, Sweet Cheese in the lead, Mohammed in the chase. Sweet Cheese, big initiation. And Mohammed checking up. That's definitely what it is. He was cheating up a little bit in the corner, moving forward, trying to gain proximity by taking a shorter radius of a corner. If I have to say it, I think it's on Mohammed.
It's tough to call, because I think you were watching Mohammed, right?
Yes.
Through the drone cam. So I was watching Sweet Cheese, and it looked like they pulled a little bit of angle out of it. Obviously, we didn't see brake lights or anything like that, but normally if you're pulling angle out of the car, that is a decel. If the judges have a call, they saw what they saw, but
they did have a call.
I didn't quite get a good look at it, to be fair. I was like, I don't know. It looked like he pulled a little bit of angle out of it, but
let's take a look at that call. It'll be what we did. So slide him left for Mohammed, slide him right for Sweet Cheese. 1, 2, and 3. Sweet Cheese will be moving on to take on Anders. Looking very, very good. And again, yep, they are saying that the chase it was on the chase for the contact in run number 2 and a slight correction on inside clip 1 for Sweet Cheese, but that's it. So I think that's exactly what happened here.
Unfortunately, too, even if it was at the fault of Sweet Cheese, Mohammed, again, once that contact happened, I think just mentally fell apart. It's so easy to do and get in your own head, because they just did not look like the same driver for the rest of that run. That is going to be them bowing out of competition, unfortunately, a little bit early, but Mohammed Dafin with a solid performance here in the Moza Racing Group number 2 here at the APAC Regional present with ESDA. And now we are moving into what I would say is the beginning of the end game.
Yes.
Anders Q, a driver who started off looking very, very rough, has now cleaned it up and is driving the way they know how to drive. Sweet Cheese has only been getting better. Who is going to be moving on to join the Fall Udinar in that top 8? We are well close to finding out. We are well close, Mike. Well close.
Yeah, we're getting there. So, get him up to the line here. Sweet Cheese might be having a amazing recovery run. Oh, let's get him up to the line, I think. They're ready to go. Yeah, they are.
So Anders Q again driving out of Hong Kong, our only Chinese driver in the competition today, against Sweet Cheese from Zero Style. Their other teammate getting knocked out a little bit early, trying to keep Zero Style in the hunt, make that final top 8 single elim. More of a traditional bracket style there. Something you pointed out too, Joe, that I think is really cool about this format is a lot of times in competitive drifting, somebody gets a good bracket. You know what I mean? That doesn't...
Nope.
Not a thing here.
Nope. So let's see here. So again, Anders crawling himself back, and really, what a good thing. He had an easy first battle because it was a bye. And then Takatsuki, really just what a competitor to have to go against as your like first warm-up battle, if you will. And then Sweet Cheese, again, Anders has not had it easy, but not going down without a fight, which is what I love to see, especially in a bracket format like this.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is basically winner faces Takatsuki, and the winner of that will move on into the top 8. Takatsuki, because they went 2-0, will have the preferred seed here in the 2-1 battles. Anders and Cheese, because we've had 2 drivers drop out in one bye and 1 no-show, this is winner gets to go against Takatsuki to see who makes the top 8. Loser will be going home. So can Anders complete the redemption arc, or will Sweet Cheese be meeting Takatsuki in the finals? We're about to find out. Or not.
No, we're
or
waiting.
not.
Cool. So
again, I think they're just checking, making sure everybody knows when to go, that kind of stuff.
And they are off. There we go. Anders in that R33 in the lead. Sweet Cheese in the chase in that S15. Big initiation from Anders. That R33 doesn't tend to have so much speed, but Sweet Cheese checking up. Might be a little bit of contact. Probably not, seeing as both cars were undisturbed after that first jitter. I'm attributing that to the ping. As we're going on through again, Anders really looking.
Oh,
no! Cheese. Yeah,
there he goes.
You think there was a little bit of contact there?
I definitely do. I think Sweet Cheese was starting to fall behind. Again, Anders making the best of his second chance, trying to make this run all the way through the loser's side. And Sweet Cheese just saw his opportunity for a good chase.
Let's
slipping
look
away
on the drone. That'll tell us.
Yeah, again, watch the chase car here. I don't think many major mistakes from the lead. Anders, hell of a job, regardless of what happens now, to clean all this up. A little bit of a bump there, but I don't think it really affected either driver. Maybe Sweet Cheese is dropping back. Watch, he's like, oh crap, I'm falling back. And then just
got into
washes out front end there. Really just lightly gets into Anders. Doesn't really affect him much, and kind of reminds me of Muhammad, where they made the light mistake and just kind of went, oh my god, and then couldn't really mentally reset for the second half of the run.
Yeah, it really does become one of those things, especially when you're in the chase. Sometimes you just try to calculate how to catch up, and it just doesn't go the way that you expect it to. So, Sweet Cheese now knows what he has to do, and I bet that both of them have an opinion on what just happened there. So, let's see how this battle goes here as the redemption. The winner of this will go on against Takatsuki, and will winner of that will be locked into the top 8. So let's see what happens here, and they are off.
Good jump from Anders again. Basically just needs to be in the conversation here. No inactive chase. Going to go a little bit shallow as Sweet Cheese needs the run of his life. Maybe a little bit of a correction there from Anders Q in the R33. I think, oh, and then getting into the back of Sweet Cheese. This one's not over, folks. Can Sweet Cheese put it on a good, oh, again, Anders a little bit of a lift. It's going to cause a little bit of a lack of angle. I don't think there's any sort of major deduction or a zero there, Joe. But Anders had a big moment coming into that outer zone.
And again, let's just take a look at the drone. The drone is our tell-all. Let's be real. The track cams are great, but we just saw that. So let's take a look at this drone replay. And again, so Sweet Cheese, very aggressive on initiation. Anders, really not that much angle, but good proximity, maybe a little bit of a bump. As let's see here. So transition number 1, looking decent. And then Anders definitely darts forward there right in the middle of transition. It looks, to me, it just seems like that R33 just has so much grip. I think that's what's going on.
I don't think you're wrong, but I thought he had dropped a tire on that inner clip. I think Sweet Cheese went a little bit wide, and Anders just nailed it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I thought he was over, and then I watched that from the drone, and it looks like he just got it perfect. Came in with, obviously, it was a much tighter line. It's more of a traditional racing line. And just came in quick, and instead of maybe a little bit of a pull the hand brake, like just nails that. and then has, I don't think that's the fault of the lead car, though. Maybe a little bit wide on that inner clip, but nothing crazy.
So
Again,
let's
it's
take
not
a
a
look
zero,
at it on
so-
drone again, and I'm hearing that we might be able to slow-mo it a little bit here.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be. Yeah, I think he just nails it. Either that or he's just over.
Here we go, a little bit slower, because this is a hard one to dissect.
Yep.
Okay, through the transition.
No, I watched Sweet Cheese this time. Sweet Cheese was right on the yellow line, so I think Anders maybe cut a little bit to try and gain proximity.
So we do have a call, and I think it's going to come down to the run 1 contact, if anything.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is if that was a 0 for tire drops, but we'll find out here.
So 1, 2, and 3. Anders saving himself.
That's a tough one for Sweet Cheese, unfortunately. Sweet Cheese knocked out. I think knocking themselves out, and it's a bit of a shame because Anders did leave some stuff on the table in his chase, but Sweet Cheese went 2 and 2, made it about as far as you could. Still represented Zero Sal very well, but that will be their ESDA APAC regional run ended. And for his troubles, Anders now gets to go up against a driver who's only lost 1, and so it's their driver who's already in the top 8. That is R. Takatsuki from that Revival team. That the whole team has looked strong, obviously, so far, but that is what his reward now is, the toughest battle of the day. Takatsuki is fast, and I believe they've already battled before, and that's where we kind of saw Anders look a little shaky, so he gets a chance to show what he's really about here now.
Let's get her ready. So,
I am not crazy. Yeah, they went against each other in the 1-0s.
yeah, they did.
They were the 2 and 4. Okay, I was like, I'm sure I've seen this already. Okay, I'm not a lunatic. That's where Anders looked very shaky, and then obviously has been just like it's like he slapped himself in the face and went, "What am I doing?" And then just completely has driven much better to get himself in a position to move on. This one's pretty simple, folks. Winner makes it to the top 8. Loser goes home. Anders Q out of Hong Kong. Art Takatsuki out of Japan. You got CSDC going up against Zenkai Racing Team Revival. Only one of these drivers can make it into the big show, that big top 8, with the 8 best drivers in the Asia Pacific region.
So we're going to have Art Skotsky leading, Anders Q in the chase. Once they flip that around, we'll be ready to go.
Again, very similar to his teammate Ito. This is how far he made it. Was not able to make it through the final hurdle. Makoto Ito out in basically 3rd place in his group. So can Takatsuki make up for his teammate and avenge his teammate and join Nafal Yudinar in the final 8? Or will Anders play spoiler once again to this team, to Team Revival, and keep them from the promised land?
Okay, we are lined up. Wait, are they going to reline? Let's see. Technically, on seating, Skotsky should
Yeah, I
be
was gonna
leading
say.
this.
Yeah, I think they just pulled to the line.
Yeah, so
we'll
they
see
are
what
going
happens here.
to reline here. There we go.
Yeah, I think they just pulled to the line and they're like, wait a minute.
Yeah, this is wrong.
Oh, hello, Anders.
There we go.
I'm scared. I think Anders has thoroughly cleaned up his leads, but his chases, especially in high pressure situations, have been where he's struggled the most today. So can he prove himself to himself? We're about to find out. Your final batter, the Moza Racing Group number 2.
There we go. Takatsuki in the lead. Anders in the chase. Let's see what he's got, but Takatsuki in that RX-7 seems to rarely step wrong. Anders trying to do anything to keep on up here, as little angle as he can get away with to try and stay in proximity. And let's see, in the final outside zone, this is where it's been do or die. And Takatsuki again, really just doing a perfect lead run. Anders, unfortunately, not much he can do about that in the chase.
He did much better.
Yes.
Much better. Again, I think it was just like this run here was to prove to himself that he could do it. Good solid start. Big mistake though. If you watch the replay, he gains a little bit of time, and I think instead of like left foot braking or letting off the throttle, he's catching that lead car, he pulls the handbrake. And that's absolutely when Takatsuki turns the jets on and takes off. So they're not a huge gap here. Anders did a great job of like recovering what he could, and then obviously goes for the bit of shallow on the angle to try and close the gap, which is where a lot of people have gotten caught out today in that last outer zone. Keeps a good job of keeping it off the wall, but Takatsuki had struggled in his chase against Anders just for the difference in driving, so we'll see what happens here.
Okay, so Anders in the lead now. Takatsuki in the chase. Let's see what they got here. Again, way faster car in the chase. Let's see if it comes back to bite them. And they're off.
There we go. Takatsuki in the chase for Revival. Can a Team Revival member make it into the final 8? Or will Anders play spoiler? Lots of left foot braking from that R33, but Takatsuki licking his chops. And I wonder if that's a hardware failure. Because he just threw it to the left. So Anders obviously going to complete his run. But I wonder if Takatsuki didn't have his wheel disconnect or some sort of hardware failure there.
Let's see. Again, in the replay.
Let's
look at it on the drone. Let's look at it on the drone.
Much like in real life, folks, if there's some sort of issue, there's not a whole lot we can do.
I'm just watching his front wheels because that'll kind of give us the thing. So he transition. Yeah, that just bit over so much. I have to imagine the wheel.
It almost looks like lag, dude.
But it like doesn't come back is the thing.
Look how fast he moves.
Yeah.
He like wave dashes.
Oh my gosh. So again, just watch. So he's at full lock, not full lock, but he's at significant amount of angle, and then the front end just
it looks like he hit something
or something like it.
Anders with the landmines out there.
Yeah, just hit him with a banana peel. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know.
Good luck, judges. Have fun with this one.
Good luck, judges. There is verbiage in the rule book about hardware failures, though, that it is on the driver at the end of the day, which is unfortunate, but I think that's the most fair way to call it, you know?
At first glance, I thought it was hardware failure. Now, because of how fast Takatsuki moves to the left, I'm not so sure. Like, it looks like he gets punched. Like, just boom.
Yeah.
Like, if there was an invisible third car that had just driven into him, that would explain all of this.
Yeah, but I don't even see how.
What they could see could be totally different than what we see.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of stuff in sim drifting. This might be the weirdest. This is strange.
That statement.
Because there's no jitter, there's no nothing. This is the best connection-wise they've looked all day. Even to us in North America, you know what I mean? Now watch here. Just watch how fast this FD moves.
Yeah, that's
bam. You know, it looks like he hit something.
funky.
If it was a hardware failure, it would have been like a lazy spin to the left. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it was already countersteering. It just would have kept going.
Okay, so they're calling it as it was a server hiccup, so they are going to give them a rerun on that, which I think is fair.
that was the goofiest thing I've ever seen. Because there was no wiggling, there was no, and I think server side, like what Takatsuki probably saw, was all of a sudden Anders is behind him and hit him. Like, it warped behind him and then warped in front of him again. I love the internet.
It's great.
Who at the ESDA server farm is downloading episodes of Rugrats right now?
Yeah, don't worry about it. Stop asking questions.
So they're not rerunning the entire battle. This is not on one more time, just because that was very clearly a goofy internet issue.
And yeah, none of us have run into that before, so...
That's the wackiest lag hit I've ever seen.
You're getting ready.
So attempt number 2. And this is the second half to this battle. Anders sitting on a slight disadvantage. And Takatsuki's not going to leave it to chance this time. right to the door of that R33 from Hong Kong. Anders needs to just drive smart, know what he knows how to do, because Takatsuki is trying to force that lead driver into a mistake to take it out of the judges' hands, but it's not going to matter. Anders, again, or not even Anders, Takatsuki getting too aggressive late in that zone. Going to open up the zone, but there's so much speed in that FDRX7. He closes it right back up. Joe has this brought it from Anders on a slight mistake to maybe OMT territory.
Oh, I really couldn't tell you. And again, Anders with a really, really solid lead on this run, and Yakutski really just...
Where'd the Y come from?
I don't
this
know.
time?
I'm looking at so many names right now as we're going through here again. I don't know. Anders really did put down a really, really solid lead, and we'll see from drivers. But let's look at the drone.
The drone will show it. So you don't want to be on the door on the end of an interclip going into a transition, because what happened here will happen. So watch I almost screwed it up. You're infecting me.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. So watch the FD here. He's gonna I need to get really, really close. And now he's like, oh crap, where do I go? So you see him kind of go to the right and kind of maneuver. Again, great recovery, but just a little bit too much pressure in a weird part of the course. I don't... I mean, once again, good luck, judges.
You do have a call.
Okay.
Oh, you know.
So who will be joining the Fall Udinar in the final 8? Will it be Anders Q out of Hong Kong? Or will it be R. Takatsuki out of Japan? Carlos says Takatsuki. Doug says Takatsuki. Takatsuki taking one by the skin of his teeth. And Team Revival will be making up for that issue in the first group. And your 2 winners and moving on into your final 8 will be Nafal Udinar and R. Takatsuki. R. Takatsuki driving out of Japan for Team Zenkai Racing Team Revival. Does what Makoto Ito could not, but nothing from Anders Q, because his first battle to his last battle looked like 2 different drivers. That man has nothing to be ashamed of this night.
No, not at all. I would say that was an amazing, amazing recovery drive, as that concludes group number 2. So we're going to take ourselves a short little break here, and we will catch you guys right back here at ESDA APAC Regionals. Catch you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, to ESDA APAC Regionals. We're getting on in here. In the booth with me, we have Mr. Keenan Kusin. Our judges today are Doug Armson, Carlos Fuji, and Harold McKinney. Our drone cam, as always, is Spawn's FPV, the most amazing help we could ever ask for. We find ourselves down here in Australia, and we find ourselves with a new group of drivers. We got John. Say again? No, you go ahead.
Like it seems sort of idea where we have some familiar faces and some faces we've never seen before. If you thought the names were difficult to pronounce before, boy howdy. Josh Oxley is our video editor. Finally getting back behind the wheel of a car, see if he can go some rounds today. He is going to get the bye run. That is in, I think, every group, at least the first three. I should have checked my notes before opening my mouth. Yes. Okay. And then Umbu Gilbert, Yuya Sakamoto, Fuji Keisuke, Atsushi Hachiya, Sam that one's gonna get me in trouble. McCoskey and Shen Viper round out your 7 drivers here in their team group number 3.
Excellent. And so let's just dive right into it, right? So first, Mr. Oxley does have a bye run, as he has competed previously.
Super stoked to see him out in competition again. Driving for Japan side in Fracture. Out of Tasmania in the Genesis.
Handy.
We shouldn't be having bias, but I absolutely have one. Wishing all the luck to our good friend Scorp. Hopefully he can at least go some rounds today, if not make it all the way to that top 8. But in our next battle, our first head-to-head of our team.
Actually, no, I'm just getting word. Up first is going to be Yuya Sakamoto up against Sam McCoskey. I'm going to do my best. I'm so sorry. If anyone has problems with how I am saying your name, please write me a DM and I will do my best. No promises. I struggle with my own name.
To be fair, we tried once in ESDA to be like, hey, if we're mispronouncing your name, can you sound it out for us in your sign-up sheet? So, like, let's take Yuya, for example. You would be like, your name, Yuya Sakamoto, and then there'd be a separate tab that would be like, how do you pronounce your name? It'd be like Sakamoto. Yep, people just copied and pasted their names again. Like, we tried, guys. We really tried. No, so this is the life we live now. Nobody did their forms right. This is your fault, in my mind. I've decided this second, just now.
You can live your life how you want to live.
But Sam, representing Team Swarm out of New Zealand. I believe our only New Zealand driver in the field today. You've been paying attention. If you go to Vosan.co right now, I think the Swarm pack is probably one of the most popular street packs that's come out in recent months. So cool to see a member of their team here in ESDA, seeing if they can make it into that final 8 and even make it to the world final this fall. And then going up against Yuya Sakamoto. I'm going to assume is driving out of Japan, Osaka, Japan, and that car and livery look familiar. It's because this is another Zenkai Racing Team Revival driver.
Okay, Okay, they caught it. They were lined up incorrectly. And there we go. So, we're on the line. I think we're ready to go here, basically. Yuya in the lead, Sam in the chase. Two gorgeous cars, really. Again, all the cars today are just amazing. Big ups to all the livery designers, all the car makers, everything. Been watching some of my teammates make cars. It's crazy what goes into it. And here we go. They are off. Yuya Sakamoto in the lead, Sam McCoskey in the chase. Big initiation from Yuya. Sam not phased at all, putting it right up on the door of that RX-7. So let's see how through the transition, looking great. And again, second to last transition. There we go. And let's see, will the wall claim another victim?
Oh,
it seems no. Whoa, Yuya Sakamoto could not get closer if he tried. And across the line. Not to take away from Sam there, but Yuya kind of did a perfect lead run.
Yeah, Sam was really good in the chase up until that last outer clip. Just kind of threw on a little bit too much angle. We've seen a lot of people do that. It's not, the radius of that last outer zone is very deceiving. So threw a little bit of angle, went, oh crap, and then kind of pulled some angle out of it. Very minimal mistake, but it's still something we're here talking about. Probably the best opening round battle of the day.
Oh, for sure. And again, just what an amazing battle. Again, these drivers are coming in relatively cold. Of course, they do have a practice server before getting in here, but the nerves heighten as soon as you join the server. I'd be lying if not. So
like right here, so he kind of goes, whoa, and then goes, oh yeah, crap, and then pulls a little bit of angle out of it. It gets him right onto the line. But as you said too, Yuya could not have pushed that zone more if they tried. Maybe a little bit more angle out of that FTRX-7, but they had the proximity to the wall, which is so cool.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. So we are ready to go here. So Sam will now be leading Yuya. Both drivers really came out with some really heater runs ready to go. So let's see what they can do in run number 2. Both drivers want to make sure that they get the win. So let's see what happens here. They're lined up. I think we're ready to go.
Sam leading now in the S15, giving chase. Yuya Sakamoto, Japan versus New Zealand. Team Swarm versus Zenkai Racing Team Revival. McCoskey looking really solid in the lead. Nice and smooth. You can hear it in his throttle. Just nice and smooth on his right foot inputs. But Yuya maybe struggling just a little bit on the little uphill area. There is a gap starting to form. Sam answering in kind right on that yellow line. Sakamoto not really able to match in proximity. I didn't think that Sam would run away, and he did. Awesome lead from Sam McCoskey. Yuya Sakamoto looking maybe a little bit phased in the chase position on the uphill.
Not so bad at all, guys. Not so bad.
Heading up this hill here, you'll see it all good, and then just doesn't get the transition that Sakamoto's looking for, and kind of upsets the whole rhythm of the whole run. This is one of those tracks that's very tricky. There's not a whole lot of decel zones, not a lot of inner and outer clipping points and zones. So if you mess up one corner, it flows into every single one.
There we go.
And this is the first run. Look at Sam here, and I don't really think there's any major mistakes from either driver until the end.
No, not at all. I would agree with that.
Solid job from Sakamoto getting all the way to the right of the track. Could have been a little bit deeper in that inner clip, but nice job. That's the hardest clip on the course, I think. And then as you said here, Joe, just could not be any more on that wall if he tried.
Oh, no, not at all. And let's take a look at the other run as well, just to see. For fair comparison, right? Again, both drivers, I think this is one of the better battles of the day already.
Oh, absolutely. So watch coming up the hill here at the FD. Just doesn't quite get the flick. No angle, and then you're off speed, you're offline. And Sam is kind of making him pay for it in the lead position. All the angle in the world. And still big proximity to the wall. So what are the judges going to view as a bigger mistake? Because I think the leads are pretty close. So do you view Sam's kind of over angle in the last outer zone as the worst mistake? Do you view Sakamoto's kind of just, again, it's not even really like a, it's so hard. Watch right here. Just doesn't get the flick, has little angle, and then goes, oh crap, how do I recover from that? All these Team Revival guys are so smart. They're so smart. It seems like anytime there's been a revival FD out there, I'm like, I can't believe they made that like correction mid-run and made it look not crap.
Oh yeah. No, again, looking really good. Our judges do have a call. There we are. There we go. Wrong battle. Right battle. There we go. Slide him left for Yuya. Slide him right for Sam. Keep him in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. There we go. Sam moving on, taking that win. Well deserved.
2 minor mistakes, but I think Yuya Sakamoto with the heavier of the 2 mistakes. Again, really hard to see because all it did was just kind of open proximity, but just didn't quite get the rotation on that FDR7. Maybe a little bit too much side bite, but their day not done. They're going to move into the 0-1 bracket as Sam will be joining Josh Oxley in the 1-0 bracket.
Okay. So just getting confirmation from our other half of our staff to see who will be up next, as we did have a technical difficulty for one driver.
Okay.
So we're getting that sorted out to make sure we know who's up next. We will see. Again, just sitting here, waiting.
Yeah, awesome debut for Team Swarm here in ESDA. Obviously, he's got the 1-0 now. Got the cobweb shaken off as Sam McCoskey is going to be able to carry that momentum with his Australia-New Zealand compatriot, Josh Oxley. Also living in an island off of mainland Australia, but just a little bit different in Tasmania. Trying to break up the Japanese invasion we have here for the APAC region. And unfortunately, Sakamoto dropping 1, but I would not be surprised if you see that FDRX7 go some rounds in the loser side, air quotes, of the bracket. Is Ombu Gilbert driving out of Indonesia as well for 7-Speed Motorsports, so teammates of Ryan Plantagen, who's already in the final 8, and Fuji Keisuke.
Okay, I'm just making sure. I'm pretty sure I got a typo on who's next, but I want to make sure. Right.
So Fuji is driving for Team Fumipa from Japan, and an S15 with a V8 Coyote motor.
Big fan of that.
Going to be up against another Zen driver. Not your Zen, but a different one.
Different Zen.
Atsushi Hashiya.
And so we're getting them up to the line. They're ready to go here. Someone's got a good 2-step on their car. Jeez.
That is Atsushi. This car is gorgeous. One of our judges, Doug, was like, I can't stop looking at this car about an hour before we even started our broadcast. So we've said it a bunch of times. Shout out to everybody who's been involved with building these cars. You all do wonderful work. And here we go. Our second battle of our preliminaries here in our team group, number 3.
Okay. I think we are getting ready to go here. Man, do these cars sound good. I don't even care how they look. Both these cars just sound good. Okay. Wait for it. They're chomping at it. There we go. We are off. Fuji in the lead. Atsushi in the chase. Big initiation from both drivers. Hayacha in the chase. Whoa, I said that wrong. Chase driver having to choke up there. Going through the first transition, looking very good. Again, in the chase, as we've seen all day, not a lot of angle, but really focusing on that proximity. And here we go, big flip, and there we go, looking great from both drivers. And again, I think Fuji made a statement there with that run.
That's such a risky flick, too, because, again, you have that wall. Hachiya not really looking settled for the first half of that chase. Again, could just be nerves. Again, you're going to get at least 2 battles with these super shallow initiation, and because of that shallower line, you're going to be able to close on that lead car a lot. So kind of just getting settled for the first half of the run. And right coming off this outer zone, everything looks fine and good. And then Fuji makes him pay. Big flick. Could not really be closer to the wall. Maybe a little bit of left foot brake there would have been good, but really, really big statement to the judges there at the end of the first run.
Really, really good. So they are ready to go for run number 2. So I see no reason why we should hold them up.
So Fuji Keisuke in the chase position now in the S15 with a little bit more white and silver on it. And leading now Hachiya from Zen's in... I got to back up, Doug. That might be one of my favorite. That and that 180. Both, I think, were Zen's cars. Absolutely gorgeous. So here we go. Second half of this battle. A little bit on the table for both, and a little already some very aggressive initiation from Keisuke Fuji, trying to stay on the door of the lead S15, all of S15 battle, as trying to run away, but it's not going to happen as Keisuke Fuji's still there in lockstep, and hanging the wing over that concrete wall. Just peeking over is Hachiya in the lead position. Nice and solid, but good leads breed good chases, and Keisuke Fuji was there all the way.
Oh, isn't that the truth? And again, both drivers driving like they want to win, and don't blame them at all for that, because my God, what a run did both of them have.
This is a strong group, man. This is a strong group. Not that there weren't good drivers all throughout the day, but this is probably the hottest start that we've had in the first three groups. Just super, super strong. Can't wait to watch the drone back on this. On my screen, I saw contact going into the first corner, so I was like, what? No, of course, it's just 270 ping jank.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. And again, let's take a look at the drone cam. So we'll start with run number one. Again, I don't think that there's too much to say overall. A little bit of choking up. Yeah, that's the biggest issue.
This is the biggest mistake of the entire battle for both drivers. Just initiating a little bit early, that car gripped up, and then he spent the next, up until about here, getting more comfortable. And then, unfortunately, Fuji went, I'm going to make you pay for that mistake with a lot of style there. Maybe could have got a little bit closer to the wall, but I'm not going to complain.
Oh, not at all. And again, now let's look at it when the turntables are turned. Yeah, really aggressive drive. That initiation looked...
God.
Yeah, like, oh, I don't know. If I was that chase driver, I would have thought that I was going to make contact for sure.
It's Assetto Corsa. If they would have hit, he would have knocked that lead car into space. That's kind of the only cool, good thing about Assetto. There's not a lot of ghost contact.
Yes.
If you hit, it's very easy to tell. So that was just on our side. And then, yeah, just trying to hang that wing over the wall. Solid lead run. But with that mistaken chase, I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it again here. In the zone, but barely. Again, great recovery, but it took half a track to get there. So still looking kind of shaky, and not really getting the angle there, and then bam, now they're there. Then Keisuke. That's commitment. I love that. If this was qualifying, that would be very helpful with the style points. And this is just on our side. So if they hit, there's no way that S15 in the lead would have survived.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Of Hachiya.
Unfortunately, we are getting word that Umbu Gilbert was unable to make it, so that will be a bye run for Shen Viper. Good for him. If I'm a competitor, I'm taking every bye run I can get. Maybe that's in poor form, I don't know. But if that's me, yeah, I'll take everything I can get.
I mean, nobody wants to win that way, but no one's gonna not take the win. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Someone's it stinks that whatever happened to Umbu Gilbert, whether it's technical issues or something, causing them to bow out. Obviously, we'll know for sure once we've moved past the 0-1 battles, but not currently present. So moving them into the losers bracket, that is going to be Shen Viper moving on, which means this is our last battle of our prelims.
As we do have a call here. And it is unanimous. Fuji taking the win and moving on here. So
it had to be that chase. Again, it was Atsushi's mistake in his chase. Not huge, but when that was the only mistake from both drivers, really, over 2 runs, that's all it would take. So the Fumipa driver from Japan going to be moving on into that winner side, the 1-0 side, and one step closer to that top 8. And that means we now have our bottom for set as well. Again, Umbu Gilbert not going to be here. We'll see if they are officially out of it, but Hachiya going to be going up against Yuya, and the loser will be heading home if we but I think we'll start with the winners. We've been starting with the winners.
Yeah, we've been starting. We tend to do that. I'm just making sure that all of our brackets are making sense on my end before I start talking about it.
Speaking of talking,
Yeah, right.
that's the worst segue I've ever done in my life. Speaking of talking, again, we went from a supporter that we've had before to one that we have not had, or the other way around. A new supporter at ESDA to in Koruworks, into a tried and true name that's been supporting us for years, Moza Racing, and now a TEAMGROUP jumping on board, joining ESDA for the year. If you guys need any sort, I'm sure you guys know the name TEAMGROUP. All of us here are probably at least somewhat versed in PC parts and PC building, so to have somebody on the ESDA team that supplies RAM and other parts is very, very cool. Thank you very much for TEAMGROUP for supporting us, and can't wait to see what they've got in store for that final world final with our best drivers from all across the region.
Cool. So we do have our battles ready to go here. So first things first, two guys who got a bye run in the first run, so they'll be equally a little bit rusty. So we got Josh Oxley up against Shen Viper, a car that we have not really seen in ESDA at all in that high end, up against an S15, which we've seen lots of, so this should be exciting.
Proven versus unproven.
Yep. But knowing
Yes,
Josh,
that-
he probably has something up his sleeve about it.
I'm listening to Shen Viper's S15 just idle here, and I'm having a crisis, I think. In a good way. Really, really well done. Josh, heck of a wheelman, kind of put the wheel down for a while, focused on more of the media side. And if you watch any of our awesome pre-round promo videos, they're all from Josh Oxley, Scorpador. If you want videos done for your series, or just want a really cool edit of what you do, go check out Josh.
Does great work.
Does awesome stuff. It impresses me every single time.
Oh, yeah.
Going up against Shen Viper again. Privateer, no team backing him, just me and me alone.
Love to see it. Genuinely love to see it.
Out of another Taiwanese driver, so Taiwan up against Tasmania. Only one of them can move on into the 2-0 side. Josh Oxley, Shen Viper.
Let's go. So Josh, very confident initiation, taking a little
That's
angle out, and
not good.
that was not as confident as I made it sound. Shen Viper just keeping her moving. Josh parked up in the gravel. I'm sure both of them will have a very different disagreement, but it did seem to me like Josh might have overcooked it, tried to pull some speed out of it, and Shen just had nowhere to go.
It looked like he went in deep and then went to throw a big angle, and the big angle never came.
Yeah, that feels right to me. A little bit of grip up, so let's take a look at that just to make sure that that is what we actually saw. And again, yeah, just looking at how he already was like just fighting anything he could to keep it on the track.
Yeah, I don't even think it was going in too hot. I think it was his line. You could see it there where he kind of goes for the flick and he's in the middle of the track, and then he tries to track out wide. You kind of want to start to the left if you want a nice smooth run through that outer zone. So that I thought he went into super deep, but you can see where he initiated it. It wasn't crazy late. Watch. Yeah, we'll take a look again when we run that battle back, but run the two replays back. But yeah, it just looked like his line was a little off. Weird way for him to go off. I know he said he was super nervous coming in today. Again, he hasn't competed in ESDA in years. Again, he's been helping us out on the media side, so it's cool to see him back driving. But I would be surprised if we don't see a major mistake from Shen Viper, that the cobwebs are going to be off and the gloves are out. Me and Josh have battled in Forza plenty of time, and there is no quit in this guy. So he's going to get the jump here, hoping for a major mistake from Shen Viper, but Shen Viper just needs to put in a solid run. Nothing spectacular. Josh Oxley in the Hyundai Genesis needs to try and force a mistake from the Taiwanese driver. Nice and smooth so far. Maybe a little bit shallow, and then Joshua Oxley. And I think I'll double check on the replay before I speak here, but I think Shen Viper's line was just a little off, and Josh just never adjusted. Obviously, I think still his mistake, but his car's not moving, so he's typing something to somebody. Maybe
Yeah.
a lag hit.
Who knows?
And full disclosure to the broadcast, I have a ton of bias.
Yes.
The judges don't particularly care, but I do. So take a look at the bottom right here. Yeah, maybe I think he was just a little close. Maybe he thought it was lag on his side, but
Okay, as we do have a call, I think we know which way this is going to go. It's unfortunate to see it, but fight in the car. So Viper moving on. Up next.
again, Fuji Keisuke and Sam McCoskey. I keep mixing up the S and the K. I'm going to say it. It's going to happen. I'm not going to be happy about it. But again, going to be joining Shen Viper in the 2-0 area. Again, setting yourself up really, really well to try to make it into that final single elimination top 8. But Fuji Keisuke with probably the chase of the day, and Sam McCoskey, that very, very minor mistake in his chase. And other than that, both these drivers have been solid. This has the potential to be a barn burner, ladies and gentlemen.
So let's get them up the line and ready to go. I just want to see more driving. There we go. Sam will be chasing this time. Fuji in the lead. Both of these drivers really put on a show for all of us.
It's been a heck of a day so far. I mean, we still have one group left to go, and then our final top 8. Do not go anywhere. The last group should go pretty quick, all things considered. We have 2 buys in that group. Again, 2 drivers unfortunately bowing out. Still grateful to the huge participation that we had here. Awesome to see all these guys out. All right. So Sam McCoskey for Team Swarm. Going to try to keep this run going, but Fuji Keisuke is going to try to put a stop to it. It is New Zealand versus Japan, and only one can move on the winner's side.
Let's see here. So Fuji in the lead. Really came out swinging in the first run. Sam in the chase. Also came out swinging. See where we find ourselves once we are done. So just waiting for our judges to let us know what's up. Everyone's on the line, ready to go.
If Sam can put down do a solid initiation, and that was his only real mistake in that first run, or that first battle that he had. Fuji's got his hands full here, but something I think that Keisuke has over Sam, over just first glance, is speed. It does look like he might have the quicker car. I don't think it's a huge difference. It's something that is going to play into that is the arrow. One with a wing, one without. So,
okay, they are revving. They are ready to battle. I'm ready to see this battle.
Very similar cars, both S15s.
Okay.
Here we go.
And they are off. Fuji in the lead. Sam in the chase. Let's see your big initiation from Fuji. Sam doing everything he can to already get up on that proximity, but Fuji unfazed, just running the lead run that I know he has practiced so many times. And Sam doing everything he can to mimic that lead run and doing a very, very good job, maybe cutting a little bit of angle to keep up. But
there it is.
Sam into the wall. The wall giveth, the wall taketh away.
That's so unfortunate, too. He had a much better start. Man. More blood for the blood god. Good initiation. Looked like he had a similar mistake to his first chase run, but nowhere near as bad, and was by the end of the zone was really locked up. The pace difference just was not there. Right across the bumper of the transitions. Nice and smooth. Keisuke doing the best he could, and then just flicked it a little late, caught the wall, and that was all she wrote.
So now Sam has a lot to do in this lead, so let's get him back to the line.
It's unfortunate, too, because as a lead driver, you can't really force the chase doing a mistake. It's so hard. All you can really do is just pull big angle, maybe try and, be as stylish as you can and maybe drop some speed and force some contact. or try to take some angle out of it and try and pull away from that chase car and force them into making a mistake trying to catch back up. Either way, Sam's got some options here, but it's not as much as if you were in the chase trying to force the lead into a mistake. And both these drivers still undefeated. So whoever takes the loss here just drops down with Josh Oxley into 1-1s. So both these drivers not eliminated yet.
And they are off.
So here we go. Keisuke Fuji going to be chasing Sam McCoskey. Keisuke giving a little... I tell a lie. Gets right to the door of Sam. Again, probably maybe just using this as some extra development for his driving. Nice and smart. Really close through the uphill part of the course. And Sam really going to try and do everything he can. Probably the closest to the wall we've seen all day. But it's not going to matter because Keisuke Fuji, faultless in the chase.
Oh, yeah. A very, very solid run. So let's take a look at the drone cams because honestly, in a battle this close, I don't see how we're going to be able to tell so much from the track cams. And again, look at Fuji on that initiation.
Man.
Just big
He
angle.
tried to screw that up.
Yeah, he did everything he could to make that perfect. And he really did. And again, inside clip, no tire drop. Outside zone, right to the line. And then here we go. Really, really good. But then Sam just in the wall. And I think, unfortunately, that's all we really need to see from that battle.
Yep, because Sam did his best, went out swinging, and I would be afraid if I was in that 1-1 brackets. But Fuji Keisuke, I do believe, will be getting the win here. All sliding left. Keisuke Fuji going to be moving on, going up against Shen Viper, who, if I'm Viper, I am nervous for two reasons now. Because one, obviously you're going up against one of the strongest persons in your bracket, and that's kind of what the Swiss bracket does. Two, unfortunately, due to Josh's mistakes, they kind of haven't battled yet. No, we haven't seen anything what they can do in the chase. Haven't really pushed the lead zones at all. Josh played himself. I think he's the first person to say that. So that's extra pressure against somebody who looks very competent in both lead and chase positions.
That is correct. So up next, we have our two ready to go here. So Yuya Sakamoto up against Atsushi Haicha. Oh my gosh.
Yuya Sakamoto against Atsushi Hashiya.
There we go. So let's get them up to the line and ready to go here. Both drivers will be really ready to go here. I know I'm ready to go here.
And so both these drivers looking for some redemption. Both two drivers that looked very strong that unfortunately just made small mistakes against drivers that made no mistakes. Especially in our, like, this is not to take anything away from the people who moved on so far, but in terms of average, this has got to be the strongest of the three brackets so far, and that's something to say for all these drivers currently. But yeah, really tough pull for Atsushi going up against Keisuke Fuji out of the gate, who is now obviously still undefeated. Will be chasing here, going against Yuka Sakamoto, who, again, Sam has made one mistake all day. So really, really tough way for them to go, but both these drivers had a shot at redemption, and they better find it because the loser's going home. So it's Atsushi Hasiya in the chase for Zens, and then Zenkai Racing Team Revival's Yuya Sakamoto. And that FD looks familiar. We'll have at least one who made it into our top 8. And here we go. Maybe.
I'm ready to go.
Oh, they might be testing the light.
Yeah, maybe. It seems like they're doing more than testing. Both of them are looking ready to go.
Yeah, I think they're just making, like, again, some drivers have been able to see the light very well, some have not. So I think they're making sure that everybody can see it before they go to send them and nobody moves. You hear I know we're a couple days removed from the 4th of July and the 1st of July, but fireworks coming out of the back of Hachiya's S15 right now. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Winner moves on, loser going home.
And we are off. Here we go. Yuya in the lead, Atsushi in the chase. Big flick in from Yuya. Looking great. Really, really good angle, but Atsushi really not worried at all. Ooh, taking a lot of angle out right at the end there. That might be a big thing, and dropping a tire in the chase, doing everything he can to keep a butt.
Oh, no! What is going on here?
Oh no! Yuya zeroing that run out very aggressively, dropping tires, and then just can't get it back. And across the line.
That is a gift for Atsushi Hachiya, who was having his own world of problems in the chase position. And taking a look at the replay here, Team Revival, we've seen they've been so strong. A couple of people in chat to point out one of the best teams in Japan right now. Sakamoto, again, really strong start on that first outer zone. Issues for Hachiya in the chase. Maybe a little wide there, throws the line off for this outer zone, and they're out of character for their team, because what they've been really good at doing, Joe, is obviously you don't want to make a mistake at all, but they've made mistakes and been able to correct before it becomes an issue. But missed that inner clip and then just had their line totally thrown off for that outer zone, and was game over from there.
Okay, as they are on the line and ready to go for run number 2.
And here we go again. Hachiya just needs a solid run. Was not faultless in that chase, but unfortunately for them, Yuka Sakamoto just kind of having their own issues in the lead position. So now it's down to Atsushi Hachiya. Can they put down a scoreable run to be able to move on in the bracket? Or will there be an upset from Yuya Sakamoto, sitting on a huge deficit? One of these drivers is going to move on, one of them is going home.
Here we go. So Atsushi in the lead, Yuya in the chase. And let's see if Yuya can do anything to claw back from that zeroed out run. Unfortunately, once you get a tire in the grass, there's very little you can do, especially in such a loaded up section, but doing everything he can here through the transition. And again, Yuya just letting himself get to his own head, I feel like, as we get across the line here. I'd be very curious to see the drone replay of run number 1 and see how that unfolded here. So we are loading it on up. There we go. Run number 1. And again,
this one... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So watch the chase here. Again, not really faultless up until coming up the hill. Not really making a ton of, very straight there. But because of Sakamoto's issues in line, way off. Battle's already over there. And that's going to be that, or at least that run's over there. That's going to be that. And then moving on into the second run, again, both Chihars made it across the line, so I don't really think... I think this is kind of more of a formality now. Yeah, Sakamoto really needed to force an issue, and we're already cutting the judging screen.
Yep, as you speak. Yep, it is a formality, as Atsushi will be moving on here. So, that is our second round. So let's just take a look at our records as it stands currently. Unfortunately, an 0-2 means you are eliminated. So, moving on forward here.
All it took was one mistake from Sakamoto. Somebody I thought that we could for sure see go some rounds, but they will be joining Umbu in our first 2 drivers out of this group that are eliminated. And that is going to see Atsushi Hachiya moving on through the skin of his teeth, because it looked a little rough there on the start. Really going to have to clean up the beginning half of his chases if he wants to move on against drivers like Josh Oxley and Sam McCoskey, who we have left now in our 1-to-1 battles. Again, everybody who's lost a battle already needs to win or they're going home. And this is where it's going to start getting way tighter and way more difficult. We have Fuji Keisuke against Shen Viper. Shen Viper technically has not had a battle yet. Josh had his own issues, unfortunately. We'll be seeing him again very soon. And Fuji Keisuke has had 2 very good showings. The winner here will get lock themselves into that final top 8.
So we are getting ready here. We're getting them to the line. I'm hearing cars revving up and getting them up to the line. I like it once we settle on in. We get a lot of runs back to back. It is excellent. So, to the line. line here. There we go. So, there we go. Fuji in the lead, Shen Viper in the chase, S15 on S15 action.
So let's see what Shen Viper can do now. Or is he gonna Jedi mind trick another lead driver into making a mistake? We're about to find out. Taiwan versus Japan. Here you go, first run.
So Fuji in the lead, Shen Viper in the chase. Let's see what they do on the initiation. And again, Fuji with just amazing initiations all round. And Shen Viper cutting a little bit of angle to gain proximity through the transitions, giving good space to the lead. Let's see, they will keep all of their tires on the track through the final transition up to the wall. And Fuji definitely doesn't want to be out, wants to be locked in here. And Shen Viper giving him a run for his money. Honestly, very, very, very strong chase run as well. But I think Fuji is really out here to prove something today.
Yeah, I was gonna say we still have one group left to go, but I'm scared of Keisuke right now. As somebody who had no idea who Keisuke Fuji was until about half an hour ago, I am thoroughly impressed. This whole APAC region has had a lot of very strong drivers, but not to take anything away from Shen Viper again. Maybe could have done a little bit better, being a little bit deeper in some of those zones, but nothing huge. No spins, no tire drops, no big corrections. So it's still very much on the table. All it's going to take is one small mistake in chase from Keisuke, and this battle's blown wide open. It's not over by a long shot.
Oh, for sure, as we're getting them up to the line and ready to go here. There we go, Shen Viper and Fuji. I think they are ready to get this going as well. Shen Viper definitely, I think, overall from the first battle, maybe at a slight disadvantage, but nothing that they cannot overcome easily. So let's see what happens here as the turntables are turned.
Backspin, reverse it. Winner of this battle is going to move on into our single elimination top 8 presented by Next Level Racing and be one of your winners here, this team group number 3. Maybe a little bit of lag there because it looked like Keisuke was going to enter a lot deeper than he did, but Shen Viper, showing his strength, is in the lead position. Nice and fluid. Very Forrest Wang style lead run right now. Very fluid, very smooth transitions and getting all of the zones. But Keisuke Fuji trying to put the pressure on in the chase, actually showing a little bit of cracks in their armor there because I say very Forrest Wang style. Shen Viper was pulling away there a little bit.
Yeah, good
Not
for
much.
him.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you need, though.
Really good recovery, a really good, strong 2 sets of runs from a guy who has not really been challenged yet to a guy who's had 2 very strong battles already.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And looking side by side, honestly, I kind of think Shen Viper,
similar.
They're real similar, but the only major difference I can tell is proximity on the first half of the run. Everything else seems really similar, but overall, Shen Viper was way closer throughout the entirety of their chase. So let's take a look at the drone cam. That might give us a little bit more insight here. So again, we'll start with run 1. A little bit of a
Great jump.
Yeah, great jump. That jumps are so hard to time. Because here we go again. Fuji with an amazing lead run. Shen giving a little bit of space, a little bit, not as much angle, but really keeping it in the fight, very honestly, as through the transitions, working his way up. And then in the final zone, this is where he really does his work. Catches right on up, gets as close as he feels comfortable. Again, I wouldn't go closer than that in a comp unless I knew it was all on the line.
Very
again,
shallow, though. Very shallow in those zones. Was still in there, but barely. And then just Shen Viper, a mistake from Keisuke there. Maybe a little bit wide, catching some dirt. Shen, I think, it's hard to say, but I think has the better of the 2 leads. But Keisuke filling the zones, maybe a little bit farther back, but filling the zones much better as a chase vehicle.
But having watched them back to back, and let's go back to side by side really quick. I think any sin that you can put on one, the other kind of has. Besides that, look, again, just pay attention to the proximity in the first half. I don't know, but right now that's the only thing that my eye's catching as a difference. And again, not a judge. Don't take my word as what's going to get called, but just that's the main thing that I can see overall. But again, yeah, they both, even when one of them goes a little shallow in a zone, they both kind of did in the chase. Shen was shallower at the start, but then kind of settled in. And then I kind of think Fuji overall was a on average, I think they average the same depth, but I don't know. Again, not a judge, and I'm very glad I'm not. Let's take another look at it on the drone.
This is another one that I think will go. It's very much in the judge's hand now. Okay, so Keisuke Fuji in the lead, Shen Viper in chase. So what I noticed watching Shen while you were watching Fuji is he's in the zones. Much like in the first one, he's fine, but watch everywhere else. Again, this is not a big mistake, but when it's this close, it has to be picked apart.
Oh,
so
for
just
sure.
kind of like just gets his rear bumper in there barely. Just gets his tire in here barely. Because if he doesn't, I think that Keisuke Fuji is gapping him. But obviously a more consistent, a more controlled chase. Now, in contrast, watch Keisuke Fuji. And maybe a little bit wide, just grabbing a bit of dirt there. I don't think it's a tire drop per se. We'll see what the judges say. And it still goes a little bit shallow on the exit of one. Maybe off track there for that chase vehicle. But filling the zone there much better and has the proximity. Filling the zone there much better and has the proximity. So I think lead runs, it depends on what you like. I think Fuji was still good, but I liked the smoothness and the fluidity of Shen Viper's lead run a little bit more.
Yeah, again, even side by side, it to me this is prime OMT material.
Yep, I didn't want to put that thought in the world, but that's facts.
Yeah, if you're nitpicking that much and you're really going, well, you could kind of say this, you could kind of say that. To me, that's why the OMT exists. It's too close to call, so let them run again. So we'll see what the judges say.
If there's a win, I think it might. Oh, it's still so tough. And the lead run, we're talking about chases, but the lead runs, like it's not, like there weren't differences. Like I said, it's just a little bit snappier from the lead, from Keisuke's lead. But I really liked a little bit of extra angle and a little bit of extra style that came with Shen Viper's run. Something's trying to kill me on the inside today.
Yeah, I really don't know. And to me, that means prime OMT material. But again, not a judge, not trying to put ideas in the judges' heads. If you're a judge and you're listening to us, you shouldn't be. As we do have a call, and it seems like the judges also definitely had a conversation about it. So, 1 OMT, 1 to Viper.
Okay.
Carlos with the OMT. Let's do it all again. I'm very much in support of that.
I think Dai saw what I saw and went Viper barely because of just the more stylish lead run and maybe had more proximity in the chase. But then those other two judges went, yeah, but he was barely in the zones. You know, could have filled, well, not barely in the zones, but could have filled the zones a lot more. And maybe Keisuke's chase had that little bit of a rocky start, but filled the zones a lot better and I think was more of a complete chase run. So great call. I see where Dai was coming from as well. Great call, and I can't wait to watch these guys go again.
I could see that call in both directions, honestly. And to me, if you can see a call in both directions, that's prime OMT material. Because,
of course,
yeah, isn't that what it's designed for? I know I'm talking in circles about it, but genuinely, I could see it both ways.
So we'll line them up and do it all over again. OMT battle here. The winner moves on into the top 8, which is all single elimination. That's going to be more of a classic one and you're done bracket.
We'll see here. I think my upstairs neighbor just bought a piano.
Sing us a song with a piano,
my
man.
whole ceiling's acting as a soundboard. I was like, what is that sound? I'm sorry that I got silent there for a second, but...
Sing us a song at 11:20 at night.
Yeah,
Or
right.
10:20 at night. Time
Still.
zones are hard.
Trust me, I'll wake up at 3 for that. As we are getting them back to the line, we're ready to go here.
So, points of contention. Viper has to keep up with Keisuke while filling the zones, getting much deeper. He had the right idea there. This needs to be deeper in the zones. Maybe have a better start to the run. But this initiation's so tricky.
Oh yeah, this do or die.
Yeah. Keisuke basically the opposite. He needs to hammer down that start, but stay closer throughout the whole run.
And let's see what happens here. So Fuji in the lead, Shen Viper in the chase. Shen way more aggressive off the rip.
There you
Fuji
go.
couldn't really have done too much different in his lead, so we're going to expect to see the same lead from him. Shen Viper doing everything he can now, just trying to really nail the proximity, because I think that was his biggest issue.
Oh.
And ooh, having to choke up to get that proximity. Fuji not making a single misstep. And so far, I think it's advantage Fuji right now.
Yeah, I was about to say he's cleaning it up. He's doing what he needs to do. So I'm checking the driver's meeting manual to see if their chase drivers allowed to run over that cone in the inner clip. But right here, gets all of it, really sets himself up well, and then just doesn't quite get all the way outside, changes the line, so it's shallow here. Reminds me of the first run, basically, but in reverse and a more consistent chase. So there is still that mistake there, but the chase run that came in this instance before it, way better, much better. And then we're not talking about Keisuke because there's not a whole lot to talk about. This is really good leader.
Yeah, the silence on that is not to say anything bad about them, but it's so good it's unremarkable. I don't know how else to put it.
Yeah. If we're not talking about you, you did something right, basically.
Yeah, you did exactly what we expected. And so we are lined up and ready to go here. I think Shen has to do or die right now, and they are off.
And we saw minor mistakes from both these drivers. This one's not over yet, but Keisuke Fuji definitely in the driver's seat this time. Much better initiation. Doesn't have that tire off moment. As you can hear, Shen Viper burying that S15's throttle into the floor as Keisuke as well. Much better job. I cannot believe he didn't run him over there. Can he complete it and seal the deal? And matching the angle. Ooh, just tried to adjust there a little bit. It almost came back to bite him. They are door to door across the line.
There we go. That was the I'm here statement that he needed. And I would really like to, I'd be curious to see run number 2 from the drone cam. So let's see here. So we do have that. And again, pay attention to that last outside zone. I think Fuji did exactly what he had to do to say I'm chasing better than Shen over
man.
here. Just right there the entire time. And I think that might have been a little bit of lag on our end just in that last zone because Shen didn't flinch once when he got into him. But let's see here. This is what I want to see. So Fuji throwing it in, not cutting line like Shen did, really pushing up there. That was it. If there's gonna be another OMT, that's gonna be it. I don't know if that's as big of an issue.
No, I don't think so.
We'll see.
Like he went a little shallow to make sure he had the proximity, and then went to adjust to get on the wall, and it didn't work. So the front end kind of washed out a little bit, and there was that light tap. Because both drivers stayed in it, and it was so light, that is a mistake, but I don't know if it's enough to bring this in OMT territory, as we have a decision.
Wait, I have to ask for clarification.
Okay.
The judges are voting by cars, and the issue is...
Doug, you big dummy! I just saw it. What are you, Jared Deanda? Yeah, the S15 won. You're so right, bestie. You're true.
Well... I know which one it is just because I have deductive skills. So we're going to slide them left for Fuji, right for Shen, in the middle for an OMT. There we go. So 1, 2.
Keisuke Fuji. Sorry to cut you off. That's
No,
Keisuke Fuji, who is now in the top 8. He's done. He's wrapped up. He's getting ready for war. But that is not the end of Shen Viper. And again, minimal mistakes. But this is probably again, I said it already. This is the most stacked one-on-ones that we've had so far.
For sure.
Oxley's looking to redeem himself. Atsushi's got more to give. Sam's only made like a mistake so far, and Shen Viper's only mistake there was a little bit wavery into the last outer zone. A lot of these drivers have only made one mistake today, and that's why they're here. So let's see what Josh Oxley can do against... I'm not sure who he's battling, actually.
He's on a buy run, actually. So we're going to move on from that and move directly to Atsushi. Yes. Atsushi over to Sam McCoskey. There we go. So get him up to the line.
Oh, because Shen lost the 2-0. I know how this works. I'm a maroon. It's fine.
So Let's get him up to the line. I'm ready to see this battle.
So Oxley now with 2 wins down to bye runs. Still has yet to prove himself in door-to-door competition. And if I go off of he sent me a DM as well. Scorp drives best when he's mad.
And let me guess.
I don't know. I don't know, because he seems more mad at himself than just upset. So if he could channel that, maybe. But it's definitely all going to come down to his head and whether he can calm down and reset or if he's going to let this eat him alive. This one's going to be super interesting. So we've got New Zealand up against Japan. And shout out to Team Swarm. Sam
Gorgeous
McCoskey.
looking S15.
Oh, both of them are good, but I like Species Purple. Both are real good. Make me real happy. So, both these drivers, I think this is slight advantage McCoskey, just in how they've been driving, but who knows? Here we go.
Okay, Atsushi in the lead. Sam in the chase. Very strong initiation from Atsushi. Sam in the chase, not leaving it up to the judges whatsoever. Through the transition, looking very, very good from both drivers.
Oh, there you
a
go.
little bit of a tap, but I think that might have just been on our end because both drivers unfazed. And again, that Zen's car in the lead, looking dialed, but Sam, no chill whatsoever. Amazing run from both drivers.
Yeah, I think that was just on us, Joe, because if you hit square in the back in a drift car in a Assetto Corsa, they die. That is the worst place to get hit is square in the rear bumper. Ask Adam LZ all about that. But Atsushi Hashiya very much needed to clean up his leads, and job done. But unfortunately, good leads breed good chases, and Sam was licking his chops, ready to cut a knife into this run, and maybe could have been a little bit better on the angle there across the line, but the proximity didn't go anywhere. Super solid chase. It is anyone's ball game.
Oh, for sure. So let's get him back up to the line and ready to go here.
So the Team Swarm driver again out of New Zealand. Gonna try and see if we can keep this good momentum going. Atsushi Hashiya has where he struggled all day, has been chase position. So keep an eye on that red S15 in chase. Here we go. Winner moves on. Loser goes home. Hashiya doing a much better job, looking like they're calming down a little bit in this chase position as Sam does what Sam knows how to do. Nice and smooth. Great job up the hill. Oh, he did it again.
Oh, no.
Did the exact same thing again and just too far to the left. The line was off track, and now he's throwing a Hail Mary, getting into the door, trying to force Sam into a mistake, but I got to imagine that is a New Zealander moving on.
Yeah, I got a feeling about that, but we'll have to see. We'll have to lock it in, but I can't see that going in any other direction, honestly.
Did watch that second run on the bottom right of your stream. Much better job for the start. But again, kind of just gets trapped on the left side of the track and checks up and knows where to go. I think maybe a front tire off for Hashiya, but I'm not sure. But either way, huge separation. Sam with only that little waiver there at the end. So if it's down to those two mistakes, I'm not a judge, but I think just going to do their due diligence here. And
oh, for sure. Let's take a look at run number 1 and then run number 2 from drones. So again, first run, just great from both drivers, honestly. You couldn't really ask for much more in a competition setting. Of course, if you sit there and do your run over and over, you could maybe do something a little bit better, but these two are on it. Yeah, the way it moves, that has to be the connection, because both drivers kept going without any problems at all. And again, super great depth in that last zone from both drivers. I don't know what else to say, but let's take a look at run number 2, because that will be by far the more interesting call here.
So all this is line. So again, we talked about it a little bit at the top of the broadcast, and we'll talk about it again next time we have our track map up, coming back from a break. But if you're offline through this power section, you're in trouble. So you see him initiate a little bit early, not have the angle on that inner clip, and then he's totally offline for that second to last outside zone. And as much as the wall has gotten a lot of people today, that second to last outside zone, I'm willing to bet, has had the equal amount of battles settled there.
And we do have a call here. Slide him left for Atsushi, right for Sam. 1, 2, and 3. Sam will be moving on. So now we're going to have Josh Oxley against Sam McCosk. Wow, there's so many Y's and
Dude,
letters.
it's so close to being a word I can't say.
Yeah,
I'm not
right.
allowed to say. So I.
McCoskry? I'm going to go with
see?
that. Yeah, no, now that you put it in my head. Great. But
Blame me. That's fine.
this is our battle here. So we're going to have Josh Oxley up against Sam McCoskry. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Sam. I was doing it great all day, and now I'm in my head about it.
I'm not. It's funny.
So
this is
just
a big
taking
one
a
for
look.
Josh.
Yeah, just taking a look at how it is going right now. So we have 2 more battles. It'll be Josh and Sam to break that tie, and then Shen will go up against the winner of that. So without further ado, let's just get him up to the line and ready to go.
This is a big one for Josh. I hope he's intelligent and has the stream muted. It's not hearing me, but he's going up against a very hot Sam McCoskry from Team Storm. I'm sure these dudes have driven together before because they're both from the same region. But Josh has... I think the idea here, you got 2 wins. You know, even if you don't make that top 8, it's still a good day. Good first day back to ESDA. Obviously, it's not the top 8 that you wanted, but he needs to put in 2 solid runs here. He just needs to get the full pulls. But Sam has momentum behind him now. This really could go either way. Does Josh drive mad, or is he in his own head versus how he does in chasing against Sam, who has been almost faultless.
And they are off. Both drivers, the way they pulled up the line doing rolling burnouts, you can tell they want it. They're hungry. And here we go. Big angle from both drivers. Josh in the lead. Sam in the chase. Looking great. Sam putting it right on his door. Josh now unfazed. He seems to have shaken off what happened in his last battles. And again, Sam not phased at all. Really throwing it in. Not even really cutting line. An amazing drive from both drivers.
Dude.
There we go. Doors. I'm sure that both of them are smiling ear to ear right now.
That's absolutely what Josh needed, and Sam made him pay, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. But what a battle from both of them. Really, what a drive. I don't know how to say anything besides both of them brought their A game to this battle. And I could see if the second run goes like this, I could see it going to an OMT easily. Because again, there is very little to nitpick about both of those.
The only thing that I saw, Joe, was I would have liked to seen a little bit more angle from Oxley on that inner clip. It kind of affected his line a little bit. It wasn't a big deal at all, but that should tell you how close that run was. They're going to switch positions now. Again, Oxley made mistakes in both his lead and his chase. He's got one solid run on his belt now, and he's going to have one of the most consistent lead drivers we've seen all day in Sam McCoskry to be able to put it on the door. What happens here? We're about to find out. Winner moves on. Loser goes home. Josh Oxley, Tasmania against New Zealand. Much more conservative initiation, but it's exactly what he needed to do because he's on the door of Team Storm's very own Sam McCoskry. Josh Oxley, maybe a little bit of a lazy transition there from the Hyundai Genesis, but Sam, big angle in the lead position in that S15 right on the concrete. But Josh isn't going anywhere. He gives him a little bit of a tap, and he grabs under the wall. This one's going to be fun. Oh.
If I could get a drone replay of run number 2,
we're going to need it.
Shook. Because again, let's see here. I kind of think Sam got onto the wall on his own
I think
doing.
Josh hit him, dude.
I don't know. I think there was space between them.
Really good start from both these guys. Again, what you see may not actually be contact.
Yeah, but again,
Little
both drivers
tap right
kept
there.
going either way after that, so that doesn't matter so much.
No, I think he just tags
Here
him,
we
man.
go. Let's see. Space. Okay, a little tap. Look how much space there is. No, look how much space there is.
I thought that little tap was it. I don't know. Have fun with this one, judges.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, look, he doesn't. It doesn't really send him off trajectory.
The car doesn't react. Yeah. Are you in control of the replay here? You want to do that one more time? If you
Yeah,
can?
let's see. Yeah, I'm not, but I know who is.
So you see the line from Sam here, how he's a little bit to the left and then works his way out.
Yeah.
So it's going to be up to the judges to determine. Look at the contact here. There's no big jitter. There's no big you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's it right there. What we're watching right now is the deciding factor of this battle. There's no other way it is. It's amazing drives from both of them. Amazing drives.
if Oxley's out for the contact here, he left it all on the line. He can hold his head up high. If Sam is out because he pushed it a little bit into the wall at the last minute, he's had one of the best drives for somebody who's not going to make it into the top 8 all day.
Yeah,
both these dudes have a lot to be proud of. I think Anders is up there as well, but Sam definitely. Both these dudes have a lot to be proud of, and whoever ends up moving on, because unfortunately there will be a winner with this issue, but it's just the judge is going to come down to, was it Sam's line into the last outer zone? Because he wasn't feeling, you'll see it. He goes a little shallow and then moves out wide.
But let's take a look at run 1 to remind ourselves of how great both of these drivers did. Because really,
this is just fun. This is just fun.
Regardless of how that contact is called, I think both of these drivers should leave this battle super proud of how they did. Because really, anyone can make a mistake like that. It really, really just both drivers brought their A game in. It's unfortunate that it came down to something like that, but that's what happens when you're driving 10 out of 10.
Oh my God, look at them go, dude.
Yeah, Sam was hungry.
I love drift cars.
Yeah. I don't know. We're going to need to see that second run again at some point. Right on it too. Spawns, you're a hero.
Yeah. So the only I see some mutterings in chat. So obviously, Assetto Corsa, we all know how contact works. Because there was no big look after Sam got tapped by Josh's tire, I think that one's on our side. I don't think they hit.
Yeah.
It's very tough to call, but I'm looking for any sort of movement from that S15 here to show me that contact caused something.
We've seen
front tires aren't moving. The car doesn't jitter around.
This is pure speculation, and I'm going to preface it with that. But we've seen bigger contact not actually be contact on the server tonight.
Yep.
So that's where my head's at now. But honestly, I don't know. They were both driving amazing. This is a disappointment no matter what happens. Because
I'd rather go out hitting the lead car.
Me too.
If this is a mistake, it reminds me of Andy Haley in New Jersey. Was like, I don't think I'm going to beat Matt Field, so I just want to hit him. I remember I went up to Andy. I'm like, oh man, you lost. Like, I don't care. I hit him. I had fun.
Which is reasonable.
I love Andy. He's a good people. Shout out to the Drift Wizard.
Gosh.
But it's because the only thing that has me team Oxley in this one, obviously I have a very clear bias, is Sam's line going into the corner. He wasn't at the wall already and rode it. He was a little bit shallow and looked like he tried to work his way out.
It did kind of look like that. Yeah, the issue with this is it's such, he got eaten by the wall so much for such minor contact to the wall. It's really hard to tell.
It depends on like colliders and a bunch of other crap too.
So yeah, he's working his way out. See, it looked like a smooth arc throughout the corner to me.
Mm-hmm. Like, again, I'm looking for any sort of indication from that S15 that it's been hit. Front tire movement, any sort of jitter, lifting, brake, anything.
Yeah, I don't think that contact affected him at all. But the only way we would know is if we talked to Sam directly.
I think it was think of it like a racing line. I think he like apexed early and pushed out wide, grabbed the wall. Honestly, if I'm Sam, I'm not saying a goddamn word.
Oh yeah,
so this is over.
As a competitor, you don't admit if you're wrong. You never do. That you're just setting yourself on the back foot. But yeah, the more I watch it, the more I think it's on Sam. But I
because of this server too, I'm not 100% in saying that it wasn't Josh's fault or it was Josh's fault.
Yeah, I don't know. Because again, watching it at full speed, that it's a 15, right? Yeah, that S15, it really it doesn't upset at all. It's very smooth. And if there was contact, you would think you would see it like tweak a little bit or something. Same thing from Josh's car. You don't see it like tweak or anything. You just see him get on the brakes.
He had to commit. If he lifted, I don't think he would have got run over, but Josh was there.
Yeah.
So obviously you don't want to lift. You don't want to give that chase driver any more. So I think he just picked a line and committed.
Yeah.
Again, you can even see it from the track cam. He's not all the way in the zone yet. When you want to do that, you have to be basically on the wall. You think of Riga. It's a tighter corner. It's a closer radius, but you have to be on the wall before you get remotely and then stay there. You can't V it, even though it wasn't that bad. I think he knew that he was going to start tracking out wide until the end of the corner and went, wow, I hope I bounce off this wall and nothing bad happens. Like, you just have to commit to it at that point. There's nothing he can do.
And I want to make it really clear to everyone, because we are focusing on the one mistake of otherwise amazing battle. Really, both drivers, no matter what this call is, like, everyone should go away from this one very proud, because this was by far the best driving we've seen tonight.
Yeah.
Like, I
Hello, Di.
don't even know. So
Hello.
we do have Di in to explain this call. So we are not going to have a judging call, but we will have Di here. So Di, what's
judging
up?
call is coming in.
Yeah.
It's more I want to clarify on that last turn. I ain't gonna lie, out of my 15 years of judging, bro, this is probably one of the most weirdest situations I've probably ever dealt with.
Yeah.
So what we looked at it looked like we're basically giving it shared fault. It was that hard of a call to make. When you look at it more on the stream, it looked like Josh did hit him, but me as a driver and drove this track, I could probably recover from it, but who knows? But like you said earlier, Keenan could have been a server or what, but it seemed like it wasn't that severe, but at the same time it could have been. It was just we just said make it shared fault, because we don't know who fault it really was, and let them run again and have a fair battle.
I'm so here for that. Let's do
Yeah,
another.
It was so much. Like I said, it's one of the most hardest calls I probably have to ever make, because it's having to do with server, and it's just we want to be fair to the drivers. I think.
Yep.
So
I think everyone will be happy with that.
It is tough because it's like you said too, and I think like we were talking about, it really didn't look like that hit, if it even happened, did much, but it was there. That's something that Sam could argue, like, hey, you could see it, I got hit. But as you said too, that was at the beginning of the corner, and the mistake was at the end of the corner. So very tough, but I think good call. We're gonna get some more drifting.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch these two go for it again, really, because what a bat. I've broadcast, I've judged, I've done a lot of different things, but I don't think I've ever seen a battle with an accident where it felt that close.
Yeah, and again, like, it's a lot of if that would have been two NA drivers in an NA server with all of us being NA, I think we would have a winner right now. But
yeah, for sure.
The unknown, instead of going, well, there may have been contact there. We saw a black car touch that car, but you know, you have to trust your eyes first. So that is super tough. Like Harold said too, that's one of the toughest calls.
Oh yeah,
I think I've ever seen, or it's top 5 at least. And up until that point, both these dudes just put it down. So I'm not surprised if we're gonna see it again. I think Sam's got a right, and Josh has got a.
They're both gonna. I expect we're about to see the craziest run we've ever seen, or the biggest accident we've seen today.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a fireball, or it's gonna be battle of the day for sure.
Yeah, this is gonna be crazy. Whatever's about to happen, it's going to be entertaining. And honestly, again, big respect to the judges to say it's so close, we can't in good faith call it either way, so let's do an OMT. And I completely respect that, and that's why the OMT is built in. So let's do it. And they're off. Josh in the lead, Sam in the chase. Oh, they're both in it to win it now. Josh with a great initiation. Sam leaving a little bit of space, but making sure he's right up on that door almost immediately. Really great proximity, really great line from Josh. But again, Sam taking full advantage of this great lead run from Josh right on the line. Josh getting a little bit maybe in the dirt, I don't know. And let's go through this final outside zone. Sam getting right up to that door saying, judges, I'm not giving you any reason not to call it in my favor. And what a run, what a run.
It ain't over yet, folks. Josh Oxley and Sam. It's not that hard to pronounce if it wasn't like if I had 5 minutes in a room by myself and was able to say the C word, that means downstairs.
10 million times.
Yeah. Josh tried to throw that away in turn number 1. Had his tire very close to catching that dirt. May even got maybe a little puff of it in that second last outer zone, but. No slowdowns. We've seen that today where someone drops a tire and they slow down and they can pull big angle and it messes up the run. So he went off. It was by the slimmest of margins, just a puff of dirt coming up. And not to take anything away from Sam because he was there, he was in the mix, and a euphemism I like to say, he's had the hand around Josh's throat the entire time. He was not letting him go.
So let's see what happens here. Will we see a repeat Who knows? A great run number 1 from both drivers, so they both feel like they can take this home. Let's see what they got here. Sam McCoskey in lead, Josh Oxley in chase, and they are off.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get a winner this time. We're about to find out. Sam McCoskey, New Zealand against Tasmania. Josh Oxley trying to leave nothing to chance. A little bit of a tap and the exit of outer zone number 1. No harm, no foul. But because of that, there is a little bit of separation. Can Josh close? He's going to have to give a little bit of that outer zone up to gain the proximity. And let's see if it happens again. This time, Sam is right on the wall, and Josh is right there. So what will the judges view? Again, I think Josh's only mistake was he pushed a little bit too hard at the exit of outer zone 1. Gap opened, he got that outer zone 4, or the second to last one, but it wasn't deep at all. So there's another close one.
Yeah, through outside zone 1, I think so far, I'm just going to try to call this as fast advantage Josh, but then through the center section, Sam kind of pulls a bit of a gap, but Josh had such a great lead run there. And then through the final outside zone, I think Sam might have choked up a little bit on the line to get that proximity. I could see another OMG. Let's take a look at, as our Lord and Savior says, the truth serum. Here we go. So run number 1, Josh in the leads him in the chase. Really great initiation from both drivers. Sam playing
He tries to throw that away, dude. You see how close he was to going off?
Yep.
You big dummy.
Jeez, guys. Again, really, really great. Oh, that might have been a tire drop from Josh right there. We'll have to look at that close. I see the tire in the dirt.
There.
Yeah. And then let's see in run number 2, just for fairness sake, and here we go.
Just for Josh here, it's just about picking your times. We've seen it all day today. You're gonna see him tons of pressure. Even gives him a little tap to the door, little thunk, hey, how you doing? But he stays on the door too long. And I was like, crap, I need to give him room to transition, and he has to give him so much room. He gets that outer zone, but 1 tire, like just barely, but does a much better job of finishing the run. And right to the door, maybe a little shallow. It could just be the difference in wheelbase, but it looked like he was a little bit shallow there in the last outer zone.
I want to take a look again at Josh's lead. I want to see about this tire. So really great in outside zone number 1, keeping it all on the track barely, but here. So inside clip's great, but pay attention to outside zone number 2.
A little shallow there from Sam.
Look, in the grass.
Oh, man, that's tough. That's tough.
You see?
Oh, have fun again, idiots.
Yeah, right?
Oh, my God.
You see? Just to take a look at the second one. That's really like... There's a little choking up here and there, but honestly, that's the only thing I can see. But here, I think Spawns has a slow-mo of that. I would be very interested to see about that tire.
This is outer zone number 2.
So again, coming through the transition. Look at that back left tire. Look, there it is. The dirt changes. The question then is, does he still have part of the tire on the line? And then are we judging it like tennis, where if you're touching the line at all, it's still in? All of a sudden, it gets nitpicky.
If I'm a judge, I am jumping out of the session right now and loading up like a camera, and I'm literally going to frame by frame it, because I think that is the... If Josh drops a tire, it's over. There's like, I don't think there's a major a tire drop equivalent from a mistake of either of them. If that's a tire drop, and that's an official tire drop, it's done. GG. Sam moves on.
Yeah, that's the only way I can. That's the only way I can really see a big difference. But
yeah, they need to double check here, because it's in the smoke line and there is a little puff of dirt. But is it enough for the judge to be like, no, that's a tire off? I love how he just gets into him for the bit. That's good.
They're really again, whoever walks away from this as the winner or the loser, really, like, I would be so proud of being in this battle.
We still have a top 8 left to go, but this has been my favorite set of battles of the day, especially knowing that, like, Josh battled back from what I think I'm confident saying was a horrible performance in his first battle.
Yes.
And this is basically the first time he's been tested. And he was ready to come back smart and use his brain. So
we got a call. Just so you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's the wrong people.
Yep. Nope.
Where is it? Nope. Where is it? That's where it should be. Come on, there it is.
There we go.
Okay, so 1, 2. What's it gonna be?
I'm actually on the edge of my seat.
There
oh my
we
God,
go.
they're going again.
Going again. Let's go. Line them up.
I'd love to know what Josh did. Maybe just a more consistent chase, a more consistent proximity, but I'd love to know why Doug went Josh. So that tire drop, again, if you're talking about the whole, it's the carcass of the tire, is that the word I'm looking for?
Contact
the whole
patch.
contact patch. I'm sure like a bit of it caught dirt, but it's for me if I was judging it, the center of that contact patch has to be over or in the dirt. These guys are going to end up forcing each other into mistakes now. That is so close. We've been here, like, honestly, I'll keep it 100 with you. I hate one more times because it means we're staying up later and staying here later, but this is really good. Like, this is not OMTs because they keep making mistakes. OMTs because they keep crashing. It's OMTs because they are very evenly matched and they're both driving at a very high level right now.
Yeah, that's the front. Like, I don't mind OMTs when it's like this, where it's there just aren't mistakes to really be getting called out at this point. And if we're nitpicking what is a tire drop, fundamentally, we know that they're on it.
Yeah, this has been a treat so far, but the longer OMTs go, I believe there must be a winner this time.
I believe
the
so
longer
as well.
OMTs go, there's going to be some cracks in the armor. Here we go again, OMT number 2.
Okay, Josh Oxley in the lead, Sam in the chase. Big initiation for both drivers, looking great. Josh right on that line. Sam saying, no, you don't. Pushing right up on his door. Through inside clip 1, a little bit of space, but let's see. Okay, Josh making sure I didn't drop a tire. And there was a little bit of lag on one of my screens. There we go. But, okay, Sam having to take out angle to catch up. And on my screen, Josh is jumping around everywhere.
Yeah, I think Sam saw that too. You'll see it in the replay.
Yeah.
So up until that point, obviously we can't trust our eyes here with how this is all in the APAC regions. Josh, I'm going to slap him upside the head for what he keeps doing in T1. He's trying to go off and somehow keeps it on every time. But watch how Sam reacts here. Again, it's just me putting myself in his shoes. Much lazier transition from Oxley this time.
Yeah,
But
look
he
at
sees
how he
that,
moves. Yeah, there was a weird
know?
something.
He sees that, and Sam kind of goes, what? And that's why that gap opens. So
God, I really hope that that's not what it comes down to.
it might be.
I really hope it doesn't, because both of them have been driving so great. And if we're just held back by the technology, that's just frustrating for everyone, because really, this has been amazing driving. From
Some of
both
my
drivers.
favorite battles I've watched in online competitive drifting in a long time.
Oh yeah, no, this has been nothing but amazing. So let's line them up and let's see what happens here. Secretly hope something big happens so we're not worried about the internet connection, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and I think, don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure that's ruled technically as a mechanical. If something happens with you jitter or you lag mid-run, unfortunately, that's just like a tire coming off the bead or something. It's
right.
nothing that you could have done, but unfortunately, it's still your responsibility. It's just bad luck.
Yeah. Let's see here. So, let's get run number 2. Why do I have a suspicion they're discussing that about that technical thing to see if that's yeah, because like what I would.
Yeah, Josh is Nelson pointed out Josh is trying to throw this away with his outer zones right now.
Yeah,
he got very scared with outer zone number 2, but OZ1 he's been trying to go off. It's tough. My anxiety's through the goddamn roof watching him at OZ1 every time.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because that's why Sam backed off. You can see it in the replay. As soon as Josh does his little jitter, Sam kind of just woes up. It's not for long, but that's why there's gap. And then he does it again in the final outer zone. And normally, when there's been big lag, we don't really see it, but you even saw it on the replay there.
Okay, so they talked to the drivers. Both drivers would like to rerun that because of the lag, because both of them would not like to see such an amazing battle get called due to something outside of both of their control.
That's big respect. That's big respect. Because I'm going to keep it a buck. If I'm Sam, I'm taking that.
Yeah, right. I would, but no, I get it. Especially if you're driving that well with each other, why would you not?
Yeah. This is very uncommon, especially because this is a big deal. It's not like we're doing a bunch of APAC events, this is the one. Either you make it or you don't. And again, whoever wins here moves on. Whoever loses is going home.
Okay, so let's see what happens here. So,
Yeah, big
Again is
respect for
again.
Sam for that.
Yeah.
Did not need to do that.
big
Huge.
respect from everybody. And we are off. Here we go. So, again, Josh in the lead, Sam in the chase. Two drivers that have been putting on a show for us. As here we go. Let's see.
Wow.
Again. Oh, no.
He's gone. Yeah.
No, that's...
Did you see what I saw on my side?
Yeah.
He disappeared, ended up behind him, and then just appeared in front of him again. Yeah,
That's just frustrating.
Yeah, even when I click on Josh's screen now, it's like way more choppy than it was before. So something's going on with Oxley right now.
Oh, my gosh.
That sucks.
That just... nothing good. Well... I'm sure there will be a discussion between everyone again. Because again,
Yeah, and
like,
we can't, as much as I would love to see these two dudes drive all night, we can't wait all night. Unfortunately, it is what it is. The last one, was so minor that Sam had to check up. That one was huge. So
yeah,
we'll see if they let them go again. But again, if I'm Sam, I'm taking this, man.
Yeah.
Like, I know that's not in the spirit. This isn't up for fun. This is the one time ESDA's come in APAC for the year. And if I make that top 8, I'm in the world final. That is huge.
Yeah,
That's where all the money is. That's where all the prizes are.
That's just... See, the issue now is it's no matter what the call is, it's frustrating.
I'm frustrated. I'm not.
Yeah,
I have no
it's-
skin in this game. I'm
yeah,
just bummed.
'cause-
I'm sorry that this is how this ended. But I mean, we've had battles in real life come down to cars breaking or whatever. It's kind of goofy when you say internet is like the internet gave out, but it's part of it. You know what I mean?
Okay, so they're suspecting it's the server. We are resetting the server. If it happens again, whoever is at fault is at fault, is what they're
Yep.
saying. That we're
They're
gonna give
giving
it
them one last chance.
one last thing. Make sure that we're on, because just again, everyone's been driving so great. It would be not fun to call it like that.
All right. So we're jumping out really quick and then coming back.
My understanding is yes, we are waiting for the server to reset. And once I get confirmation about that, we will jump right back into it. And just again, this is where we're standing. Josh and Sam are fighting to stay in it. Whoever wins this will go up against Shen Viper. And we're going to go from there. Yeah, everyone driving amazing. Really, it is. On my side of things like this are the most... Of course, it always happens when everyone is driving so well.
Yep. It couldn't be like a...
Yeah, it couldn't be anything else, honestly.
Yeah. Again, and I mean, a lot of people, there's supporters for both in the chat right now. I see Josh Hart, a couple Swarm members. This has been one of the most fun battles to watch in recent memory.
Yeah, this has been... I'm genuinely just... I'm kind of speechless almost.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
And I was
yeah.
gonna say, like, we like when we normally do qualifying, we have a 32 of all drivers in the 90s.
Yep.
You said it best multiple times, where it's almost uninteresting to watch because they're so good.
Yep.
And like a light twitch is the difference between winning and losing. This has been really fun to watch because you have a huge spectrum of skill level. Where some guys have made it in who obviously have made some pretty major mistakes, and that's why they bow out. This has been the hot one all day. It makes this stand out so much more because we haven't had this super, super close. And I refuse to believe these two dudes don't drive together because it's so... Once Josh pulled his own head out of his butt, it's so smooth.
Both of these drivers really have been doing amazing runs over and over and over again. Like, I know for me personally, if I was either of these two, my nerves would have gotten the best of me at this point.
Yep. I mean, there's nothing to be nervous about now. It's either you win or you don't. Like, if anything, like, the longer it goes, they're like, all right, I know I can do this. I just have to keep doing what I know how to do. The trap now would be pushing too hard and going, well, I need to bring extra to the table. I wouldn't do that. Necessarily, you're just going to hope the other driver finally cracks and make a mistake, because if you're the one that tries to push over your comfort level, you will be the one to make that mistake.
Okay, so we're on the line. We're lined up, just waiting for everyone to get on in and ready to go. Again, thank you for bearing with us on this. We genuinely care about giving everyone the most fair chance to compete as possible, because that's the fun of competing, right? So everyone's loaded in. Josh is here. Sam's here.
Yep. And,
something's about to happen. That's all I know about.
And they even told KSK to not load in as well. So this is the minimum amount of people we can have in the server. This is the best chance. So again, if there's another sort of lag spike, it's over. There's nothing we can do about it. This is the last mulligan for both of these guys.
Yep. Oh, I think we're lined up. I think we're ready. I cannot wait to see what's about to happen here.
Again, I think it's going to be really close for Fireball. I think you're right.
When everyone's driving this hard, how else can it go? So we are lined up. Here we go. Josh Oxley in the lead. Sam McCoskey in the chase. My God, you two. Okay.
Fly free, you glorious little turd burglars.
And here we go. Josh in the lead. Sam in the chase. Throwing it in. Really great angle. Oh, Sam with no chill. Having to back off a second and re-attack. He got so close. And here we go. Through the first transition. Inside clip. Great for both drivers. Through the outside zone. Keeping it all on the track this time. Going through the final wall. Again, no cars in the wall is our goal. Josh right up on there, but Sam, no chill. He wants it. They are both so hungry, man.
Man, I think this is about dead even. You're going to see right here in the chase, Sam with one of the most aggressive initiations of the day. I was sure he was going to run him over, but bam, no room for Oxley to breathe. Oxley finally does not push the boundaries on that first outer zone. Very comfortable. But watch right here, coming up the hill, very difficult. Matching angle, giving him just enough room to move. Oxley's run of the day. But Sam does not get all of that outer zone number 2. Does what Oxley did with the reason we're in this position in the first place. Just kind of grabs a little bit of that yellow line. He's there, but doesn't fill it the whole way. So he has that aggressive initiation, but has a slight mistake. Oxley, lead run of the day, but still needs to bring it here in his chase.
So we're lined up. We're ready. Amazing Battle or Fireball. It's one of the two. Let's see what we find ourselves with here. Josh giving himself a huge run up, and they are off.
All right, here we go. It's either going to be one person moving on or one person going home. Sam McCoskey in the lead. This is still Tasmania against New Zealand. Josh Oxley trying to not leave it in the judges' hands right on the door of this. Oh, but that's a big mistake from Oxley in the chase. Way too early on the transition. He's been trying to get away with it all day. Finally drops that tire. Will Sam McCoskey make a mistake and keep this battle open? I think that is the end of Josh Oxley, but he went down with a fight and a half.
Yeah, I have to imagine that was that's the only thing you can even pick apart at this point. Because again, they're both doing exactly what you can. Like, of course, little things here and there. Off camera right now here, I gotta. Yeah, that's what it is. That was such a big mistake. Both of them are doing donuts, driving into each other. They're just having a blast. Let's take a look on the drone cam, though, just to see how that went. Because, again, in run number 2, this is really where, like, the only mistake could be. So going through, again, Josh, really good, a little bit timid, but as soon as he knows he's in there, he just gets right up to that door. Okay, transition, and Josh, look, that's almost 3 off. That is 3 off. Yeah, that's it.
GG's.
That's it, as we do have a call. Oh. There's so many buttons.
That's
there
all
we go.
OTs are, man.
Yep, and here we go. Slide him left for Josh, right for Sam. 1, 2, and 3. Sam does take that win. Well deserved. Well deserved.
Yeah, that was a war, especially with all the technical issues and everything. And again, huge hats off to both of them. Because there was twice there where if I was Sam, I was like, yo, dude, you screwed up. This is on you. And I would have taken it. You know, whether and Sam did the right thing, the sportsman thing, and said, no, let's finish this the proper way. Ended up taking Josh Oxley, who had, again, he'd be the first person to say no right being that far. His first run was atrocious. And then immediately proved that, no, I do know how to drive, actually.
Yep.
And not only that, but I know how to drive to an insane level. And it took 2 OMTs for him to crack and make his first major mistake. Unfortunately, that is enough to knock him out. But by God, strong handshakes to everybody involved in that. That was amazing. Both of your teams have a lot to be proud of.
Here we go again. So now, Shen Viper and Sam going at it. So Sam will be leading first due to his seeding earlier on. And again, take a look at that just to look at pretty cars, right? What else would we do? Here we
It's
go.
going to be pretty evenly matched. Again, both these in the S15s. They both went with the no wing kind of lower street style look. Both are shockingly fast. Both are very smooth. We thought the last battle was close. This one's going to be even closer. Shen Viper versus Sam McCoskey. Only one of them can move on to face Keisuke Fuji, who's just sitting there licking his chops right now.
Oh yeah, he's ready.
Watching these dudes beat 5 flavors of hell out of each other.
Gosh, what a battle that was. And again, I do want to say, for both of those drivers, really, like, that was amazing. I would leave that with my head held high if I was Josh.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to be pissed off because he was that close. And it was his mistake that brought it. But
Hey, that's competition.
that's what OMTs are. That's what they're bred to do, is to make somebody end up cracking and making that mistake.
Okay, so we have Sam McCoskey up in the lead and Shen Viper in the chase. Let's see what happens. And they're off. Sam in the lead, Shen Viper in the chase. Let's see what can happen here. So Sam now is hot. He is ready to go. Shen has been sitting, but he is saying, I saw those battles. I want a battle like that as well. And again, a great lead from Sam is allowing this to happen. Again, Shen keeping it right up on the door. No chill whatsoever, because that's all you can do through the transition. There we go. Sam is dialed in now. Ooh, I fear he makes the top 8. I fear for anyone, but Shen Viper, not a slouch at all in that chase.
No, not at all. A couple little mistakes with the line. Really good first 3 quarters. I don't really know what happened after the second outer zone. We take another look at it here. Again, I'm not even going to talk about Sam. Just hanging that rear bumper right over the line. And went through hell and back just to get here. Shen Viper trying to put a stop to it. Again, a little bit shallow there, but nothing crazy. We've seen that today. It's just a choice. Then kind of drops back a bit. A little bit of an early transition here from Shen. And then has no angle, has to put well, not no angle, but has little angle, has to pour it on towards the back half of the run. And against any other driver, that would have been, a minor mistake, but faultless was Sam McCoskey in the lead.
And here we go. Now, Shen Viper in the lead. Sam in the chase. Sam giving himself a bit of a run up. Let's see what happens here as they are off.
All right, here we go. Can Sam keep the momentum up, or is Shen Viper going to play spoiler? Good initiation from Shen. Sam a little bit shallow, but he's going to work his way back into the door. This is where a lot of drivers have made mistakes all day today, trying to get way too close, way too soon. But Sam's going to be smart. It's going to give him the room. Really good job of the outer zone there from Shen Viper. Bing Young, maybe a little bit of left foot braking. Nobody's gotten that close to the wall today, but he's going to come off it a little bit early. Blood in the water now for Sam McCoskey. And across the line. And for the culture.
Oh, yeah. 360 for the culture all day. Big support on that. But again, great driving from both drivers here. Oh, my gosh. I'm still just buzzing. And again, another amazing battle to follow it up. Both drivers are on it. Everyone seems locked in.
I think, honestly, for people who may only follow ESDA for the North American stuff, and at least self-admittedly, somebody who doesn't really follow any regions outside of NA, this is opening a lot of eyes right now. The level of driving is insane in Asia Pacific, and we have a call.
Yes, we do. So slide him left for Sam, slide him right for Shen, keep him in the middle for an OMT. And Sam locking himself into that top 8. Good for him.
Through hell and back nor sleet, nor snow will keep Sam McCoskey out of that next level racing top 8. And he, along with Keisuke Fuji, are your two winners, your two drivers moving on from the team group. APAC Regional Swiss Group number 3. You see going undefeated was Keisuke Fuji and Sam McCoskey with one of the hardest runs through a bracket I think I've ever seen another driver go through. Couple gimmies here and there, and then Josh Oxley took him to his limit and has to be the biggest Sam McCoskey fan in the room right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more group left to go, presented by Vosan here at Swiss Group number 4. Don't go anywhere, because we'll be right back with the conclusion of tonight's event. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, everybody, to ESDA, our final group of the night. Up in the booth with me, we got Keenan Kusin.
Hello.
Hello. We got our judges, Doug Armstead, Carlos Fuji, and Harold McKinney. And of course, our ever important drone pilot, Spawns FPV. We're here in our final group here. So let's take a look. We only got 6 drivers today. I had to change some sizing here to fit that one last name on here. So we got Taisi Tanaka, we got Argi Putra, Yi Zhang, Kevin Ryan now, and then Thanathip Thanalapanen and Habib / Boyardee. I hope that he makes some good
Is that just if I say anything I'm in trouble actually. I see Boyardee and Habib. I'm like, what would Chef Boyardee curry be like?
Oh, I would love that.
That would be I would eat that cold out of the can.
I would eat that in a heartbeat.
So the theme of the night has been maybe a driver or two that we recognize, or maybe a driver that we recognize in each group, and then 6 or 7 new ones. This one's a bit different, where we have Thanathip Thanalapanen, who we're very well acquainted with in ESDA, as well as Kevin Rhinow.
Yes.
Both again, it's very cool that they both showed up to represent their regions. Taisei Tanaka is going to get a bye run, unfortunately, because we had 2 drivers just not show up. And then Arbi Putra is also going to get a bye run. So Argi, sorry, I know how to read, from Jakarta in Indonesia, in that super cool Liberty Walk style S15. And then his teammate, Yi Zhang, from Zero Style. Oh, that's probably the wrong picture. Also out of Taiwan,
right.
or also out of Taiwan, sorry, in the 180SX, going to be going up against Habib or Boyardee. I'm going to recall him the chef.
I'm going with Boyardee.
From Grip Groove, and one of his teammates already in that final 8. Will he be able to join him? We are going to find out.
We are getting them up to the line. I guess that picture is wrong. Something changed in my program's formatting. It doesn't like.
It probably just doinked because it's the same driver as before.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. I'm not gonna sweat it right now.
We've got Thailand, we've got Indonesia, we've got Japan. Ton of different drivers. I would help if I was in the server, right? That would be smart.
That generally is the case.
I was too busy. Eating snacks. I
get
apologize.
That. It's okay.
Very hungry.
So we got Yi Zhang in the lead, Boyardee in the chase. I think we're ready to go, and they are off. Here we go. Yi Zhang in that 180SX, an S15 of Boyardee, S14.5. I'm sorry, everybody, as we're going on through. And again, coming out of the gate with some serious aggression from both drivers. Yi Zhang, great angle through that inside clip, coming on through here, throwing a great angle into the wall. Both drivers staying out of it. And again, Boyardee having to cut a little bit, but Yi Zhang coming out of the gate swinging. Jeez, a Lou. Across the line they go.
Hello, I'm in the server now.
That's good for you.
But yeah, great start. They have a lot to live up to here in this Vosan Racing group number 4.
They really do.
Was that group 3 was something special that we just watched. Maybe a little bit of separation there, but great job in the transition from the chef. And then Yi Zhang again, nice solid lead run. We've seen a lot of shaky lead runs in people's first battles of their groups, so it's good to see just solid, well practiced. Obviously has been using the downtime, using the spare time to their advantage. And now the chef for Grip Group will be taking the lead. See if Yi Zhang can put it on their door just as much as they put it on theirs.
Here we go. So we are lined up and we're ready to go. Boyardee in the lead in that S14.5. Yi Zhang in the chase in the 180, and they are off.
Here we go. Let's see what Yi Zhang can do in the chase position. Pushing but not getting super close to far. Maybe a little bit shallow. I'm going to back it up. Really good proximity from Yi Zhang, but can he keep it through the longest and trickiest part of the course? Nice job on the left foot braking, grabbing all of that inner clip. He is all over him like glue right now. Missing that outer zone, though, unfortunately, as, pushing the limits is the chef. And I don't understand why they call him Boyardee, because 2 minutes in the microwave, that man cooked. Wow, great job on that outer zone.
A ledger, man, of what you owe me after this one.
Listen, somebody has to be Jacob, somebody has to be Jared, and I have assumed the unfortunate role of making all the stupid jokes.
That you live your best life, but the driver's looking great. But speaking of Jared, speaking of our Lord and Savior, let's take a look at our eye in the sky here. So Boyardee in the chase. I think this was his weaker of the two battles, but not by much, really. Looking really
His
good.
lead run was nuts. I can't wait to watch that back.
Yeah, right. That lead run was something special.
Just a little bit shallow on angle there. He's still there, but no real mistake in the lead.
Yep.
And maybe I'd love to see him pull a little bit more angle and fill those zones just a little bit more.
Really good overall, but here, yeah, this lead run was something special.
Just getting notes from Josh Oxy going, you know what? I think I earned those buy runs after that. I think you did too. Right across the bumper, though, Yizang. But you see, he doesn't get all of that outer zone there. Really the only, and then because of that, kind of is offline and then figures it out going into the last outer zone. So kind of a little bit from both. Nothing huge. Reminds me a lot of how we started off our last group, our team group number 3.
Yeah, overall, both drivers really a great showing from both of them. Our judges definitely looking it over with a fine-toothed comb.
We already have 2 drivers in the 1 and O's just for buy runs. So who will be joining them in the undefeated club? I mean, if it wasn't for the end of that run, so hard to keep a run together in chase here.
Overall, looking very, very, very strong.
Just minor mistakes from both sides, both in chase too. So it's, I think, just going to come down to that.
Yeah.
And, I think Yizang with the worst of the 2 mistakes, but it was a little bit more sustained for Boyardee. And right there,
Sounds
and then the
like
big
you're
mistake
sniffing towards
here.
an OMT to me.
I mean, it's up to the judges, right? Do they say, hey, like, this was a more consistent run, or this was a better run but had the worst mistake?
Yeah, I really do not know. And again, I can see it going either way. Again, prime OMT material, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I don't think I would agree with you, but that run into the last zone from the chef.
Again, we'll take a look at the drone. That tends to point out mistakes a little bit more clearly.
And the one here, again, good start. Kind of redundant to say that.
But now both drivers, again, brought a lot of fight to the table.
I just want to see more angle from Chase here.
Yeah.
I want to see more angle and then maybe a little bit deeper. I think, well, that wasn't as bad as it looked at first glance, but definitely want to see him a little bit deeper there. But he's kind of just matching the lead.
Yeah.
The lead wasn't that deep until the end of the zone either.
Yeah, you can only really, realistically, and this is one of my biggest pet peeves in competitive drifting, when the chase driver tries to send it deeper and with more angle than the lead driver. Like, the point is to match them. And I do feel that was done very well here, overall.
It looked a lot worse at first glance.
Yeah. I would 100% agree with that.
And here's the second run there. Zhang and Chase.
Here, I already got a call, though. I don't know if them apples there.
All right.
Yeah, all right. So, yeah, Yi Zhang's picture isn't needed. Figure that out later.
The Ghost.
The Ghost. Yes, here we go. Got an OMT. Got a one to the right. And there we go. So
I love drifting. Very cool.
let's bring it back. So line them back up. Let's do it again.
Yeah, you even had Mafal Udinar in chat going OMT. Obviously, he wants to pull for his teammate, but I think the right call there. You called it right off the bit. Again, if you're going to go an OMT, just be sure it's an OMT and not throw them there. But Zhang, a solid lead, just needed a bit more. That literally, it was Zhang's battle to lose until he missed the last second of last outer zone and then paid the price in the last outer zone. We'll see if he can recover. And then on the other side of the coin, Boyardee just needs to be a little bit deeper in the zones. That's about it. Again, I think Zhang's mistake was worse, but Boyardee was making small little ones almost every zone. Let's see if they can clean it up. First OMT battle of this group presented by Vosan.
And here we go. Yi Zhang in the lead. Boyardee in the chase. Big flick initiation from Zhang. Boyardee really keeping it up, though. I think now both drivers are going to be a little bit more tuned in, turned on, ready to rip as we're going on through here. Boyardee matching angle a lot better this time through. Yi Zhang adding more angle this time through as well. Okay, and here we go. This is tend to be the do or die place, and Boyardee really gluing himself to Zhang's door, getting across the line. My gosh, there we go, boys. That's a lot better. And I think Boyardee knows now what he's got to be doing.
Really strong chase, but unfortunately for the chef, Mr. B, he did miss that outer zone number 2, almost switching the stakes from what happened in their first runs. And you look at the replay here, really solid, consistent, much better job literally everywhere else. And Yi Zhang just doing what Yi Zhang knows how to do. We'll just put down a solid. We see him right there, even while that screen, that view is kind of blocked. You can already see the change in line. Really good job in the recovery, because he doesn't make the same mistake that Zhang did when he missed that zone and let it blow his last outer zone. So good job in going, okay, I know I missed it here. Maybe that was intentional. Maybe it was to keep the proximity close, but
good overall.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, we are on the line. We are ready to go here, and they are off.
Here we go, Yi Zhang in the chase. Boyardee in the lead position. This battle is not over. Maybe a little bit of a wacky initiation there from Yi Zhang, but on the door, initiated in the initiation zone. Can he keep this proximity coming up the hill? It's so tough to keep a close battle through here, and he does, and gets that outer zone. Matches Boyardee in the lead position, actually. Can he finish the run with an exclamation point right on the door of the chef? He's trying to cook, but just got him right there. I really thought he was going to try to pull a gap on Yi. I'll have to take another look at the drone cam when we get there, but
yeah, they're ripping. Either way, now they have each other's number. It's very obvious that they're comfortable enough to really throw it in the chase. And again, both drivers giving a great lead to enable said great chase. Looking at it overall, I think, I don't know.
Oh man, those transitions from Yi.
Yeah, I think I know how I would call this personally. Just overall, everyone does this like cheat up in the chase in the last outside zone. And sometimes it's beneficial and sometimes it's not. But let's take a look at the drone cam.
I'm sure some of it's intentional, but I think a lot of it's not. Again, I'm not a pro driver in any respect, but it is so hard when you're already offline because you're chasing to hit that outer zone fluid and consistent as a chase car. It's so tough because you're already offline. You see it here, you just transitions like you would, but because it's a little bit of an earlier transition, he misses that second to last outside zone. And it's showing up. Spawn's doing a great job of showing off how there's just nothing in between them. Nice little taps coming over the line, but it's, to me, Joe, it's going to come down to, because Yi didn't grab all of it, but I think he was just following the leader, but I wasn't sure, so I was going to wait for the drone.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, now Yi in the chase, and I gotta say, Boyardee gave him a very, very good lead, but I think that he did not have as much angle as Yi did in the lead. But here's the big thing: I think Yi chokes up a little bit more here. But he's
line's a bit shallower. Almost loses drift there. You see the wheels kind of straighten out just for a second.
Yeah, I'd like to see that run again, actually, if at all possible. Thank you. And here we go. So again, I think, I don't think that the other run was as notable, but I really couldn't tell you. Yeah, this is another close one. And again, of course, as it always goes here at ESDA, the further we go into the night, the more the runs just get way more tuned in, way more tight, and that does tend to breed OMT. So let's take a look at it side by side again, because these runs are so similar. Maybe watching them next to each other might give us a little bit more insight here. Again, Yi a little bit less angle through outside zone number 1, but Boyardee in the lead again, not as much angle. Yi looking really aggressive and not choking up in the chase. Yeah, I think Boyardee missed that outside zone. Really, really great spot, Keenan. Honestly, the last outside zone, I kind of think that they're even on that in all different positions, you know? But again, that's just what we can see, and we can only call what we see as announcers. The judges are the ones with the real eyes on the prize.
So consistent from Zhang and his chase throughout OZ1. And you can even just see from the wings. You don't need the drone cam. You can see from the rear wings that Boyardee was a little shallow. Again, this is just the OOs. They each will get a chance to battle again, regardless of how this goes.
That the judges are having another
It was
discussion.
going real well until halfway through Group 3.
Yeah, all the battles were wildly clear cut, and then it just came unglued, and everyone's driving amazing now. Which, not the worst problem to have, for sure. Our judges taking a look. So let's take a look again at the drone. Try to see if we can pick apart anything about it.
I'm watching Chase here. Okay, maybe a little bit shallow on the angle there, but he's not the first person to do that and will not be the last. Unfortunately, Yi right on the edge. Super good transitions from both these guys, actually, through the hardest part of the course. But you see it right there. Doesn't quite get it. Does a great job to recover. And then all the proximity in the world. Maybe you like to see a little bit more angle, but it's not egregious. And then switching positions now. Same sort of initiation for both.
Yeah, both are. It's so even to me. Again, I think we're wading into OMT territory.
Bam, right across the bumper twice. What gets it for me, Joe, is that Zhang follows the line through OZ2 much better. He does have this kind of shallow, crappy finish, but doesn't miss a zone. You know, follows the lead car, that's the same amount of zone as the lead car does. That's the deciding factor for me personally, but clearly they're looking at something here.
Oh, for sure. And they do have a call, in fact. So slide it left for Yi. Wait for it. There we go. Slide it right for Boyardee. Keep it in the middle for an OMT. So, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Yi Zhang taking that win. Will be going up against Mr. Tanaka.
Very, very, very tough battle, and obviously they were taking a lot of care to look at it. Again, I think it just came down to that zone. He got the zone, but it wasn't deep, which is crazy to be like that is enough to determine the battle. But what are you going to do? Ease what it is. They're both not done. We'll see them both play again at some point soon. But moving on into our next battle, and it's with the ESDA vets.
Oh, it's
That's
such a
gonna be
long
Kevin
name.
Rhinow against Thanithip Thanalapanen.
Yep.
From, it'd be really nice if your team name wasn't 8 years long too, but that's fine.
But not. Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt it at this point.
From Batana Motorsport and PT Autobox. Obviously, we know the brand Autobox.
I do know that team.
And Kevin Rhinow still driving for Confucius Sim Racing.
So let's get him up to the line. I'm ready to see more drifting.
And, got Sonny the Honey here in chat cheering on Thanithip. Former teammates. At least former teammates. I don't know if they're current teammates. I don't know anything about anything.
Calling an audible.
Are you switching him to T, Thanalapanen?
Yep.
That's not a bad idea. Just waiting for these two drivers to go up the line. This is our last of the day, by God. 0-0 battle. So everything else now will either be moving on towards undefeated in the undefeated bracket or win or go home. You already have Tanaka, Putra, and Zhang in the 1-0s. And then with the two buys, this will be the loser will go up against Boyardee to see who is moving on, who is going home.
Yeah, and again, two very pretty cars. Kevin always with a Veil Side RX-7, I've noticed. So we will see.
Yeah, that's kind of his bit. I'm sure this
his
is the same car, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, just not retina burning yellow, which big fan of that though. Not gonna lie. So we are lined up and they are off. There we go. Kevin in the lead. Thanalapanen in the chase. Big angle, looking great. Kevin Ryan out painting that outside tire right on the line, but Van Lappinen really no chill whatsoever, no space on the transitions, which is exactly what he's got to do. But Kevin Ryan now looks dialed in from the start. Really, really strong in that RX-7. And going across the line. There we go.
Man, Thanafip had all the speed and more, but I really had nowhere to go. If you watch the replay here, Kevin Reinau, solid lead. I thought he was going off there for sure. Did the Josh Oxley and brought it back on, maybe a little bit shallow, but you can see Thanafip. It's like anytime he bothered to get on the gas, he had a left foot brake. Misses that zone there. A little bit janky through OZ1 again, where he closes and backs off, ends the run with a really strong statement here. This is all going to come down to whether he was just a little bit aggressive in chase or if Kevin's car is just much slower overall. We'll find out here, because if he gets gapped, this is going to be an interesting call for the judges, but we'll see what happens.
And there we go. So, Thanafip in the lead, Kevin in the chase. Both drivers looking really ready to battle. They're lined up. Kevin giving himself a big run up. Let's see what happens here once the lights go out here. ESDA APAC Regionals. We're in group number 4. Get excited.
And we
Lights
have
on.
Indonesia versus Thailand. The only Thai driver that I think we've run into so far, Thanafip and Lappinen leading in the Supra. Giving chase is Kevin Reinau. Both of these guys ESDA veterans. A little bit shallow, and the line from Kevin Reinau. Much better job in the lead than Thanafip, Lappinen. Kevin's keeping pace, though. He's not getting gapped. Big angle from Thanafip in the lead. Kevin not really able to match it. He's going to have to go shallow on the second to last outer zone. And Thanafip hanging the wing over. If we had end plates, they'd be in the crowd by now. Kevin having to go just a little bit shallow on his line. He was still there, but again, there was a pace difference. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, but it was definitely there.
I have to agree with that, as our judges will take a look at it. I didn't notice that wing on that Supra. I don't know how I feel about it, but has nothing to do with the driving at all.
No end plates. I didn't know. It's like the GT4 wing almost.
Yeah, with like the middle stuff.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, looking really, really good. I think overall both leads were amazing. Genuinely, both leads. Nothing to nitpick at all. Maybe in the last zone, Thanafip had a little bit more angle, but besides that, but in the chase, I do think Kevin overall was settled a little deeper into all the zones, mimicking the line of the leader a little bit better overall. But again, that's just my initial feeling. We haven't looked too super close at it yet, as we are getting our call in. Be here. So, item. Let's see. Left for Kevin, right for Thanafip, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. Thanafip, Lappinen moving on. Good for him.
I'd love to hear why. I would love to get some decisions on that. I thought that'd be a little bit closer. I think maybe Kevin's shallowness towards the back half of his run, but I definitely would love to hear from one of the judges their reasoning on this one for sure.
As we're getting ready though for our next round of battles,
I didn't think that one was going to be decided that quickly. I didn't know who was going to win, but I didn't think it would be decided as quick as it was.
It was quick enough that I'm sure they saw something very specific that they were
correct
feeling about here.
I now have Thanafip written down in my notes as Thip, and that's it. That's
Thip.
what he's getting called.
Thippy.
Sounds like you're saying lip with a lisp, which is funny to me, and that's all I really need.
That's reasonable. So let's take a look here really quick. So how it's going. Don't worry. Kevin and Boyardi will be getting a bye run in the next battle. So we will see them later in just a little bit. So everyone will still be battling here. Yes, let's take a look at who our first battle of this next group is. Again, undefeated drivers go up against undefeated drivers. Go up first. Tensai Tanaka in Tanaka Engineering up against Thanafip Lappinen. 2 Supras. Stoked on that.
One old, one new.
So let's get him up to the line and ready to go.
More of an Orito style on Tensai Tanaka's car, which kind of fits.
Big fan of Orito style. Wrong
Big
button.
fan of Burrito. I love the Japanese cowboy. That's my guy right there.
Watching him push that GT4 car across the line when he ran out of fuel. Oh my gosh.
Orito and Kazama were my two favorite drivers growing up. So I think we're finally having we'll get you guys clarification on who won or on why Thanatip took the win on that battle. It seems like the reason's coming in now. We're going to move on, but in between this run and the next run, we'll let you know what the judges had to say. But Tansei Tanaka is going to be leading in the 880, the Mark IV Supra, and in the brand new Supra, Thanatip Thanalapinen, Japan versus Thailand. Only one's going to stay undefeated. We'll find out in 2 runs' time.
And here we go. I think we're ready here. Supra on Supra action. Love to see it. And we are off. Here we go. Tansei Tanaka in the lead. Thanatip Thanalapinen in the chase. Throwing it in, but my gosh, Tanaka really filling out that outside zone. A lot of angle. Can he keep it on the track? He does. It's a perfect line. Jeez. Such a committed lead run. Looking amazing. But Thanatip in the chase. Not a slouch at all. But I do have to say, I
Good Lord.
I don't know how you do a better lead run than that.
No, I was about to say, I think if we're giving out qualifying points, that's probably 100.
Yeah.
Thanatip, again, I think there's just more float in Tansei's car. Because Thanatip was really struggling trying to keep that car smooth. He drifted, but keep it smooth behind him. So I'm eager to see what happens when they switch around here. But just look at Tansei Tanaka. Bam, bam. Maybe you'd like to see quicker transitions. Maybe would be the only thing keeping that away from being 100, but it grabs all that while maybe comes up just a little bit early and then gets right back into it. A 98 for sure.
So just a clarification on that last battle. RX-7 on lead. He understeered and could fill out the rest of the track better. It was mostly just filling out zones. It sounds like a story as old as time.
I think we were comparing chases and not comparing leads, which was our mistake.
Probably should have, yes.
We're dumb. It's fine.
Yep. So, flip them around. Let's do it again. And they are off.
All right, can Tanaka keep up with the pace that Thanatip has? Already not a good start. Thanatip looking like maybe a little bit of a wacky initiation. Let's see if Tanaka can close the gap without missing too many zones. You're seeing it stay consistent here as that big V8 rumble of that Supra trying to pull away. But Tansei Tanaka is somehow making this work. Nice job filling the zone nice and deep from Thanatip, then lopping in and getting the wall. He's trying to make his statement here. Tags the wall just a little bit. Is that enough of a mistake to open up the door for Tansei Tanaka? Joe, I was fully convinced he was going to get gapped, and that is just not what happened.
I really do not know here, because again, these battles, they're getting so close. It has to be so nitpicky on the judges' side here, which, again, don't envy the judges in any way, shape, or form.
It's already been a tough night.
But we'll see. Sorry, I'm just doing my typing.
Again, as you see, Tanaka probably in contention, at the very least, for lead run of the night on your top left of your screen, bottom right, the chase. Did a really good run, actually, all things considered, for pretty well getting drag raced off the line.
Yep.
Just a mistake on Tansei's part. That's the things that you need to know, but does a really good job of catching up without making it look too obvious. And then through here, I think it's still Thanatip's battle to lose and just tags the wall a little bit. It's going to kill some angle. Obviously, that means the car picks up some speed, so that's why there's a little bit of an extra separation there. But I think that is still overall something that Thanatip had was proximity. But at least from what I saw, I'd love to see the drone. But from what I saw on my bumper camera, which has not been super reliable tonight with all the ping of 282 now.
Oh, it's amazing.
Thanatip was a little bit shaky in his chase. Again, just looked super gripped up and had like he had nowhere to go.
As let's take a look at the drone.
Perfect. So this is the one I'm interested in. If this is a solid chase from Thanatip, it's a bit closer. But if it's as shaky as it looked in initial, not a bad start. And really good proximity. I think he had better proximity throughout. I mean, not a whole lot of angle there. Not a whole lot of angle there. Misses that outside zone. And then again, Maybe not feeling that zone as good as we thought initially was Tanaka. You're going to have to really get on the left hand or the left foot brake. So small mistake in the lead as it turns out. Then here's the chase for Tanaka, lead for Thanethip. So looking for any kind of major mistake from that white Supra and chase. It may be a little bit shallow there. Again, he has to catch up, so he has to do something. And I think he did a really good job of making it not look obvious, but it's still there. Matching the angle through outer zone number 2. And then 3, you're going to see just maybe a little bit shallow. We have a call. Joe Piro.
Okay, slide him left for Tansai, slide him right for Thanalapinen, in the middle for an OMT. So 2 and 3. Let's just run it back. Again. So get him up to the line.
I think that gap was just too much for them.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement wholeheartedly. So line them up, move it again. Again, this is group 4. The top 2 from this group will go on to our grade 8. We already have 6 of the 8 drivers locked in. We're ready to go here.
So we are going to go again. We are done with our preliminaries. We are no more OOs. So the winner of this battle will be moving on undefeated. And the loser will be going up either against Boy RD or Kevin Reinau. And I'm sure Kevin has a bone to pick to try and get through this competition. So Thanethip really has to clean it up in his chase, a little bit more consistent of a chase, had good proximity, just the line, the angle kind of all over the place. And Tanaka just needs to do what he did again, maybe just a little bit more solid in the last outer zone, Joe.
Okay, and here we go. Tanaka again, great, but oh no, in the dirt. Yeah, he was off, and then Thanethip really just took advantage of that grip differential and just pinged it on the door. I don't know what else you can really do there in the chase, but I could see that being a deciding factor, especially if Thanalapinen really does just drive exactly how he did last time. And again, I'm sure Mr. Tanaka is going to be kicking himself about that. We're going to have to take a look at it a little bit closer. I have a feeling about it.
It's like what Oxley was trying to do. I think Tansei finally did it. And good initiation there. He starts on the outside zone, then just a little bit too fast. Goes wide. Thanethip's got nowhere to go. Little bit of contact. Can't fault anything that Thanethip's doing up until about here on him. Still a little bit shallow, but not as bad as putting one tire off. And it gives Tanaka all the room. Tanaka really improving on his job on the outer zone here. So he's going to need the chase of a lifetime.
Let's swap them around and see what happens here. I think after that tire drop, I got to be leaning towards Thanalapinen, because I didn't see contact before he went off. And once you're off and you slow down that much, I can kind of see why fault would be on your side. So
yeah, no, I think he was off before the contact. The first thing I saw was tire off for the white Supra. So here we go, second half of this OMT battle. Thanethip Thanalapinen in the lead, representing Thailand. From Japan, Tansei Tanaka in the chase. Ooh, big correction there for Thanethip. Tanaka almost gets into him and then makes the correction himself. Coming up the hill, we see so many issues here in chase today, but none so far. Maybe a little bit of a lack of angle from Tanaka in comparison to Thanethip. That car is built for the lead run, and there's contact on the front end of Thanethip's car. Does a good job. He gets into the wall and then initiates drift again. I think Tanaka just kind of saw the writing on the wall, went for one last big surge, hit the front end of that A90 Supra, and with one tire off, I think that's all she wrote.
I'd be very interested to see run number 2 from the drone on that. I think that would give us great insight as to what happened there. Because again, there was contact there, but this time I think it was a little bit less cut and dry. So let's take a look at this one more time. So Thanethip in the lead, pretty decent, hits the brake, cellos out, but Mr. Tanaka, no issues with that at all. Through the transition, looking good from both drivers again. And then here is where it gets hairy. So, lots of braking from Thanethip. Notice that he is on full brake going into that zone. Not full brake, but his lights are on. And I don't think I've seen someone on the brake that much going into it. So, I could be wrong. I don't have a track map in front of me right now. But that's just what I saw, so we'll see here. Okay, so we do have a call. I'll explain a little bit after, just to make sure we're all on the same page here. So, slide him left for Tanaka, slide him right for Thanalapinen, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. So our judges are saying the tire drop was a big thing, and they did assign fault to the Tanaka in that last zone as well. There was a decel zone there. Totally makes sense. Easy
Just
peasy.
looked like I don't even think it was a decel. I think he just went shallow, and then because of the shallower line, like it wasn't bad, but because of the shallower line and that one big last push from Taisei Tanaka, didn't cut the extra speed as much, and that's what the contact was. So I didn't see Thanathip decelling at all. I think it was just an aggressive charge from the follow.
I would agree with that. I'm bracing everyone already. The lead and chase rules are different. My computer is yelling at me about seating. It's okay. Argi Putra will be leading Yi Zhang in the chase.
So we've seen today more than once the driver who didn't get to buy. Sometimes they had a little bit on the back foot. I think Yi Zhang, especially with that OMT, has to have their leads and chases locked in here. As RG Putra, in the Liberty Walk style S15 Sylvia, first time they're battling today. Could need to bring it because Yi Zhang looks like somebody who would take it all the way.
Oh, for sure. Here we go.
Taiwan versus Indonesia. Looks like the Japanese, the Taiwanese, and the Indonesians all showed up very, very strong for this event. Thank you guys, everyone, hanging out. For those, especially who are still in our NA regions, it's getting a little late, so thanks for sticking with us.
So we are ready to go here. Yi Zhang in the chase. Argi in the lead. That Liberty Walk S15 kit has grown on me so much.
Yep, I've hated it initially, and every day I see it, the more and more I like it.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of it these days. As we are lined up, ready to go here. I'm very curious to see what happens here, because again, we haven't seen Argi drive yet today. So, unknown to us, Yi Zhang did not go down without a fight, so...
That Zero Style team again showing up in full force, 7-speed motorsport. Already has Ryan Plantagen, if you can remember from hours and hours ago, still in the fight for that top 8. And that is going to be a traditional single elimination top 8. This whole Swiss bracket is just to see who earns the right to get there. And if I had to guess, it's just starting line stuff.
They were getting Mr. Tanaka off the track after his battle, is my understanding.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah,
reasonable.
May have been arguing it too. I think that was a pretty tough call for him. But you could see on the line, his line that he chose, he went a little bit shallow, a little bit tighter of a line to try and catch up to that lead car and try some sort of exclamation point there at the end, and unfortunately just did not work out for him.
But we will see what happens here. Them all lined up. I'm so ready. I'm so ready.
And if this isn't enough drifting for you, in 2 weeks' time, we have another regional. I believe it's the European regional coming up in 2 weeks. You want to talk about strong regions, some of our best ESDA drivers ever. 3 weeks.
Spa 24 is in 2 weeks.
It's on the 27th. Okay, hold on. I'm going to look.
And we are off. Here we go. Argi in the lead. Yi Zhang in the chase. Argi with a great initiation. Super aggressive. Yi Zhang cutting the track, trying to keep up. My God, does that S15 look hooked up off the rip through the first transition. Looking great. Yi Zhang giving some space, tucking right back in, having to cut a lot of the line to try and keep on up. And here we go. Again, Argi really, really good. Yi Zhang cutting angle, trying to keep on up. My gosh, looking great from both drivers overall. But I think slight advantage Argi right now.
So first of all, you were right. I don't know how to read my own calendar. Thought it was the 13th today, if not the 6th, like a moron. It's fine. Everything's fine. Had a moment of panic. But yeah, welcome to the show, Argi. Really solid. Z, I think, had one mistake Our Zhang had one mistake in his chase. And right there, we've seen it so many times today of just going shallow in that second to last outer zone. And I don't think it's like a strategy, personally.
No.
I don't think it's like a anything calculated. It's just that's the line that it's easy to do that and get caught out as a chase driver.
Oh, I would have to agree completely there. So, we're back up at the line. Let's see what happens here. Argy Putra in the chase now. Yizhang in the lead. Historically, really great leads. Argy unknown. Let's see what happens here.
All right, Putra in the chase position in that Liberty Walk. S15 leading. Yizhang has had some great leads today, and he's starting off very strong. Nice, big, consistent angle. Almost, you're really having to see RG pull some wheel out of it. He's struggling to get up the hill, actually completely loses drift. So I'm wondering to see if the judges are going to have to look that over, see if that was caused by the lead or the chase, but we'll have to see if we even have to get to that call, because Yizhang almost putting that one ESX in the wall, but keeping it out of the concrete for now. So it's going to come down to whether that lead car just wasn't moving, or if it was the chase that made their own independent mistake.
We'll definitely find out.
Oh, they're parked very close together. He's hot.
Yeah, they are both not pleased, but drivers have been parking up very politely and nicely all night. Oh, I really think that S15 came out adrift. I think he zeroed it.
No, I'm not even questioning that. It's just, how did that happen? Was because it starts way earlier.
Yeah. If we could get a drone shot of run number 2, we would have a great idea.
It's either RG Putra put too much dip on his chip, or Yizhang did not get going at the exit of the corner. So we'll take a look right here. Look at the lead car, so you know what happens in chase.
So he's been running that line all day. No,
Yeah,
I think it's just on the chase, even though there is Patrick on the roof, which bonus points for me for that.
So I'm just double checking the. Nope, that is the suggested line too. You want to stay out to the left and then curve over to take that the inner clip. So yeah, just RG got caught out with the line, and if this should be as suspected, Yizhang with an easy one.
Yep.
Gonna get a chance to go up at Thanatip, then Alapadan in the 2 O's, but neither of these drivers are done. And now we have Mr. Tanaka going into that one-on-one bracket, as well as who we just saw is RG Putra. So there we go. No driver has been eliminated yet. The only technically two bye runs have been eliminated, and that's all. So now we have our final 6 drivers, and now everybody is playing for keeps. The winner of that 2-0 against Thanathip and Yizhang one of them is gonna move on into that final 8 and have just a nice time to relax. Not as much time as those who were in the earlier groups, now that we're in our group number 4 presented by Vosan, but those are our 2 undefeated drivers, and then we'll get into the win or go homes. So now every battle that you're gonna see is very important for the strength of this event.
I'm just trying to get my math here.
So first on the docket, hopefully. Joking, okay, it's been 6 hours. Nope, not at all. It's well, to be fair, we kind of knew this was going to go long, but Mr. Tanaka, I think, is going to be going up against Boyardee as your number 1 seed against your number 6 seed. But I think it looks like we're going to do our 2-0 battle first. So we're going to figure out who moves on into that top 8. The second to last member of that top 8, it'll be Yizhang, Thanathip, Thanalapadan. Thanathip's going to be chasing as your number 6 seed. Yizhang will be leading. It's your number 3rd seed. So Thanalapadan has been struggling in the chase today. However, I think this is finally a car that is a good match for him. It's going to be a lot easier to chase this car in the lead position. So we might even see a stronger chase from him. We might not. Who knows? We're about to find out.
Okay. And we are ready to go here. Yizhang in the lead. Thanalapadan in the chase. Here we go. So, Yizhang, very good initiation. Thanalapadan choking up a little bit to get proximity, but matching angle very, very well. Better than we've seen from a lot of people today through the first transition. Looking good. Trying to keep it on the track there. Yizhang again, right on that line. What a great lead run from him. And I don't know if Thanalapadan is really taking full advantage of it, but getting in on his door, Yizhang, not a care in the world, and across the line. Looking very good from both drivers.
Yeah, I think maybe a tire off there from Thanethip on the inner clip. It's hard to see from the initial, so take a look at the replay. Might be hard to catch it. Actually, this is one of the best cameras on the track. Good start again. I think this was a better match, but yeah, right there, just right over that yellow line. Not the hugest issue in the world, but the rest of the chase was pretty strong. But we've seen Oxley. Obviously, Oxley's drop was way worse than that.
Yep.
But that team battle's decided on that already today. Yi Zhang has had some really good chases and some that have not been as good. But I think speed-wise, this is going to be his biggest test today. And neither of these drivers have lost yet. All this means whoever wins this is in the top 8. They're done. They don't have to stress out about it anymore.
Nope.
They're in the money. So this is still very big to move on. But if you lose, you still have a great chance because you'll be the first seed in that kind of last chance saloon with the 2-1 battle winners.
Okay, and they are off.
Here we go. Yi Zhang in the chase. Gonna need to see what he can do against Thanethip, who's been so fast in that Supra. Cutting a little bit of angle there from Yi Zhang, but staying on the door of Thanethip. Thanethip trying to run away. Yi almost made the same mistake that Thanethip did, and now Yi misses that outer zone. Falling apart a little bit now in the chase as Thanethip only gets better the more he drives. Really good job of that outer zone. I think that's the deepest anyone's done it all day. And unfortunately, when Yi Zhang needed a solid chase, made the exact same mistake that Thanethip did in his chase and missed the zone on to boot.
I would agree with that. Again, our judges will be taking a look at the side-by-side. After this, we'll take a look at our eye in the sky.
And right there, I think Thanethip just grabs a little bit too much of that inner clip on his lead, but Zhang makes the same thing, and then looks like he just adjusts a little bit for outer zone 2, and then it costs him because he misses it. If he gets it, it's barely. If that wouldn't have happened, the proximity is really strong.
Let's take a look at the drone.
All right, so watch that Supra in the chase on the inner clip. I'm sure I saw a tire go off. I could be a lunatic. It's 1 a.m. But shallow there a little bit. But again, he's not the first person to do that today. And then watch this inner zone.
See here.
That's got to be 1.
Yeah.
Killing it on that outer zone is Zhang.
Really killing it. Again, let's look at it when the turntables are turned. I think that this one's a little bit more interesting. As it has been going these last few rounds, run number 2 is really where the meat and potatoes is. Like garlic potatoes.
A bit better start from Zhang, maybe a little bit less angle, but better job filling the zone. And then right here, it's hard to see from the drone camera actually, but misses that outer zone as a result. He was there and then made a little adjustment and then it cost him.
Yeah.
Obviously, you see that's probably the deepest we've seen anybody in the outer zone all day, the last outer zone from Thanethip. But the big difference for me is if they both dropped 1 tire, which it looks like they did, only one of them missed the second outer zone.
I would agree with that completely. Again, our judges taking a look at it.
Big angle from Zhang there in his lead. So fun to watch. And Thanethip just filling all the zone here.
Yeah.
He, I think he said in our YouTube chat that he, oh no, Sonawat. I'm dumb. I got them confused. So missed my ESDA S15 for real.
Yeah, let's take a look again at the drone.
So it's tough to see from the drone cam if Zhang has a tire off, but on that inner clip, it sure does look like it, but it's hard to see from there. And then the big difference maker for me is like he gets on the power there and the car just lurches forward. It was fine, and then it just decided to grip up on him there for a sec.
Yep.
Really solid finish to the run. Maybe a little bit more angle and chase, but Thanethip wasn't given him much to work with. He was so on the wall he couldn't pull anymore if he wanted to.
As we are getting a call in here. So slide him left for Yi Zhang, right for Thanethip, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. Thanethip moving on, keeping that perfect record.
So Thanethip will be joining the other 6 drivers in the single elimination final 8. our top 8. But who will be joining him? We still have 5 drivers left. And now every battle is so important. Everybody's got a loss on their record now. So every loss you take today, you are going home. Everyone who loses a battle now is going home. So we should have Mr. Tanaka coming up against Boyardee and RG Putra going up against Kevin Reinau.
That is accurate.
Yeah, I know things about stuff.
So, get him up to the line and ready to go here as we have Mr. Tanaka up against Mr. Boyardee.
I think both had some pretty strong showings. Both ended up with some OMTs. So it's both of them have a very similar level of on-track experience today. And we'll see who can make the best of it.
So we will get him up to the line. Boyardee, man, that's just infecting my head. I want some Boyardee now.
I was already hungry and it made it worse.
Bachelor Life pro tip to anyone listening. Get yourself some pre-made pizza dough, a can of Chef Boyardee, and some cheese. Use the Boyardee as your pizza sauce. It'll have the meatballs in it already. And the sweet sauce that tastes very good.
That's incredible. I never thought of that.
Hey, man.
Put that on a pita.
Oh, that sounds even better.
It's like crunchy, and then you can have the two of them. Fool yourself into thinking you're getting more food than you actually are.
Haha. So we are up to the line. That was your food tips with Joe and Keenan.
I'm gonna try that, and I'll let you know when we do our Europe regional how it went.
Yeah, right. So here we go. Tensai Tanaka in the lead. Boyardee in the chase. Let's see what they got up their sleeve here. So S14, A80 Supra. Big flick in from Tanaka. Again, a really, really great lead run from him, as has been expected all the time. But Boyardee taking full advantage of said great lead run, really tucking it in on that door right on the line. Again, another just impeccable lead run so far. Touching the wall, not getting too deep in it, but Boyardee taking full advantage.
He's trying, man. He's trying.
That's what you got to do in the chase, especially when the leader's just throwing down. A, it's fun to chase someone like that, but B, what you got to do.
Yeah, again, solid job from Tanaka. That's where he's been the strongest today, is the lead positions. The chef, a little bit shallow there on that first outer zone. Nothing crazy, but something the judges might have to think about. Good job on the inner clip. We see so many people struggle with that inner clip. Nice job getting that outer zone. That's what landed him that loss in the first place. Only thing I don't like here, a little bit shallow from Boyardee. Ends up rectifying it towards the end of the run. That's where you see him giving him some high fives there towards the end. But two very, very, very minor mistakes from that chase vehicle. Tanaka is still going to have to bring it to him here.
Oh, for sure. So we'll see how this goes.
And the winner moves on. Yep. So
yeah,
we were about to say
loser's
the
out.
same
Yep.
thing.
Yeah, winner moves on. Loser is out for the night or morning, and we are off.
All right, Tansei Tanaka from Japan going up against Habib or Boyardee. Choose your own adventure with the names here. A little bit shallow from the chef from Boyardee, and Tanaka's going to match in kind, maybe lacking a little bit of angle coming up the hill. Again, the most technical part of the course. Really good job. Ends up just adjusting there from Tanaka to make it into that outer zone. And can he put the pressure on here towards the end? He's a little bit shallow. Like to see him move a little bit back. He tries with the left foot braking, but Habib has his own issues in the lead as well. I don't know if you caught it there at the end, Joe, but he started that outer zone really well, then had to cut angle, because if he would have held it, he would have hit that wall just like Sam did in his, which led us to that triple OMT bloodbath.
Oh, yes, for sure. And again, so taking a look at it, again, Tanaka, nothing to say about his lead run besides it was spot on. And honestly, Boyardee's was really good up until, again, I think there was a tire drop there. And then coming on through right up on the wall.
You could see the panic, dude. You could see it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at run number 1 from the drone, and then we'll look at run number 2 as well. Again, this will tell us, I think, a little bit more on what actually happened. Here we go. Tanaka looking great. Really, really good angle. And then a flip. And again, Boyardee keeping it in there. He's definitely making sure he's part of the discussion, but that lead run is amazing. It really, dare I say, flawless? Dare I think I will after seeing it all the way through. And now let's see it when the roles are reversed here. So, A, does Boyardee do as good of a lead run as Tanaka? Because, again, that was a standard.
Starts off a little shallow. He doesn't
shallow.
really... It takes him a long time to work in. It kind of plays to his advantage coming up the hill, though.
Yep, for sure. But Tanaka, again, leaving space, but I think there was a tire drop from Boyardee there.
If they said Oxley wasn't a tire off, that was similar.
Yeah, and again, we're
Here's
only seeing on
where-
high ping here.
Yeah, that's right there is where I start having questions.
Yeah, I'd like to see that second run one more time.
Yeah, so watch the second half of the last outer zone from Boyardee. And we see a little spit of dirt, but they let Josh get away with it, so I'm just going to assume they're going to stay consistent, unless they saw something I didn't. Like just little for like half a second. But yeah, he has big angle here, no issues, and then the car just starts to track wide, so he pulls angle out of it, and you're like, uh-oh. Keeps it out of the wall, but it wasn't smooth.
Yes.
Which kind of just opens the door for Tanaka to be able to put on as much pressure as he wants.
For sure. So, get ready. We do have a judging call here. So slide him left for Tanaka, right for Boyardee, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. Tanaka moving on. Boyardee can go down with his head held high, though, because really, great battle from him.
It was so close until the last half of the last zone. I genuinely think that's what did it. But that is going to be Tansei Tanaka moving on. Like you said, a close battle, but going to be taking on I think his reward now is taking on Yi Zhang.
Yep.
Who was your 2-0 loser. That's awesome. Actually, no, because I forget how this works.
We have a second.
Learning!
We have a second 1-1 battle, and then the winner of that will go on. Don't worry, it's going to be okay.
These are two dudes. I'm going to pretend like I didn't say something totally wrong and move on to another topic. That's what people do in the professional world. But Kevin definitely left some stuff on the board with his battle. I'm sure he's a little bit peeved that he's not in that winner's side right now. The same thing with RG. I think he just got caught off by a transition he wasn't ready for, and definitely has a lot more on the table. Both these guys have something to prove right now, and they will prove that by moving on in this competition.
We will get ready over here. Get him up to the line. A few more battles left here in Group 4, and then we will take a short break as we get our top 8 bracket all seated and ready to go, and then it will be full throttle until the end. Again, thank you so much for hanging out with us wherever you are in the world. I know it's very much middle of the night, almost morning over in the EU, midday over where these competitors are, and then middle of the night for us right now.
This was always going to be the marathon one. It was the first one of the season. It was the one that started the latest. So
we'll get him up to the line. We're getting ready to go here. So the winner of this will go on to take on Mr. Tanaka. And he will see someone new in this battle, so that'll be cool.
Again, you still have Yi Zhang licking his chops there. Only needs to win one battle to lock in for that top 8. Boyardee, our first driver knocked out of our Vosan group number 4. Again, shout out to Vosan, giving all of our group supporters kind of their moment in the sun today. But Vosan, if you want to download anything that you've ever seen in terms of tracks, whatnot, from ESDA, the home to do that is Vosan.co. Not just us, but we were talking about Team Swarm earlier, their car packs there. Basically, any drift mod that's worth anything and out there in public is over on Vosan.co. Tracks, cars, fun stuff, toge roads, anything in between. You can get both this track and the ESDA car pack over at Vosan.co.
Hey dudes, what's it called? Dai is having to reset his entire computer right now. Internet went out.
10-4, so we do have an internet problem.
Alright, it'll be about 5 minutes.
In about 2 minutes.
10-4, so we will have a short little hangout session. I hope everyone out in Chatland is doing lovely.
I'm not going to complain about a 5-minute break. I'm glad other people are like, have they been going for 6? Yes, we have.
So just getting everything ready to go here. Again, just
Again,
hanging
super
out. Let's take a look
Yep.
at what our drone pilot is doing, because he's doing like Kessel
He's doing
run
flips.
stuff. Yeah. He doesn't need his target indicator.
Spawns, you goof. I'm playing Trackmania at home right now.
New season of Trackmania just started last week, by the way, everybody.
I saw that. I thought you were streaming it.
I haven't touched it yet.
What? Were you not? I saw you playing it.
I played like a little bit.
Was it on stream or were you just
No,
playing?
I was just playing it.
Okay. I'm an idiot. Anyway, twitch.tv/TechnoTheViking with a K.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I just played Dwarf Fortress now.
So that's okay. There's dwarfs in a fortress. That sounds cool.
Right, it's great. Anyway, so again, thank you so much for hanging out. Again, as we are just getting some high-speed runs of this gorgeous track, which I believe will be on Vosan.
Should be. Usually it's at the conclusion of our event. Keep in mind, Vosan are EU based, so I think John Vosan's doing a honk shoe me right now. So within the next 24 hours, I think would be a reasonable thing to say.
Again, getting all of our judges in, making sure that everything is as fair and even as we possibly can make it.
And it would not be ESDA. We said this before. There's a huge storm that's hitting Carlos's area. Dai's internet went out. It would not be ESDA if there wasn't some sort of weird act of God to prevent us from getting the event done.
And just taking good looks at all the cars. Again, all the cars this round have been
There he
nothing
is.
but beautiful. I think we're getting ready here for this run.
Yeah, Dai's in. He's still got to load all the way in, move up to where it needs to be. So it's going to be another minute or two. But we have a pass. There he goes. There he- That's what he looks like in real life, actually. If you ever wonder what Harold McKinney initial dot looks like, that. We have visual proof. That's how he runs too.
Yeah, I've seen him run.
He's a sentient being. Whoa! They got the RGB out on Boyardee's car. My man's here for the car show now. He's out having a couple beers.
Okay, as we are getting everyone ready to go here. Gentle reminder, it'll be Argi Putra up against Kevin Ryanow.
And we should be getting them to the line. Yeah, there they go. Kevin's starting to... Well, yeah, I know. God damn it, Kevin!
Revving up the Bugatti way.
It dies back. We're ready to go. I think he just has to jump in and get like the Discord channel of the two drivers ready. And then we should be ready to send it here. Again, just trying to get across the finish line of this marathon of an event, but awesome. So stoked to everyone who came out from the APAC region to represent their scenes, either their teams, their events, what have you. It's been such a good event so far. Awesome driving, a lot of memorable battles.
Genuinely, some of the best battles I've seen in ESDA have happened tonight, and I am not fronting about that in any way, shape, or form.
It dies down there now. Okay. So here we go. Kevin Ryanow driving out of Indonesia for Confusa Sim Racing. And somebody we've seen a ton of in the ESDA world, going up against RG Putra from 7-Speed Motorsport in Indonesia. And his teammate of Ryan Plantagen already in the finals. Both these dudes, I guarantee you, have driven before.
Oh yeah.
So here we go. One will move on, and one is going home.
And so here we go. We're lined up. They're revving and they are off. Argi Putra in the lead. Kevin Ryanow in the chase. See what goes on here. Big flick from Argi, looking great. Kevin Ryanow on him like glue. Oh no! And the server bites back. Historically, we will. Historically, we will rerun
We may even
that.
reset here.
Yeah. So we'll get them all back and ready to go here. Again, Artie Putra in that gorgeous Liberty Walk S15. Kevin Ryan now in his almost infamous now Bale side
It's very
RX-7.
You can catch him on Instagram too. Posts that car all the time.
Very cool car. So we are just going with a rerun here.
Yep. Okay. Taking the chance. I mean, if it happens again, I'm sure we'll reset. But it's just that seemed like just a weird like spike. Here we go. Attempt number 2. See if we can get it in this time. And we are nearing the end of our prelims. We are so close to our single elimination, but we still have a couple battles left to get there.
And here we go. We got Artie Putra in the lead. Kevin Ryan out in the chase. Looking really, really good. There we go. So Argie kind of fighting that car through outside zone number 1. Kevin Ryan out doing really, really good. Throwing on through here. He lost his rear deck lid somewhere in that.
Oh, Kevin, where are we going?
And
Oh,
he
there
lost
it is.
it even more, unfortunately.
Maybe you needed it, Ben. I think that was a necessary piece of the vehicle.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that might be the nail in his coffin.
You take a look at the replay here. It was a good start for Kevin because just really shallow. You see that mistaken lead from Argie. Corrected it, but the blood in the water now for Kevin. And solid, good transition. And then I don't know what happens here. I don't know if he just Yeah, he just transitioned late. You
Yep.
can see him just... That was very late. He didn't even have a hope of making that. He stuffed it in there.
So the winner of this will go on to battle Mr. Tanaka. And the winner of that will go on to battle Yi Zhang. So we're back up on the line. Ready to go for run number 2. I think Kevin's going to be hoping for a miracle.
Yeah, well, I mean, it has happened before because Argie had a good lead run and then threw it away in his chase. So it's not impossible that it happens. Not a good start for Argie as well. A little bit late on the light there. So Kevin's got the lead, but all Argie needs to do is just put a run in.
He's
So
driving
we're gonna
like
keep
he
an eye on
knows
that.
it. He's driving like he
Sure
definitely
is. Just looking at that blue S15 now, waiting to see if we see any major mistake. Obviously, this is like almost an not inactive chase, but not as close as we've seen today. Kevin's
There
really
we
trying
go.
to force him into a mistake. You'll see RG push the door a little bit here now. And that's, I think, all she wrote, unfortunately, for Kevin right now. Really good lead run, but when you have a concrete sticking out of the side of your car, it doesn't necessarily matter. I don't
You
really
have to
see
say, I
any-
like that in Sim, that you can have an accident like that and continue competing.
That's we talk about it all the time. I don't know if we talk about it enough on stream, but like, it makes for almost a different sport.
Oh,
where
for sure.
in real life you're very limited on track time and testing and practice, and in the sim, you know, we don't pay for tires, we don't pay for damage, so you can get really aggressive. You can push stuff that you normally wouldn't because you're scared
take a
of
look at the
destroying
drone.
your car. And get another look at Kevin trying to consume concrete with his mouth.
And sometimes, I don't know about you, but I'll play the game of how many marbles can I fit in my mouth at once. So
I've seen you play that game more than once.
I know, it's my nightly ritual.
They were not marbles.
Yeah, well,
But yeah, just late on the transition there. Tried to throw a big angle to try to get some speed out of it, but it was too little too late. I love how he just disappears from the frame. That's excellent.
go. So we do have a call. So slide him left for Argie, slide him right for Kevin, in the middle for an OMT, and I think we know how this one is gonna unfold, unfortunately. So Argie taking
What's the
win.
car? I'm like, who's got fireworks going on? It's just their idol. I thought I was.
There are fireworks going on outside my apartment right now.
I thought I heard fireworks on your mic, but no, it was just one of the cars just idling. I thought I was losing my mind, man.
So how we're looking right now. So we're gonna have Mr. Tanaka up against Argie to break that, and then the winner of that will go on up against Yi Zhang. Interesting though, may I just point out, let me get everything. square so I can show everyone. We are going to have... Here we go. Our number 1 and number 2 seed of the group up against each other right now. So Tansei Tanaka up against Argi Putra. My gosh. Getting ready.
And then the winner of this will go on against Yi Zhang. The loser, unfortunately, will be going home. 2 more battles until we have our final server reset and get to that next level racing final 8. But we are still completing out our Vosan group number 4 here for the Esports Drift Association from Perth, Australia. I totally forgot the name, even though it's literally right in front of me. Barbagallo.
I believe in you.
This track has 3 different names. I remembered none of them. Don't be a commentator, kids. Don't do it.
It will turn your brain to mush.
Yep.
We'll
So
get 'em.
we
need Argi to get up to the line.
paging Dr. Augie. Augie, you're needed at the start line. There he is.
Yep, there we go.
All right, this is going to be a big task for Augie because he obviously had the huge advantage when he was chasing. Left that big gap and still left some on the table. Tanaka has just been getting beat because he's been getting beat. He's not really had a lot of big mistakes against him. We'll see what happens here. Winner moves on. Loser goes home.
Okay, Tanaka in the lead, Putra in the chase. Both drivers have very, very historically good lead runs, but Tanaka again, just it's a flawless lead. So we're gonna focus on the chase here for now. And again, Putra really, ooh, that's not looking good for him. But the lag is freaking out afterwards. But again, Tanaka, just an amazing lead run. But I do think that Argi might have just blown it already in his chase.
Big mistake he made already. That's what I'm saying. He never really had a chance to chase in anger after that big mistake. Unfortunately, if what happened is what happened, basically did the exact same thing again. You see big gap here, not horribly big, but closes it. Tanaka just doing everything he knows how to do in chase. Going to do that late transition. It's almost like Argi just doesn't know how to deal with that.
Yeah.
You see the exact same thing happened again.
Yep. Exactly as we are taking a look at it. And so the drivers are getting up to the line.
Second half of this battle, winner going up against Yi Zhang. That'll be fun to watch him and Tanaka go again. Or will Argi play spoiler? Where he's been really strong today is the leads, where Tanaka, I would say, has been the weakest as chases.
Yep. So all or nothing. Loser goes home. Winner continues on. They're all winners in my book. So we are on the line. We are ready to go here. Argi Putra in the lead. Taisi Tanaka in the chase.
I do have somebody sleeping above my head now, so I will not be able to do the screaming final battle like I normally do, where I stand up and yell into the microphone.
That's the fun thing, though.
But we have a friend staying over, and I told him I definitely would be done by 1, and it is now 1:30. Here we go. Second half of this battle. Again, kind of Argi's battle, or Mr. Tanaka's battle to lose. Tensei Tanaka leaves a little bit of a gap there. You see he knows he's got a bit of an advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see that Supra close up towards the top of the hill. Already just huge climbing on that lead. S15 is going to have to back off just a little bit, and there we go. And Argi doing everything he can. Solid lead run up there. Maybe a little bit of a weird line coming up to the inner clip. Little shallow there, but no major issues for either driver on that second run. So I think we know how that one's going to go.
We will definitely take a look at it. I don't want to write things as we know what's going on, but
just left him the space, you see. Yeah, because, I mean, Argi runs that same line, so I wonder why he made the same mistake twice. Just, whoops, I guess. I thought maybe it was a different line. He just didn't know how to cope with it.
we will definitely see here. So I'm sure our judges will have something to say about those runs, as they tend to do so. So let's take a look at the drone cam. Well, we're getting that on in here. So again, let's see what happened here. So Tanaka in the lead, again, just very textbook. And it does seem like Argi's been fighting the car. That thing looks fast. And it's evident in trying to struggle to keep it behind whoever he's chasing. And again, He almost straightens, if not does straighten, but there was a little bit. So we do have a call already.
Oh, yeah. I mean, unless the only thing that they're going to say is that Tanaka was at fault for the straightening, but considering how fast that call came in, I don't think so.
And here we go. And your intuition is correct. Tanaka taking the win. He will be up against. There we go. So this will be our final battle of group number 4. And then we'll take a quick break, get our bracket set, get our server set. Dig right into the top 8. So Taisi Tanaka up in the lead. Yi Zhang in the chase.
So this is going to be a really close one. I think these drivers have very similar styles. Yi is already ready to get on the line here. And Tanaka will be leading. Yi will be chasing. And this is kind of where they've both been strong all day. So already on the line. They're ready to go. We're ready to go. Who will be joining Thanafip in this last, as the winner of group number 4, enjoying Ryan Plantagen, oh my god, I know how to read. Makoto Ito, Yudanar, and Takatsuki. So we have 2 members from the same team, at least, in this final 8. And Keisuke Fuji and Sam McCoskey in the final 8, which will be single elimination, big risk, classic drifting bracket, no funny business.
Okay, we are on the line. Yi Zhang looking very good. I think these are 2 speed-matched cars, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But my gosh, if I'm the person chasing Tanaka, I'm terrified because those leads have been just monstrous, just perfect.
Yeah, he had that one little issue in his first lead and then cleaned it up. So he's been. But here's the thing, though, Joe: is good leads breed good chases. If your lead car is predictable and online knows where to go, it makes it very easy for the chase car to put on a solid run. So we'll see what Yi can do in the chase here. We're ready to go. Waiting for the judges to send him. Oh, no.
Yep,
I having issues again there, I think.
Yep. Maybe Dai's internet is dying.
Ha-ha!
Ah!
Yeah, Kevin's been up all night. That tracks. See, I expected. You know, I thought we were going to see a little bit more from Kevin, but him being up all night, that's. Trust me, brother. We're there with you.
Oh yeah.
I cannot wait for these McNuggets that are calling my name.
I get to clock in at work in 7 hours.
I love ESDA. Yeah. Drifting, Swiss bracket,
Yay!
double limb.
I'm glad that we did it
Yeah.
though. The battles have been much better. I think it's way more fair to
Yeah.
all the competitors overall. We could move to a way where all of these groups could be going concurrently. That would be excellent. As again, we're just waiting for our judges to get their internet sorted to give everyone the best.
Yeah, I
Let's see
think
what
Dai's internet's hanging on by a thread here. As yep, his internet went out again.
Okay, so let's see what they got up their sleeve here. Taisi Tanaka. Wow, I'm just adding vowels and letters everywhere. Taisi Tanaka up against
You've been
Yi
doing
Zhang.
so well, and then
Hey, as soon as I start thinking about it, it goes
I
bad.
told you. That's me, like thinking of the other guy whose name sounds like a word I can't say because I keep thinking of the word I can't say.
Okay, I'm hearing some revving, so I think we're about to see a battle, and they are off. There we go. Tanaka in the lead, Yi Zhang in the chase. Let's see. Beautiful initiation as normal from Tanaka. I'd be surprised to see a mistake from him, but Yi Zhang not going to go down without a fight whatsoever, really taking full advantage of a great lead run, which is exactly what you must do in the chase. Through the final transition, let's see. Again, Tanaka, just a textbook lead run. Yi Zhang doing everything he can. Across the line. Very, very solid run from both drivers.
I think maybe a little bit of the wall from Tanaka coming over the line. Could have been lag, could have not been. It looked like he jerked back then forward again. And like you said, Joe, I think this is a really good match. One of these drivers will be moving on. One of them will be going home. One will be making it into the top 8 where there is no more double elimination. It is fight or flight. Solid job. Really good proximity from Zhang. Nice and consistent. Maybe a little bit shallow on that outer zone, but he's not the first person to do that today. And then a little bit late on the transition there from Zhang. And then it looks like Tanaka just grabs a bit of the wall, but I think that was just something on my end because it does not look like me on the replay. Switching him around now. Tanaka in the chase. Again, this is where I think Z has been, or I keep saying Z. Zhang has made really good leads today. Tanaka has had okay chases. So this is an opportunity for Yi Zhang to kind of slay the demon here and move on with Thanathip and get his chance at redemption. Or Tanaka needs to pull something out of the bag and have the chase run of the night for him.
We'll see what happens here. Revving up, getting ready to go here. Yi Zhang in the lead. Tanaka in the chase. And they are off.
Here we go. Tanaka in the Supra in the chase, leading Yi Zhang. A little bit of a wacky initiation for Tanaka. He's going to need to slowly work it back, and he does. Yi Zhang pulling big angle. That's going to be a slowdown on the exit of the corner. Good job from Tanaka to deal with it. Nice job from both so far. Maybe a little bit of a weird transition there for Tanaka. Pulls in, backs off, pulls in, backs off. I think just a little bit of internet doing internet things. Really shallow for Tanaka there across the line. Needed a really good chase run there, Joe, and I'm not sure if that was it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm hesitant on that one.
Mistakes from the lead as well. Watch Tanaka on the exit of the corner here. We thought he did it earlier, but he definitely did it here. Saw the left foot brake this time. Just almost over-rotated, a little bit of a correction. Good job from both drivers to make that not as bad as it could have been. So close on transition. And yeah, just kind of like a little bit of a stutter and then really shallow from Tanaka.
Yeah,
almost overtaking that lead car.
That seems problematic. Let's take a look on the drones. These runs.
This is what it said on my report card. That seems problematic.
Yeah, right, mine too. Don't worry. As we're going on through again, Tanaka with just a textbook lead run. So let's focus on the chase here, because again, Yi Zhang taking full advantage of it, and I think that so far, really solid overall. And again, through this, having to choke up, as we've seen from almost everybody, and I think that's just what you almost have to do here. But let's take a look at the second run, because that's going to be far more interesting. This first run, very clean from everybody. So, big initiation. There we go. And again, Tanaka kind of just choking up, really doing everything he can. And I think that that's going to might be his nail in the coffin there. But Yi Zhang unfazed at all. And again, I think he had a great lead run as well. I think it's going to come down to the chases. And unfortunately, I think for Mr. Tanaka, it might have been just a little bit too aggressive and choking up a little bit too much. So let's take a look at that again in the drone cam, because let's really pick this one apart. Because again, just a lot of choking up from that Supra. You see, like, it's just, again, Yi Zhang putting it everywhere he needs to, doing basically what happened in the lead for run number 1. But then Mr. Tanaka just really, it seemed like he was fighting the car all the way through that run in every way. And again, we'll take a look at it from the track cam as well. Yeah, looking really solid, but I think overall that Supra just had a little bit too much grip to keep it behind that 180. At least that's what I saw from this. And one more time from the drone, let's see that second run. Because the first run, nothing to write home about, nothing to really be pointing out here. Okay, we do have a call, in fact.
Good job on that outer zone from Tanaka, but like, yeah, I think just early transition in the last outer zone. We'll see what happens here. And winner moves on. Losers, the last driver knocked out.
Oh. Slide him left for Tanaka. Slide him right for Yizang. In the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3. Yizang will be moving on. So let's just take a look at our final standings for group number 4. So Benethip and Yizang moving on into our top 8 brackets. So we're going to take a short break here, everybody. Get our brackets all square and ready to go. So this has been ESDA APAC. Stay tuned for the top 8 battle. Be here shortly, guys. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to ESDA APAC Regional. First round of our 2024 season. In the booth with me, we got Keenan Kusin.
Hey, yo.
Our judges today, Doug Armstead, Carlos Fuji, Harold McKinney, our drone cam specialist, Spawns FPV, an indispensable part of our team. And of course, everybody with us in chat, still alive. Let's take a look again. Of course, traveled from Dallas all the way down here to Australia. A really, really amazing battle. A long right-hander in turn number 1. Huge outside zone. And then an amazing inside clip, outside zone complex that has been nothing but made for amazing battles up the hill. And then outside zone 3 with the wall that has been nothing but dangerous. Yeah, right? And
So
we are ready here.
I was about to say our finals are finally set. So Ryan Plantagen is
That's
going to be going up
incorrect.
against
Why is this
Sam
incorrect?
McCoskry.
Let me
is going
fix
to be-
this, yeah.
No, I got it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing on screen is incorrect. I'm going to read to you what is correct. Ryan Plantagen is going to go up against
There
Sam
it is.
McCoskry in her first battle. Makoto Ito is going up against Yi Zheng. Nafar Udinar is going to go up against Thanathip Thanawapathan. That's the first Thanawapathan. And then Art Katsuki is going up against Keisuke Fuji. And that'll be our final 8. This is now single elimination. If you are at all familiar with classic drifting, this is basically what it is now. It's do or die, go or go home. Every battle, if the driver loses, that's them on the trailer. Top 8 finish. That's still a very, very good evening for them. But obviously, you don't want to be top 8. You want to win. And there will be a third place battle as well.
Yep. So, up first, we're going to have Ryan Plan getting up against Sam McCoskry. Again, looking great. Super excited.
Some of these drivers have been driven in literally hours.
Yep.
Some are fresh off a group win. This group now brought to you by Next Level Racing. Can we kind of give all of our sponsors their own little shouts out? And this one's actually one I'm very comfortable with. Not only do they support ESDA, they support me individually. So I'm very familiar with their products. I got a GT Elite sitting right next to me right now. We use the GT Racer while we were down in Dallas. And if you want to take, no pun intended, if you want to take your sim racing to the next level, I know having a rig for me has absolutely changed my entire sim racing, sim drifting. It's awesome to just be like, I want to get a couple laps, or I'm going to do a race, or I'm going to do some laps in drifting and just jump in the rig. Your wheel doesn't move around. Everything's nice and hard mounted. There's options from mild to wild as well. They have folding rigs. They've got what we used in Dallas, the GT Racer that Joe, you put together in less than an hour.
Oh, yeah.
The
It went together so easy.
GT Elite, which has a lot of customizing, that you have monitor mounts and accessories with it as well. And you can even go as crazy as motion rigs. So shout out to Next Level Racing out of Australia. This is their home round here with us in ESDA, which is kind of cool. And generally a really big fan of their products before we even worked together. So stoked to be able to promote some NLR propaganda.
Oh, for sure. And just to touch on what Arrow said, yes, the biggest upgrade you can make to your sim drifting, sim racing, sim driving setup is a rig. Really, just having it ready to go at any time is huge, because you're not thinking to yourself, oh, I have to set it up, oh, I have to tear it down. And then on top of that, yeah, everything's super positive and hard mounted, so it really elevates it to the next level, pun intended. But really, it is huge. So definitely big shout out to them, and big shout out to all of our sponsors today. Really, without them, it would just be us yelling into the void. So appreciate them deeply as we're getting everything square and ready to go. And I think we're getting some sick drone shots while we're at it, right?
Yeah, I think Dai's still having some internet issues, so these guys just getting some last minute practice in. And there's Udinar has not driven in a while. There's Keisuke Fuji has not driven in a while. Well, that's a wall. There's worse times to do it.
Everyone's revving up. Everyone's ready.
I think one more driver taking one more warm-up run, and then we have both our first battle on the line with Ryan Plantagen. You want to talk about guys who have not driven in a while? We saw him 7 hours ago.
And again,
I
just
think.
to refresh ourselves here. There we go.
7-speed
we're getting
motorsport
ready.
driver.
Get him up to the line and ready to rip, man, because I'm ready to see some heads-up single limb battles. A lot more on the line now. There's no more, oh, I can miss this one and then come back later.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, none of that now.
We'll be able to see who copes with the pressure. Again, all of these are go or go homes.
Oh, we'll get him up to the line, and then I think we are ready to rip.
Yeah, I think Dai's on his phone now, so he's doing what he can to make it work. But we're all ready. The judges are ready. Just need both the drivers to the line. And then yeah, there they go.
Having the hood up, getting that engine nice and cool. As we all know, that's so important in AC.
Sam getting some heat in the rear tires, which actually is unironically important. So
Yep.
Ryan Plantagen now in the GTR leading. Sam McCoskey in the chase after that war to get his way here. Is it going to be all for naught, or will we be able to take down Ryan Plantagen? We're about to find out. Our first battle of our top 8 presented by Next Level Racing about to start right now.
Here we go. Ryan Plantagen in the lead. Sam McCoskey in the chase. And here we go. Initiation from Ryan, looking great. Sam putting it right on his door. He knows what's on the line here. They both do. Again, a great lead so far from Ryan. Sam putting it right on that door, exactly what he needs to be doing. And again, right through that outside zone. No tire drops. Maybe a little bit of a choke up from Sam, but no big deal at all. And through the outside zone, right on his door. That is exactly what we wanted to see from this top 8 battle.
Sam Lynn on the throttle. He's feeling himself. Good start for both of these guys. And really consistent chase from McCoskey. There it is. McCoskey. I knew I was going to say it at some point. At least it was at 2 in the morning.
Yeah, right.
Right on the door of Plantagen. And Ryan, it's a really solid job in the lead. Good leads breed good chases. Both of them grabbing this out. Ooh, maybe Sam could have gone a little bit deeper there, but I think just because he's hiding behind that R35, really good on the proximity. That's where he's been so strong all day. It's just knowing when to push, knowing when to get close in his chases. To see if he can back it up, as Ryan Plantagen now going to have to put one on of his own.
And let's see. Sam, it seems that the more he drives, the better he's getting. So I'm expecting an amazing lead run, especially after he got to zero it in on that battle with, my gosh, I'm so tired.
With Josh Oxley.
Josh, yeah. There we go. So Sam in the lead, Ryan in the chase. As they're revving up, and I think we're about to see this battle go underway here for run number 2.
Here we go. Ryan Plantagen now chasing. Sam McCoskey in the lead position for Team Swarm. Really good start for both. Really aggressive initiation for Ryan, which is what he needed to do because Sam's been all over that all day. Maybe not the best angle for Plantagen in the chase position. He's going to fall back a little bit here now. See if he can gain on this last outer zone. He does. He's going to have to go a little bit shallow, and unfortunately for him, Sam has not put a foot wrong. He has learned his mistakes from all those battles. Really good job in the last outer zone for Sam as well.
Yeah, I think that Sam is now is so locked in. I would fear to have to go up against him.
Yeah, I agree. Even though he's had a little bit of time off, like it doesn't really matter.
Nope, not at all. Because again, our judges are going to look over it with a fine-toothed comb here.
It's super. This is kind of the battles we expected from the top 8. And thank you to Spawns FPV for being on the drone.
Yeah,
Really helps narrow down a lot of these battles. And thanks everybody for hanging out with us. Thank you to all of our supporters as well.
Let's take a
Try
look
to
at
give
the
a lot of
drone.
them. Try to give a lot of them a shout out. Can we get a shout out to Spawns and take a look at the replay here? This is what's really going to help separate these two drivers.
Yeah,
This is run number 1. How Sam doesn't hit him there, I'll never know.
he's done it every run so far, too.
Nice consistent angle and chase. Ryan really strong in the lead as well. Maybe a little bit of separation. Like he ended up getting it towards the end, maybe a little bit of contact, so little bit of a mistake for Sam McCoskey there. Ryan nice and solid. Maybe a little bit of a lack of angle towards the end, but we've seen a lot of people do that. Here's the one that I want to look at, because I think, again, like you said, run number 2 is where a lot of the statements or the battle winning or losing mistakes have been made. Good start for Plantagen here. And Sam just, how he's got that speed in S15, I'm not sure. Nice transition. Ryan almost doesn't get the transition there like his teammate. It's a little bit of a mistake there, just low angle, and then a little bit shallow in this last outer zone. He ends up figuring it out towards the end, but I'd like to see a little bit more angle out of that R35. That's kind of it, though.
Yeah, again, I think Sam is now locked in and honestly a big contender. Take the win today, whatever time it is for you. Again, just looking smooth, putting a lot of angle in it, not setting the tire off anywhere that he doesn't need to be, taking risks where he does need to be, especially with the wall, getting as close as he feels comfortable. Because again, we've seen that wall come out and eat people. Again, we'll take a look at it side by side one more time just to try and spot any differences. Yeah, generally just looking very, very strong from both drivers, as we would expect in the top 8.
And this is do or die now, win or go home. I've been saying it is Plantagen. I've been saying his name wrong the whole time. Why do I put the T there?
Yeah, you're asking the wrong guy.
I know how to read.
I read once.
Ryan sitting there listening to the stream going, "Oh my god, finally." I thought it was a bit. That's why he was telling us to say it like that.
Oh, I don't think it's a bit at all.
Chad, it was not a bit. I just said his name wrong for a year and a half and bothered to read it.
Crazy.
Crazy? I was crazy once.
Put me in a room. Again, just taking a good look, making sure that the calls are fair and just, as we do have a call here. So slide him left for Ryan, slide him right for Sam, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3 for Ryan. Moving on.
So that one was pretty close. I'm going to see if we can get a little bit of extra from the judges, but that'll be Ryan moving on into the top 4. Unfortunately, after that strong run from Sam McCoskey, that is going to be him bowing out in the top 8. So a super strong performance to even just get this far, but unfortunately that is where his event will be ending. Moving on now to this bottom half of this left side of the top 8, it would be Makoto Ito going up against Yi Zhang. Again, only one of these drivers can move on, and they will move on to face Ryan Plantagen.
Oh, take a look at this next battle here. Up next, we got Makoto Ito up against Yi Zhang. 2 very strong drivers. Looking very, very good. So, line. Koto Ito, very strong all day. Yi Zhang, also very strong all day. Honestly, everyone in the top 8 has been very strong all day.
Makoto from probably one of the strongest teams that's shown up today. You have more people that said, obviously, one of the best teams in Japan.
Not surprised by that at all after seeing his driving. We are getting ready to go here. Lined up. Yi Zhang giving himself a good run as he has been. All the chase drivers really have been giving him themselves a little bit of room to jump. And honestly, that's one of the hardest things to do in the chase, is to time that just right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I know I have ruined more than one battle that I thought I was very confident in just by ruining the jump.
And welcome to your best 8 drivers of the APAC region. Only one can move on to face Ryan Planton. And here we go. Run number 1 of this first part of the battle.
Makoto Ito in the lead, Yizang in the chase. Makoto looking great through that outside zone. Yizang choking up just a little bit to try and keep up with that RX-7. Those RX-7s have been fast all day. Looking great through outside zone number 2. Through the final transition, lots of angle. Makoto Ito has his number ready to go here, as Yizang getting ready. Across the line they go.
Yeah, strong start for both. Really aggressive chase for Yizang, which he needed to do. Makoto Ito has been so strong in the lead position. Little bit shallow there for the 180 driver. Again, keeping up with these revival FDs is such a struggle. Big angle there for Makoto in the lead position. Doing a great job. Again, no real mistakes from Zhang, and then really strong finish. Maybe a little shallow there. And he gets to the door and then starts to put the angle on. Notes from the judges, by the way, on that last battle was R35 lead for lead, chase for chase. R35 was overall better and more fluid.
Reasonable. It's almost like they thought about it or something.
Yeah, just wanted to... It was close. And something that I couldn't really see, so I want to know for my own reasons. So Makoto Ito now in the chase. Sorry, Joe.
No, you're good. I was gonna say the exact same thing. We're getting ready. Yizang in the lead. They're lined up. Ito not giving himself as much of a run up. I think that he feels that that car is fast and he knows he can just keep up whatever it is. And they are off.
So here we go. Makoto Ito now chasing. Gonna have to put on a pretty aggressive chase. And already starting off, just kind of little taps of the door to Yizang. Not pushing him off course. Really good job from both. This is where a lot of chase drivers have struggled. See Makoto maybe dropping a tire there in the chase position. Really lacking angle. Completely skipping that outer zone. And Makoto Ito makes contact with the lead vehicle. I think they got away with it though. But kind of fall. And then another contact. Makoto Ito falling apart in the chase position right now.
It's the double-edged sword of having such a fast car. You you got to keep it behind the lead driver, and when your car is just that fast, sometimes it's a real handful to do so.
Just a little bit of a tap to that lead car. Gets him again. I don't really know what. Such a weird ending because it was good, and then right there skips the outer zone, and then makes a little bit of a tap there again. I don't know if that's on our side or their side, but it looks like they both got away with it, and gets into him again. And unfortunately, you've got a good lead and a good chase.
Let's
from
take a look at the drone while we're at it. Yeah, again, Ito can't put a foot wrong in the lead, but the issue is the car that allows him to do that is also then a handful in the chase. It's definitely a balancing act. Yeah, you want a faster car, but as soon as you're in the chase, that's almost a hindrance. Again, looking great in the lead. Yizang doing everything he can to keep on up with that RX-7 and does a very, very good job of it. But then when the turntables are turned, let's see here again. So now Ito having to keep that rocket ship at bay as Yizang throws in a great entry. And again, really good lead, and Yizang just tapping tippy taps the entire time. And you can tell he's just doing everything he can to keep that car back.
It's fine until the inner clip, and then it all starts to fall off the rails. You see, missed that zone there, makes the contact there. Whether that he actually hits it or not, we don't know. And then another light tap, it definitely gets into him there.
As we do have a call.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Slide him left for Makoto Ito, right for Yizang, in the middle for an OMT. And a unanimous decision. Yizang will go on to battle Ryan Plangitten in the next round.
That's going to be a pretty solid matching up. That will be Plangitten's biggest test of the evening. But unfortunately for Makoto Ito, just that one mistake kind of compounded on top of itself, and he is knocked out. I want to talk about drivers who are going to match up really well together. Nofal, Udinar, and Thanathip Thanalopanen. Thanathip is chasing with Nofal leading. I'm really worried I mean, we saw the driver who hasn't driven the longest move on in this competition, but Udinar had a really solid path to this finals position and has not driven in competition since, where Thanathip had to go through so much just to get here. I'm curious as to how this is going to go. Again, we've seen Thanathip kind of look a little shaky in his chases, though, so I don't think this one's over, not by a long shot.
I would agree with that, so we'll get him up to the
Hasn't
line.
even started yet, to be fair.
Yeah, as I think that there's a little bit of a miscommunication about who is leading first. There we go.
They figured it
And they figured it out. So, Nafal in the lead, Thanathip in the chase. 2 new Toyotas. Happy to see it. Big Toyota fan over here.
So it's tattooed on your chest, right? It's like Joe
Yeah,
Piro, big
giant,
Toyota guy.
Right, yeah. That's my life status. Let's go. So, Nafal in the lead, Thanathip in the chase. Big initiation from Nafal, but Thanathip not to be confused or scared at all, trying to tuck it in, as I think Nafal might have went a little bit deeper than he intended to on that first zone, but looking great afterwards. And Thanathip really just tucking it right into that 8-6's door. Hanging wing over the line, maybe a little bit of a wall tap across
Definitely.
the line. Yeah, looking
Little
pretty
tap
good
of the wall,
overall.
and again, Thanathip making the same sort of mistakes he's been making all day, coming up the hill.
Yep.
It really looks like that car fights him at lower angle.
Yep.
And again, what we said a little bit earlier, just not enough float. It really pays off for him in the lead positions, and he's only been getting better with those leads. And again, speaking of leads, another good lead here, but see right there, just kind of not a whole lot of angle, a little bit shallow there. He ends up recovering pretty well, but if it's been as splitting hairs, like all the judging calls have been, and then a little tap of the wall there for Udinar. So if it's been as splitting hairs as it's been all day, that's something that is now to Thanathip's detriment.
Yep. So, flip them around. Let's do it again. I think both drivers can definitely take this at this point. So Thanathip now in the lead. Nafal in the chase. And let's see what we have up our sleeve here. Okay, Thanathip in the lead. Nafal in the chase. And they are off.
Here we go again. Nafal Udinar in the chase position for Grip Groove. Ooh, speaking of grip, one tire off there. I think for Thanathip, for Vosan Motorsports and PC Autobox, the tie driver just shooting a little bit wide on turn number 1. Udinar is now going to have to close. Big angle from Thanathip there, trying to make something happen in that lead position. Really good job on that outer zone. He's been getting that better than anybody all day, but with no major mistakes that weren't forced by that lead car. Going to be really hard to for Thanathip to take the win over here from the Indonesian driver from Grip Groove at Nafal Udinar.
And let's take a look at it side by side here. Again, looking very good, but I think that unfortunately, let's just take a look at replay 2 there. This will be it.
See the one tire off and the correction. It looked a lot worse from my view than it ended up looking on the stream. I think your ping is just a little bit better than mine, Joe. So
We'll see. Yeah, but the tire off, then the straighten afterwards. I don't even know if it was a full straighten, but that was a major correction.
Nope.
So let's take a look on the drone cam of both runs really quick here. So this is run 1 again.
keep in mind Udinar has that slight disadvantage of bumping the wall in his lead, so it's not like it was a perfect lead.
No, not at all. But I would argue that one mistake was a little bit bigger than the other.
Mm-hmm. Again, just right there, it just doesn't get the transition, misses the zone, or maybe gets just one tire.
Okay, and we don't even need to watch the second run as we do have a call in. So, slide him left for Nafal, slide him right for Thanathip, in the middle for an OMT. And there we go. Nafal moving on.
Thanathip just ended up being the one to crack under the pressure of this marathon event, but Udinar, no really major mistakes, so he will be moving on into the top 4 here, presented by Next Level Racing. And this is our final top 8 battle of the night. BR Takatsuki going up against Keisuke Fuji, an all-Japanese battle. So in our finals already, we have 4 different countries represented. I'm going to double check my my cheat sheet here.
That sounds right to me.
And then we got Yi Zhang out of Taiwan. We got Ryan Plantagen, getting out of Indonesia. We got Nafar Udinar out of... I should have put these in alphabetical.
Hey.
Ooh, I'm upset at myself. Out of... two Indonesians. And we'll have a Japanese driver. So Indonesia showing up strong.
Yeah, so Akatsuki in the lead, Fuji in the chase. Let's see what they have up their sleeve here. Again, another one of those Revival RX-7s. Those things are so fast. But Fuji, that S15 has not been slow whatsoever all day.
No.
And they are
I think these are
off.
This is the final boss of Revival 2 here, I think.
Yep, and here we go. Tarkowski going on in here. Good angle. Fuji going a little bit deeper. I don't think he dropped the tire there, so that is good. And we are still battling through the transitions. Looking great, but Fuji dropping tires, now dropping back. And let's see if Tarkowski could... Oh my god, I'm saying it's like a Polish name now. Going on.
Wazowski.
Yeah, going on across the line. My Chicago's showing as we're getting here. Again, I think unfortunately those tire drops will come back to haunt him.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he dropped a tire or just went deep. I mean, we'll see on the replay here. Again, super good job. Both these drivers haven't driven in a while, so kind of a good meeting of styles here. Both out of the same region. I'm sure they've driven against each other before. Oh yeah, no, definitely. I don't know if he grabs any dirt there, but definitely over that curb.
Yes.
So even if it's not a tire drop, it's what costed him time. So a mistake nonetheless. Unfortunately, it was probably at the worst point of the run. And Takatsuki, the reason I called him the final boss of his team, seems to be the one with the chases figured out the best on Team Revival. Those cars are fast, like we talked about all night. But he seems to be the one that tamed the beast slightly better than everybody else. He had a much easier path into his final spot. It wasn't as stressful. And he is the last bastion for Japan now, for his team, rather, and Team Revival to try and make it into this final form. We'll see if he can make it happen. As Keisuke Fuji now leads in the S15, and Takatsuki in the chase position. Little bit of separation here, but it's not. Ooh, as I say that, little bit of a straightening from Takatsuki in the chase. Not huge yet. Again, their lead vehicle has a tire off. Oh, that's
no.
gonna do it.
Yeah, that'll do it for sure.
Over rotation again, because we talked about this a little bit earlier tonight, Joe. Because there's a dip there. It's not. It's smooth. It's not like a dip out of nowhere, but it does compress and uncompress the suspension. The amount of times in practice that I just over rotated there for no reason, and you saw it right there, and it's really unfortunate because I thought Keisuke Fuji was somebody who looked so consistent compared to everybody else.
Let's take a look at that second run here, because this is definitely now where it really lies. So, really great first thing. And then, again, a straighten from that RX-7. But let's watch this part. This is going to be the linchpin. So, coming on through. Yeah, way overthrew it into that.
Yeah, nowhere for Takatsuki to go there at all. This shouldn't take long. I think they're just going to do their due diligence and look it over. But because there is a little bit, like it's an elevation change, you're going from the bottom of the dip to start going uphill. So you see it right there. It's so easy, especially with these full throttle transitions, just for the back end to kind of come around on itself. Very easy mistake to make. I wonder if just like a wider front tire is what's causing that. But either way, that is going to be two big mistakes now for Keisuke.
So we do have a call in already, as we kind of expected here.
I don't want to say I was right, but 285s all around the S15. I think that's what finally came back and bit him. That will be Keisuke Fuji bowing out of competition, and our Takatsuki going to go up against Nafal Udinar as we now have our top four set.
Oh, so our first battle of the top four. Ryan Plan getting up against Yi Zhang. A great battle.
I think these styles are going to mesh really well. Ryan just needs to pull a little bit more angle in his chase. He's definitely, for anybody who's been paying attention that he has to battle tonight, has definitely shown some areas where he can be beat. So he's got to close those gaps, as Takatsuki is now the only surviving member, and your Japanese representative. Will we have an all Indonesian final, or will the Taiwanese or the Japanese play spoiler? We are going to find out if Zhang can end this run from Ryan Plangitten, who's I'm saying his name correctly now, I hope.
Crazy. As we are also, just so we're aware now these battles, there will be a third place battle, so the loser we will see again. We'll see what happens there. So both drivers have a little bit to play for still, but overall, they're going for the win. So we'll get them up to the line here, ready to go here. Nissan on Toyota action. Getting them up to the line, ready to battle here. And again, thank you everyone for sticking around with us all night.
The tone has changed in the last hour and a half.
Oh yeah. Once people are sleeping and whatnot, it all of a sudden means that we can't be yelling as much.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure I have somebody sleeping right above my head now who has to wake up at 9 and it's 2:30. So
Yeah, we're living the same life right now.
yes, sir.
Okay, let's get them up to the line. I'm ready to see this battle. Ryan Plangitten, Yi Zhang. Let's see what they got up their sleeve here.
So Zhang will be chasing first. Ryan will be leading again. Winner moving on into the final. Loser moving on to the third place battle. So still a step on the podium available for either of these guys, win or lose.
They are up. They are ready. And they are off. Ryan Plangitten in the lead. Yi Zhang in the chase. Let's see what we got. An initiation so far so clean from both drivers. Yi Zhang getting better every run. All the drivers have, honestly. As Ryan just doing a textbook lead run, not stepping anywhere wrong so far. Let's see, keeping it on the track. Both drivers, Yi Zhang in it to win it, really keeping it on that door through the final outside zone, catching right up to that R35 and across the line. And really good.
I think maybe a little correction for Yi Zhang, but that's all I saw. But, you know, Ryan's been really, really good in leading, and maybe left a little bit on the, not much, but a little bit on the table in chases. He's going against somebody now who's been strong in both positions. Really good job from Ryan. I love how he fills that outer zone just on that yellow line, not risking it too much, but still so committed. Maybe a little bit wide there for Yi Zhang. Still got the zone, but just a little bit wide. And see right here, he kind of has like a little...
Yep.
It's not crazy, but a lot of these, and then another little right there, but so does Ryan, to be fair, just kind of matching that lead car's angle. We're gonna need to see Ryan Plangitten's best chase run of the night if he wants to stay in this thing. Not that it's super going one way or the other, we just know that Z can lead, or Yi Zhang can lead.
Yep, as we are lined up and ready to go. And let's see who's hungry as they are off.
Plangitten in the chase. Yi Zhang, Indonesia versus Taiwan. Maybe a little bit of a bump and run there, but they keep it together. Really good, smooth angle from Yi Zhang in the lead, but Plangitten, this is where he's been struggling all day. Keeps the angle up now. Maybe a bit of a weird transition, but he keeps that angle in it, and he's on the proper line, got the proximity. Now he's got a chance to pour all the pressure on that he can. Yi Zhang is not phased, though. Maybe a little bit of contact there, but they're both going to keep their foot in it and get it across the line.
As we like to see here, both drivers really hungry to get into that final battle and not have to settle for third. Again, let's look at them side by side. Again, the winner of this will move on to our finals battle. Again, looking very, very good from both drivers. I honestly don't know how you could tell them apart at this point, except for that final zone is where it just gets iffy. And I think Yi Zhang added a little bit of angle there and caught Ryan out. Let's take a look at the drones. Okay, this is run one more time. Ryan in the lead, Yi Zhang in the chase. Overall, very clean from both drivers. And again, through all the transitions, looking great. Yi Zhang matching angle beautifully here. Really taking advantage of a great lead run from Ryan. Having choke up, but again, we see that in every chase and just getting right up on the door and across the line.
Very hard to maintain consistent angle through that last outer zone. And we see it here. This is where Ryan really needed to prove himself. I think he's put down in every battle he's had kind of the weaker chase run, but this is definitely his best showing of the night. Right here is where he's been struggling. He still has kind of low angle, but he's filling all the zones. He's getting as deep as he needs to get. So I just think that he doesn't want to risk losing that car because it's so fast. Right there,
Yep.
might be the only spot of contention because that definitely was a little bit of contact. Both of them got away with it, but
Now let's watch that one more time from the drone, because again, it's that last outside zone I think is going to be the deal breaker for either of the drivers here and who they attribute fault to for that contact. Because again, so they're going through looking good. Ryan not matching angle as much as he could be. Yi Zhang really throwing it down, and then here, look, so good angle from Yi. And again, he adds a little bit more angle, and then Ryan drives into him.
it's just a light tap. I don't think it's a 0 or anything crazy, but
No,
this
not
one's a
at all.
close one, so. Big angle there from Yi. As
Okay.
we do have a call. I think I know why too, but we do have a call.
You have a call, and here we go. So, slide him left for Ryan, slide him right for Yi, in the middle for an OMT. 1, 2, and 3.
Mm.
Yi Zhang will be going on to the finals, but Ryan Plangetton will be in that third place battle.
I think exactly what we said he needed to improve on. It wasn't good enough. He needs to. He ended up feeling all the zones this time. More consistent in his proximity and his chase. Obviously, there was that little contact. I'm sure that had something to do with it. As your next battle now, Nofal Yudinar against Art Takatsuki. But the big issue for me, Joe, again, maybe it's just like an optical illusion or anything. Again, they said the only reason his last outside zone was deemed the R35's fault.
Yep.
But I still think he needed to pull a little bit more angle in that chase. If he could have got away with that contact if he would have matched the angle.
Oh, I would totally agree with that. Here we go. We're getting them lined up and ready to go. This will decide who's battling for third and who's in that final show. Let's see here.
So Takatsuki will be
Yep.
chasing in the FD RX-7 again. That's where all these RX-7s have struggled today, except for one. And you're looking at him, or you're about to look at him, and Nofal Yudinar in grip group. So only one Indonesian will be making the final. Will it be an all-Indonesian battle for third place, or will we have one in the final? Nofal Yudinar is the final hope from a country that had a huge showing here today in the APAC regional. So thank you all our Indonesia. Thank you everybody for showing up. Indonesia, Taiwan. We had somebody from New Zealand, China. Obviously a ton of people from Japan, Thailand, Australia.
Everywhere.
How could I forget? Huge amount of representation. So here we go.
We are off. Nofal in the lead. Takutsuki in the chase. Looking very good from both drivers. Let's see if that RX-7's issue in the chase of just trying to stay behind things comes back to bite him. But so far, it seems like it's working well for him, putting it right on the door of that GR through the final transition. Will they both keep it out of the wall? So far, so good. Looking very, very strong from both drivers. Both of these guys are hungry for that final.
Again, I talked about it a little bit before they started. He's the only driver that seems that in that RX-7, maybe it's just a good matchup, but really knows how to control the speed. Not sure where Takatsuki is on the team, whether he's a leader or higher up on the team, but very clearly has that speed differential figured out. But not to take anything away from Yudinar, very solid, consistent lead run, no real issues. Again, with the wall, with these guys both having wings, you can really see how they get the close. I would love to see Yudinar push that a little bit deeper, but I can't say I blame him when you have a chance at the finals on the line here.
Oh, yes, for sure. Wait, wrong button.
So no battle call yet. We still have to decide. Have the second run of the battle again. One of these drivers will maybe make it the final. One will make it third place. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't really have a lot of fanfare who finishes third. Not today, I think. I think we'll just tell you who gets third and then move on into the final.
Yep.
Here we go. Second half of this battle. Sorry, Joe.
No, you're good. I was going to say they're off.
So Yudinar now in the chase. Takatsuki in the lead. The fall Yudinar trying to put some pressure on Takatsuki to see if he can force some sort of mistake. It's not quite working out so far. Really clean run from both drivers. Ooh, big charge from Yudinar. He's going to miss that outer zone. This could be the mistake that Takatsuki needed. He's trying to put pressure on him, but maybe a little tap of the wall. The FDRX7. Not sure if that's going to equate to the same thing as missing a zone, but Udinar falling for the trap that a lot of chase drivers have today and just was offline slightly, and it is so easy to make that mistake.
Oh, it is so easy to. So, both drivers really pushing. Both drivers really want to see Zhang in that final.
You can even see it there just on the regular replay where he kind of just grips up and it takes off on him. He's not the first person to do that today. I guarantee you he probably won't be the last.
Let's take a look at the drone again, as we do.
Really impressive job from Takatsuki in the chase here.
Oh, yeah. And again, this chase is excellent. And that RX-7, if you see it do a good chase, you better fear what that next run is.
And nice and smooth. You see a lot of drivers struggle. He ends up getting that outer zone. Obviously, sacrifices a little bit of proximity, but I like what he does because it's so much easier to gain it here. It's such a wider corner, and the line you take to it, it's easier to gain to 1 or 2 car lengths. So don't worry about it for the second last zone because so many people have been missing it today. Here's the case in point. Look at Udinar's chase.
Again, really solid lead run, as we've come to expect here. And so,
Hangs it up a little late.
Yeah, Knopfel really trying to get it in there.
Yeah, see, it just walks away from him there.
Yeah, and then
Just
big
take
angle.
the L.
Yeah, no, he's going for it though. And then just, I think that wall tap was a connection issue on our end.
Okay.
Again, totally just a shot in the dark with that one, but
one step away from you, shot in the dark.
Again, a side by side here. I think in my head I know who I'd be calling it for, but again, not a judge. I don't necessarily know for sure.
And I mean, if it goes the way I think it's going to go, it's going to be a really fun battle for third place. And Ryan Plangetton sitting there waiting. Who will he get to battle for bronze? Will it be Revival's very own? Let me make sure I read the full team name out. Zenkai Racing Team Revival Good Guns very own Takatsuki. But we have a decision.
We do in fact have a decision here. So, slide him left for Knopfel, slide him right for Tatsuku. Oh my gosh, I'm
Takatsuki.
whatever at this point. Okay, there we go. Split decision.
I'm
Takatsuki
surprised that
moving on.
Doug went Udinar. Maybe he saw something that I didn't see there, but
Okay.
that is going to be Nafal Udinar going up against Ryan Plangetton, and I'm actually really stoked about this. I'm super excited because these dudes are in the same league together. They're from the same country. They drive a lot together, so we're going to have a really entertaining battle for third place before we get to figure out who is your overall winner tonight.
As Knopfel will be. Here, give me 1 second, just get my overlays all square for this.
So again, battle for third place now. Going to be Nafal Udinar out of the frying pan into the fire. Going to go up against Ryan Plangetton. Both these drivers from Indonesia, both representing different teams. Obviously, Grip Guru for Nafal Udinar, and then 7th Speed Motorsport for Ryan Plangetton. Doing great jobs to represent not only their country, not only their region, but their teams as well. But only one can be on the final step of the podium, and we're about to find out who that is. And in this final 8, represented by Next Level Racer.
Very good. Let's get him up to the line. Again, this is a battle for third place. So excited to see this, and then we will move on to our final battle. Yizhang and Takatsuki.
So Ryan will be leading. I think this is where he's been strongest all day.
For sure.
And Udinar is really strong chases as well, but that's what cost him his battle. But here we go. Only one can be the last step of the podium. We're about to find out who it is.
Here we go. Ryan Plan getting in the lead. Newfall in the chase, putting it right on the door. Ryan unfazed by having that 8-6 all up in his business through the first transition. Looking great from both drivers. Newfall really does want that podium, but again, Ryan right on that line of what could be considered a tire drop, but through this last outside zone, closer than I think we've seen any two drivers so far today. And across the line, a really good showing from both drivers.
So here's the thing. Udinar made the same mistake that he did in the last run, maybe not to the same level, but he was on him. You see how he gets close right here? He never lets go. And I don't think we've seen a chase run, maybe with the exception of Oxley and Sam, that has been that close the entire time. So yeah, a little bit shallow here. Maybe he just catches the edge of it. I'm not sure. But other than that, was right on plan getting and never, ever, ever took his foot off the throttle. So it's a minor mistake, but because of the proximity, I think that makes up for it. And obviously, good leads breed good chases. Plan getting is going to put down a good lead, and now we have to see something from him, a very strong chase. And he's not had good chases, but this needs to be the best chase he's done all day by far.
Well, let's see here. So Ryan sneaking up, and there we go. They are off.
All right, winner of this battle again will get third place. Ryan Plan getting into the chase position. Newfall Udinar in the lead. You're going to see, man, watch Ryan Plan getting here. Udinar's going to put down a good lead because he always does. Right here, you'll see that R35 kind of lose a little bit of angle, but it seems to be matching the lead vehicle much better this time. Gets the outside zone, and it would be so poetic if Ryan Plan getting struggled with chases. Ooh, maybe a little bit of a wiggle there towards the end, but it would be really poetic if he struggled with chases all day, and that's the chase that made the difference for him.
I've seen more outside things happen for sure. So here we go again, side by side, taking a look at it.
And normally we would be a lot more animated right now, but it's been a long day. Got some stuff to work on for next round for sure, but it is what it is. New format. Totally new way of doing it. It was fun to watch. It was just because we started late. I'm sure these dudes are stoked on it because it's prime time for them, but it is about to be 3 in the morning for me.
Yeah, we're getting
It's about to be 2 for you. The plan was nuggets, but we're about to switch over to the breakfast menu.
Okay. Sometimes you got to do what you can do. So let's take a look at the
will
drones.
heck up some hotcakes right now. I'm not scared of it. So again, watch Udinar. I think he may have just gotten in the box, but again, he's so close the entire track. So right here, he transitions, he matches transition, but again, he just gets in there. So it's not a missed zone.
No.
And the proximity is crazy. The only battle I think we've seen that's been closer the whole way around has been McCoskey and Oxley.
Yeah, and again, let's take a look at this because this will probably be the deciding factor. I think there were more iffy points in this run than the first one.
This has been tail of the tape all day, second run. So Ryan, again, much better job mimicking the line. Maybe a little bit shallow there. I think that might be what costs him, but keep in mind,
We do have a call.
so we do have a winner. Normally we'd hang this over your head like a sweet treat, but who will be finishing in third place? It will be an Indonesian. We got 1 vote for Udinar, 1 vote for One More Time, and Harold says Newfall Udinar will be swiping the bronze medal away from Ryan Plangetton and will be the last driver on the podium with a well-fought third place. It's so unfortunate because that was one of Ryan's best chases of the day, but it was not enough to take down and top all of that proximity that Newfall Udinar had, but well-fought from both. Both represented the region, both represented their country, and now we get down to the final. Yi Zhang out of Taiwan for Zero Style, and for Revival, it is Art Katsuki. Only one of these drivers can take the top step of the podium, Both have been super consistent and super strong all day, but only one can be at the top.
And here we go. Oh, get them up to the line. We're ready to go for this final battle. This is for all of it, for all the beans. I could eat some beans right now.
For Zenkai Racing, Team Revival, Artakatsuki in the lead position from Kanagawa, Japan. Got the FD RX-7. And in chase, grabbing out of Taoyuan, Taiwan for Zero Style will be Yi Zhang. Wouldn't his teammates love to see their team at the top step of the podium? Both of these drivers actually had a ton of team representation in this event. So showing up with numbers seems to pay off. And now you've got two of the best drivers in the Asia Pacific region in the final.
They are ready to go. Katsukusi in the lead. I said that wrong again. Zhang in the chase, and they are off. Let's see. Again, this RX-7 has been historically very, very fast today. Yi Zhang might not be the fastest, but has been a very, very solid and consistent driver throughout the day. Going through that first transition, looking very clean from both drivers, almost taking the nose off of that 180 and into the grass. Yi Zhang goes, oh no, that might be enough. Let's see. So now,
I don't even know what happened there. It's like
he got in the grass.
It looks like the grass grabbed him.
Yeah, I don't know. Because again, we'll take a look at the replay as they get back to the line. And again, look here. So through transition one, looking great. Good transition. And again, just so aggressive. Kind of washed out into the grass. And as soon as that happened, it was kind of game over there.
So this is all for Takatsuki to play for. If he's got anyone on his team watching, spotting, they're like, just put down a good run. You don't need anything crazy. You don't need anything incredible. But we've seen people make mistakes doing that today already.
That is accurate. So get it going here as they are lined up, ready to go. Will this be the final run of the night? There's only one way to find out. So lights are off. I hear revving happening. And I think we are ready to go. They are off.
We are about to decide the winner of our first regional event here for APAC and our final 8 presented by Next Level Racing here with ESDA. Takatsuki in the chase now. Just needs something solid. Yi Zhang has to bring out a smorgasbord of tricks from his sleeve, maybe a little bit wide on that inner clip from Takatsuki. Barely. He is trying his best to screw this up right now. Barely gets that second to last outer zone, but outer zone number 3, nice and consistent on that wall. Again, maybe could have been a little bit deeper on the door, but when you have an advantage like a tire drop on you, man, I don't know. There was that one section of the chase that now it's got me thinking. I thought Taka had this wrapped up, but now
I still don't see how that clawed back, because that was a fairly major mistake after dropping those tires in.
I mean, so is missing a zone. He's a little late in the transition here. That kind of costs him. If we see from the drone, if he just gets it, I think it's over.
And so I think we do have a call here. We're not even gonna go with the drone here. Let's take a look. So
yeah, before we get there, because I have a sneaking feeling that the wrap up here is going to be pretty quick, I want to give a big shout out to our drone pilot, Spawns FPV. We've all put in a shift over here at the ESDA team in the ESDA booth, but Spawns, thank you very much for all that you provide for us, because you've made a lot of the viewing experience and the judging experience a whole lot easier.
Oh, it is,
but
it has been amazing.
We do have a winner.
We do have a winner. So slide it left for Takatsuki, slide it right for Yi Zhang, in the middle for an OMT. Carlos goes one way, Harold goes one way, and there we go. Takatsuki taking the win today. Yi Zhang second place, and Nafal in third. Really, really great driving from everybody. Let's take a look one more time at how that top 8 ended up going. So again, bracket tells the story. What an amazing night of drifting, really. We tried something new. It went a little bit longer. We started a little late for our staff, but at the end of the day, I gotta say, today was some of the best drifting I have seen sustained.
It was fun. It was a fun day, and I liked that it wasn't all aliens. You know, like maybe we would have had finals quality battles the whole way through, but I like that we slowly got to get better and better. I like the Swiss bracket where Those who did better had better competition. It was a lot of fun to watch. Granted, again, I think there's some ways where we can cut the time down, but hey, it was our first time doing it. There was always going to be room to improve.
Yeah, so again, I want to say thank you to everybody. Again, everybody out there has been amazing. So really,
I think Di wants a word because he is in here. I think my Harold might want to get a word out, but
hello,
Yeah,
Harold.
I was gonna make this quick and easy. Just thank the judges today. Thank Fuji. Thank Swirly. They did a great job judging today. Not too many, not really bad calls. Drivers didn't have really many issues with calls about the calls. So thank them. Thank you Arrow. Thank you Spawns. Thank you Techno on the streaming end for doing everything. Sponsors: Team Group, Vosan, Next Level, Moza, Furman, Power, Koruworks, Skulls, and also can't forget Shadow Round. Thank
course.
you guys for the support. But yeah, like Arrow said, there's definitely some ways we can cut down on the time here, but it was the first time doing it, so it was an hour, almost 2 hours behind the time that I wanted to finish it, but we got through it. Thank you viewers for tuning in. Stand up late on the American side to watch it, and see you guys in a couple weeks for the European Middle Eastern Regional.
Yep. Thank you so much, everybody. And yes, in 3 weeks, European Regional should be a time zone for a lot of us that works a little bit better. So again, on behalf of everyone on staff, from the bottom of my heart, this was an amazing event. And thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out with us. This has been ESDA APAC Regional, the start of our 2024 season. So again, really, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out, and we'll see you in just a few weeks.